1989. July 6th. Late morning. Max stands at his open bedroom window, staring out at the magnolia tree, its branches big and wide and resting elbow-like along the rim of the porch roof. His eyes track the branch to the trunk, then up to where two long, thick limbs, one above the other, stretch lazily for the fire tower. The lower limb peters out less than an arm's length from the platform's edge. That's the spot, he thinks. He picks up a boy's guide to rope from the bedside table. At the end of the upstairs hallway, the nursery door is open. One of the new records is spinning, the Bee Gees. Not a group he knew Mom liked. She's always been a Debbie Harry, Grace Jones, Culture Club, Thompson Twins kind of gal. Max stands at the threshold, looking in. Nellie stands, staring at a blank canvas on the easel, doesn't see him. "I'm going downstairs to the cellar," he says, over the music. She turns, slowly, a funny look on her face, distant. Then she cups one ear. He goes into the room and cuts the music down. "Are you okay?" "Fine," she says, a little too quickly. She peers at him like he's roused her from a nap. "What are you going downstairs for?" He tells her again. "What do you need in the cellar?" Her gaze is already sliding back to her canvas. He's seen her this way before, when the art doesn't come, like she's standing upright in her sleep, or the world has somehow slipped away around her. "I need some rope." She bends to her sack of paints and sifts through it for a big jar of white gesso. "What are you going to do with some rope?" "Make a postman's bridge." Max opens the book to a page he's dog-eared and begins to read. One of the most common types of suspension bridge, the postman's bridge, has long been the province of explorers and adventurers. Typically, two ropes are secured between two anchor points, as in trees on opposite sides of a gully or river. Once established, the bridge provides a stable means of crossing a ravine by sideways stepping. Max claps the book shut. "So that's what I'm doing." She pours thinner into a small bucket. "Just be careful, yeah?" "Sure." "And Max?" "Yeah, Mom." "Yell if you need me." He gives her a salute she doesn't see and slips away. He takes the stairs 2 and 3 at a time and yanks open the cellar door. Before he goes in, the music cranks back up. Sometimes it can be this way, he thinks. It'll pass, soon enough. She'll find the picture, tease it out. She'll paint. She'll be happy. All of this, he tells himself as he hunches over and descends. Max hefts a coil of rope onto each shoulder. They're heavy, scratchy. On his way out, he does not stop to stare at the coal closet door, or to listen for the sound of fingernails scraping metal. He doesn't even think about it. Truth be told, he's got rat killing to do, one of Dad's favorite sayings. Back upstairs in the foyer, he turns to shut the cellar door, and a brown spider the size of a dime drops out of the rope and down Max's left forearm. He cries out, throws off the coil, and staggers against the wall, shaking his arm. A second later, the spider goes scurrying across the hall, over the threshold of the downstairs bathroom. Max slaps webs from his skin and drops the other coil and kicks the ropes to be sure no more creepy crawlies come tumbling out. He's always been afraid of spiders, ever since Wade read him a bedtime story in a book about a girl with a pimple, and the pimple burst and baby spiders spilled out all over her face. Scary stories. No shit. That one gave him nightmares forever. He doesn't hate spiders like some people do. They aren't serial killers or cancer. They aren't Dad. Leon Miller at recess. All things being equal, a spider's just a spider. Still, Max doesn't want one tap dancing on his bare skin, or hanging out beneath the toilet while he goes number 2. The elusive pervert spider, he thinks, and makes himself laugh. He picks up the rope and gets to it. His rat killing. Max sits in the porch swing, head down, munching Cheez-Its straight from the box and sipping a grape juice barrel, A Boy's Guide to Rope open in his lap. He's learning his way around bites and figure eights. Every now and then, he dusts orange cheese on his shorts and reaches down and takes up a length of rope and practices bending, curling, tying, like Chief Brody in Jaws. That last knot, dressed and tight, when Quint's reel begins to scream. Max climbs the tower with the ropes on his shoulders, afraid, at first, their weight will drag him off the ladder, like Rambo, off the cliff and into the trees, only here there's no tree to break Max's fall, just hard, sun-baked ground, 50 feet down, twice as high as the roofline of the house. One wrong move, one slip, splat. Sweating, neck itching from the rope, he finally pushes through the trapdoor onto the platform. Here, he makes his initial set of anchor points. The first rope he secures to the platform railing. Easy enough, though he has to tie it twice before the tension is right. The second rope is trickier. He has to hang down over the edge and tie it off to a support beam beneath the platform. And when he does, all the blood rushes to his head and the upside-down world swims. Once both are tied, he flings each rope into the upper reaches of the magnolia tree. Then he climbs down the ladder and stops to rest for a while in the shade beneath the tree, thinking of a field trip he took in the 3rd grade to some Revolutionary War village about an hour west of Conway. There, his class picnicked beneath the boughs of what an old plaque said was the largest magnolia tree in South Carolina. Max sat off by himself, eating his peanut butter sandwich and gazing up in wonder at a tree made for one thing and one thing only, to reward a boy's warm blood. Weirdly, scaling the magnolia proves easier than climbing the tower's man-made ladder. For one, the branches are wide and pebbled, so he never wants for a decent grip. And 2, there are limbs to straddle and rest on. The canopy around him full and green, whereas on the tower it's straight up or straight down. One slip, and you're jelly. Here it's a lattice work of boughs to catch him should he fall. Maybe it's bogus, but in the tree he feels no fear, only the pump and race of blood in his veins. And so he climbs, until at last he reaches the branch where the ropes hang like huge, exotic snakes. He scoots out onto the limb, snags the first one, scoots back. He's about to walk it around the trunk when he sees, just above his head, something small and round stuck in the bark. It's a metal ring. The tree has grown around it, almost eaten it, like trees do. Max reaches up, hooks his finger through it, gives it a tug. Someone else climbed this tree, he realizes, drove this ring into this trunk, standing right here. He remembers the tree-climbing gear in the cellar, the inscription in A Boy's Guide to Rope. This book belongs to Hank Redfern and no one else. All of a sudden, his heart flutters with the need to tell his mother what he's found. Evidence of a secret kinship between himself and a grandfather he's never met. Keep it to yourself. It won't change the way she feels about you meeting him. It might even upset her. She's got her reasons. So keep it special. Keep it secret. Just like that. Flame snuffed. Decision made. Moving on. He runs the rope through the ring, wraps it around the trunk until the slack is gone, then knots it. He's careful, methodical. So grown up. Later, twilight falling as the yard lamps crackle on. Max sits back on his elbows atop the fire tower and marvels at his postman's bridge. He's crossed it once, from tree to tower, easy as pie, until the last bit, where the magnolia's limb can't support him. So he has to put his full weight on the lower rope for about 5 feet of empty air. The effort leaves his muscles rubbery, and he can see Nellie in the lit kitchen windows below, setting the table, which means he has just enough time to climb straight down the ladder before she calls him inside to wash up. But he wants to get one more crossing in, so he can hop from tree to porch and scamper over the roof into his bedroom window. Just like Jim and Will in one of his favorite books, Something Wicked This Way Comes. Max peers over the rail, and a bat flits up from beneath the tower past his head like a bullet. He staggers back, slapping at the air, but the bat's already gone. "Shit," Max says to no one, then straightens up, looks back over the rail, way down. If that had happened out there on the rope, any minute now, the back door will open and Mom will yell. He takes a deep breath and throws his left leg over the handrail. He grasps the upper rope and brings his right leg over next, slowly. One hand on the rail, the other on the rope above, he slides his left foot out onto the bridge. A deep breath, and he lets go of the rail and grabs the upper rope with both hands, one foot still on the edge of the tower's platform. The lower rope gives beneath him, and his heart flies into his throat, and before he can think better of it, he settles his right foot onto the rope, and when he doesn't fall, he grins, though he dares not look down. For a time he simply hangs there, suspended above the earth. An astronaut on a spacewalk, a fly on the Empire State Building, heart galloping, eyes on the horizon above the roof line of the house where the evening star shimmers in a violet sea. He shuts his eyes and his breathing deepens, and he thinks, I could live here forever, wherever this is. He opens his eyes, and a girl is staring at him from his bedroom window. Max freezes. The pale oval of her face oozes darkly from 1,000 tiny cuts, like the raw skin of a hacked pine. Horns of rough bark jut from dark tresses that fall over the shoulders of a blue dress. She lifts a hand and closes it and opens it. A wind-up doll's wave. She smiles, and beetles spill from between her teeth. Max begins to shake. Like the ropes he's holding are 2 live wires. Far below, the back door opens, and Nellie walks out beneath the bare bulb light. He opens his mouth to call out, but the words won't come. He has no breath. He looks down through the crook of his arm, and at that moment his right foot slips from the lower rope, and Max pitches backward, and everything that happens next seems to happen in slow motion as gravity yanks his hands from the upper rope, and he falls, and he can see the purple sky and the stars and the dark leaves of the trees whirling above as his mother cries out below, "Max! Jesus Christ!" And there is the brief, weightless sensation of flying, the world spinning, and in that instant, Max Gardner knows he is going to die, to crack down from branch to branch until he hits the ground like a sack of bricks, only to lie staring up at the rope bridge still swaying as the world turns crimson and his mother's terrified face fills his vision, a rising supermoon, the last thing he ever sees. He falls 6 feet before his stomach hooks a branch, and his arms clamp round it even as he starts to slide away. Mouth wide, like that of a fish tossed in the grass, legs scissoring until his feet settle on a lower branch, where he clings, windless and quivering. He isn't falling, he isn't dying, and he can hear his mother already climbing the tree. He tries to call out to her, tell her he's okay, but all he can manage is a ragged "Hork." Tears in his eyes, he looks up through the branches to the dark square of his open bedroom window. The girl is gone. Cold tuna helper at the kitchen table, chinks of forks against bowls. Outside, crickets saw and the night roars. Max pushes his food around. It's like a rain settling in. Nellie's slow, simmering anger. The tower and the tree are off limits. No more climbing. He turns over a forkful of food and stares at it like something's buried beneath it. Max, look at me. Look at me, Max. He does. What if you had hurt yourself? I mean, really hurt yourself? I didn't. Do you know what that would do to... But she stops, swallowing whatever's risen up in her, some terror, some anger, some fear he cannot know. What if you died, Max? Like there's an answer he has for that. Answer me! She pounds her fist on the table so hard the salt and pepper shakers jump. What if you died? Then I'd be dead, he snaps. Max, you wanted me dead once, didn't you? What's the big deal? His words are like a fist, socked in her gut. He knows it. He doesn't care. You don't know what you're talking about, she whispers. Max nods at the scar on her wrist. She tucks her hand away under the table. Dad told me. He said you did that because of me. He said you never wanted me. Isn't that the same thing as wanting me dead? Maybe if you let me climb some more trees, you'll get what you want, and... Her hand comes quick and hard across his cheek. Stuns him silent. She opens her mouth, closes it, looks off through the windows at the steel legs of the tower in the circle of blue lamplight. She bites her lip. Tears shimmer. She wipes them quickly, gets up, and yanks back the little gingham curtain that hides the plumbing beneath the sink, scrapes her food into the trash, drops her bowl in the sink. Max watches her do all of this with the red blush of her handprint fading on his cheek. Outside, the crickets have ceased their singing. No movies tonight. No TV time. Max takes a bath, then shuts himself in his room and rummages his Walkman from the cedar chest at the foot of his bed, an old cassette inside. Something recorded years ago on a Fisher-Price recorder. He climbs into bed and hits play. A second or two of silence, followed by Dad's voice. Are we rolling? Max says yes, and Dad says, okay, and clears his throat. Excuse me, and he clears his throat again and again until finally he's hacking and spitting, and a long harsh cough turns into a ribbit, and Max can hear himself laughing as Dad says, sorry, had a frog in my throat. Then he begins, for real, reading a bedtime story out of an old hardback book of tales they'd read so many times Dad had to tape the spine back together with silver tape. At first, Dad's voice is light and brave. What reward is there for the man who slays the giant? Then his voice deepens. The giant's treasure, of course, to which the brave voice answers, then I will undertake it. Max interrupts, in a little kid's voice that he almost doesn't recognize now. Dad, is this a scary story? Son, they're fairy tales. They're all scary stories. Dad reads on a while until Max falls asleep. Good night, bozo. Dad kisses him. Max fast-forwards to the next part. He's listened to it so many times, he knows just how long to hold the button. He hears his parents' voices, faint in the kitchen. Dishes clinking in the dishwasher. Mom says she'll leave. She'll take Max and go. A clatter of silverware, a crash. Mom yelps, a door bangs. She makes a weird strangling sound, Dad's voice like a knife through the silence. Step 1 foot out that door with my son and I'll cut your motherfucking throat. Max hits stop. He puts the Walkman away in the cedar chest, glances at his broken pencils in their box. He's taped them back together, but it strikes him now as stupid, useless. When things are broken, they're broken. It's best to move on, start fresh. A hot lick of shame, the way he talked to her, surly, nasty, like Dad talked to her. But Max isn't like Dad. That was always the problem, wasn't it? Like in February. He doesn't like to think about that day, but he often does. Like a loose tooth you worry with your tongue until it falls right out. Only the memory of that day never falls out, no matter how much he worries it. Bright daylight of a winter afternoon, taste of copper pennies at the back of his throat. He takes his fingers from his face and there is blood, dripping from his chin onto a Darth Vader t-shirt. Rolling away into the grass, a basketball. Beneath the netless hoop that hangs from the garage, Wade Gardner stands fuming, hands on his hips. He wears no shirt, just cutoffs, and a dirty white pair of Nikes, slick with sweat, heavy 5 o'clock shadow. His eyes are knives, and they're stabbing Max. Dad threw the ball. Dad hurt me. Dad's voice, saying his name. Hot tears coursing down Max's cheeks, pain like a string of black cat firecrackers, tat-tat-tatting behind his eyes. Max, I'm sorry. Max, it was an accident, really. Mommy, I want Mommy. Dad's hands on his arms, shaking him. Hard enough, he'll bruise the next day. Too late for the nurses and the doctor at the emergency room to see. Jesus Christ, don't be a blubbering baby, Max. A broken nose. Head tilted back in the Ranger on the way to the hospital. Dad behind the wheel, gunning it through red lights. Still shirtless, the hot, angry smell of him filling the cab. Why the fuck didn't you just catch it, huh? What's wrong with you? Max puts his hand on his cheek, feels the sting of his mother's hand all over again. Apropos of nothing, the words "bad place" pop into his head. He looks around the room, listens to the stillness of the house. He's starting to think every home is a bad place, each in its own way. Dads with their anger, moms with their masks, always something hidden, always secrets. In a little while, he falls asleep with the light on. Later, after switching off Max's lamp, Nellie shuts herself in her room and lies atop the bed covers, rubbing the scar on her arm. The clock crawls toward midnight. The window's up, and there's a breeze, but the house is stifling. In her mind, she replays the slap over and over, and every time her hand connects with Max's face, a piece of her own heart breaks away. Pretty soon, there won't be much left. Moving quietly, she goes down the hall into the bathroom, splashes water on her face. Should have taken the master bedroom, she thinks, given him more space. He'll hate you inside a week at this rate. Wade. In her studio, she shuts the door and clamps a 24 by 30 canvas into the frame of her easel. Crouching by the turntable on the floor, she sifts through the half-dozen albums stacked beside it. Among them, Max's little 33 in its paper sleeve, Kenny and Dolly. She sets it aside, slips Bowie's hunky-dory from the stack, puts it on low. Back to the wall she sits, arms hung over her knees, staring at the empty canvas, a white square between black windows. She sings along, softly, drums her fingers to the beat of "Oh, You Pretty Things," and stares until the whiteness seems to expand, to pop the staples of the frame and become the slow, years-long erasure of her talent, her vision, her hope. Out of that void, the face of her husband emerges, itself an emptiness. This isn't helping. You aren't even trying, Nellie. Her eyes shimmer. She remembers. Max in his crib, sleeping. Wade's straight razor, opened, balanced in an upside-down V on the rim of the bathtub, just beyond her fingertips. The faucet, plink, plink, plinking. The water warm, the first cut, a blissful eruption of color beneath the surface, a red flower blooming. Dad told me. Why? Why would you tell Max I did that to myself, you horrible bastard? No, she says softly. You can't Keep blaming Wade for every problem you have with Max. These are your problems, Nellie. You should have explained all of that yourself. Probably before now, but especially tonight. Instead, what you did, it was the worst, the most shit thing you could do. The Wade thing. Baxter's canvas leans against the wall beside her. She turns it horizontal in her lap, regards it for a while, then tosses it across the room. She knocks her head once, twice against the wall, in time with Bowie's piano riff. Just hard enough to hurt, to feel something else. She stretches her legs, shuts her eyes, and still, the emptiness that is Nellie Gardner stares mutely from the canvas. Max starts awake to music. He sits up in his underwear and t-shirt, disoriented at first, wondering if the song was in his dream. Islands in the Stream, one of his favorites. He rubs sleep from his eyes and calls out for Nellie, but she doesn't answer. So he slips out of bed and cracks the hallway door, bleary-eyed, on Kenny and Dolly, cranked to the max. At the end of the hall, the nursery is wide open, music so loud the turntable speakers pop. Max calls out, "Mom?" But Nellie doesn't answer. Hands over his ears, he shuffles down the hall and into the nursery studio, and quickly shuts off the record player. As the music grinds down, his eyes light on the wooden frame of Nellie's easel, the clamps undone. No canvas, but paint oozes from a crimped tube on the drop cloth. There's a footprint in red, a trail of footprints leading back into the hall and down the stairs. He follows them, bare and small, his mother's feet. Nellie wakes on August Redfern's map table. Max stands over her, shaking her. She sits up and the room spins. She puts a hand to her head. The heel of her palm, her fingers sticky with cadmium red, slivers of paint beneath her nails. "Mom?" The boy's eyes are big with fear. "What, Max? Mom, are you okay?" She sits up, edges off the table, a blankness in her head, like television static. Max reaches out to steady her when she wobbles. She cups his head. "I was in the studio listening to music, staring at the canvas." It's at the foot of the map table, no longer blank. Nellie spins it round where she and Max can huddle over it, study what she's done. Smeared into the canvas like some macabre version of a child's finger painting is a grotesque red eye. Its pupil swims in a white, ovoid pool. Optic nerves trail behind it, dripping crimson down the canvas. Not so different from Baxter's painting or the red smear in her grandfather's notebook. Upstairs, the turntable jerks to life, mid-verse of "I Will Always Love You," and Max actually ducks, like stones have dropped through the ceiling overhead. Heart in her throat, Nellie eases out to the hallway as the chorus falls like a breeze down the stairs. Her first thought, someone's in the house. Her second, who? A burglar? Way out here? Not likely. Baxter? Not beneath him, she figures, paying someone to slip into the house in the middle of the night, terrorize them. The axe. It's still on the front porch. "Wait here," she says to Max, and slips down the hall and out the front door, and comes back with the moon axe, filling her hands. But as soon as she puts one foot on the bottom stair, the record skids off into silence, and there's a quality to that silence, something heavy, something watchful. Whatever's upstairs, it's not Lonnie Baxter. Max hugs the map room's doorframe. Then, from the parlor, 3-4 notes, struck on the piano, picking up where Dolly left off, a tiny sound made immense by the late-night silence of the house. I just walked by there, and the room was empty, I swear to Christ. As the tune is picked out, one note at a time, like the players learning it. Wet with sweat, Nellie edges along the wall to the parlor door. Max follows, taking small, silent steps behind her. Another sound now from inside the room, a familiar scritch, 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 only this time it's a mad, furious scrabbling, a symphony of scritches. Nellie reaches in and snaps the rotary light switch, and everything goes silent, save the last note played, which hangs in the air, though the piano stool is empty. Every hair on Nellie's arms and neck prickling. "Stay here," she says to Max, and goes into the parlor. He stands in the doorway watching. She touches a piano key. Her fingers come away tacky, something sticky on the ivory. It drips, pearlescent, over the black edge of the piano. Nellie sniffs her fingers. Pine sap. She drops the fallboard over the keys and leans her axe against the sofa. The sheet that covered the piano is folded atop the cabinet. Nellie unfurls it and flaps it over the piano. It falls, gently, taking the ghostly shape of the cabinet, the keyboard, a jagged, horned head on a child's shoulders, facing Nellie from the stool. She cries out and leaps backward, trips over the foot of an end table, goes down on her rump, grabbing at the table and toppling a lamp that shatters beside her. A sliver of glass slices her hand as she scrambles for the door. Max, waiting there, wide-eyed and frozen. Behind her, that dry, scrabbling noise, things moving in the walls. As the sheet slides from the piano, pools on the floor, the stool is empty again. Even as the notes sound one last time, that careful, pecked-out refrain. 1923. August 10th. The Brunswick and Western rockets north through unfolding marshlands, cutting a black swathe along the Georgia coast. Redfern sits in the crowded passenger car and stares out at the blue curve of the earth, the odd sailing ship or steamer on the horizon. They remind him, fleetingly, of his fearless youth. Now, 3 months after the death of his oldest son, Redfern's dark hair is turning gray, and though his fingers can bend, the damage to skin, to nerves, he's told, will never fully heal. He brushes lint from his trousers, checks his watch on its chain. Tasks made clumsy by the brown leather gloves he now wears. His map-making days, he figures, are over. Redfern carries no suitcase, just a week's-old copy of the Savannah Morning News, folded to an article in the back. A write-up he's read over and over, detailing certain bizarre occurrences in a small town near Brunswick. In the home of a railroad magnate, pots and pans falling out of cupboards, a family Bible hurled to the floor by unseen hands, garbage and rot. But the article makes mention of a woman hired by the family, a medium, a woman whose abilities, the paper says, cannot be disputed. Redfern isn't so sure about that. Then again, he isn't really sure of anything anymore. He reaches a slip of paper from his coat pocket, checks the address written in his now craggy invalid's scrawl. He speaks the name in his mind, Delphine Averill. Gradually, the seascape gives way to freshwater inlets and wide green fields and dense groves of yellow pine, understory prickled with saw palms. Past these, clusters of clapboard houses surrounded by picket fences, sandy soil and mossy oaks. Finally, the city itself, soot-blackened buildings among green live oaks, and, along the distant river, the billowing white sails of trade ships. Newspaper tucked under his arm, Redfern walks from the station to his hotel on Broughton. By this time, the sun is lowering and the street lamps are stuttering on. He sits on the hotel balcony for a while, with a flask of whiskey brought from home. He doesn't know where Barlow gets the stuff, but it's a damn sight better than a poke in the eye. A piano plays from an open window. He thinks of Euphemia. The German piano she ordered 4 months past for little Charlie, due to arrive any day now. They'd forgotten it in those chaotic days after the funeral. Henry? He'll have no interest in it. The boy is growing up to be dull. You can see it in the way he sulks, hear it in the words he stammers. Despair will descend upon its delivery, despair without tears, which have dried up entirely in his wife these last few months. Pray God it comes while I'm away, he thinks. When his flask is half empty and night has fallen, he goes downstairs to inquire at the front desk about the address. The concierge offers to ring a taxi, but Redfern says no. He follows directions, south along Abercorn, is surprised to find himself utterly alone. Overhead, oaks join hands in a conspiracy of shadow, street lamps casting pools of soft light among their lower reaches, hinting at the greater dark beyond. Smells of urine and horse and garbage wafting out of alleyways, a screech of fighting cats. He passes Oglethorpe Square and a colonial cemetery where the homeless shuffle in rags like roosting birds. Ahead, lamps burn in the windows of the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist, and Redfern stops at the foot of those wide steps, struck with the compulsion to confess, to tell some anonymous priest through a screen of wire every terrible thing he's done, to beg forgiveness from a God he's never believed in, unlike the God Redfern has propped up with malign worship. George Baxter's own Baal out there in the pines. Before, he'd only ever believed in the strength of his own 2 hands. But now, he looks down at his ugly workman's gloves, flexes his fingers inside them, an ache, like rain, settling in to stay. I should have listened. That night in the woods with Hawley, what he and Baxter, you, August, you, did, shifted his fortunes overnight. By morning, Euphemia's and little Charlie's fevers had broken. Their color returned. A miracle? It makes him laugh. The thought of calling it that. What's the opposite of a miracle? A bargain? A curse? By the winter of 1920, Redfern's operation in Baxter County had produced more barrels than the larger plantations in North Carolina, North Florida. He bought trucks, a new fleet of Fords, had to hire more men. In his heart, knowing it couldn't last, it was a cycle, a ritual. But he didn't want to believe it, that he was beholden to this thing, this horror. Every night, the dream, standing alone, naked, atop George Baxter's infernal hollow, a moon-limbed figure behind him, face impossible to see, cold steel pressing at the base of his skull. Fortune follows the faithful, comes the whisper, and every night he wakes choking on the taste of mud, nostrils aflame with the scent of pine resin. The bed beside him empty, more nights than not, Euphemia somewhere else. "Is your favor so short-lived?" he'd asked it, one stormy afternoon in the days after little Charlie was buried. Standing at his study window, staring out at the rain, waiting for an answer, that soothing voice speaking his name, soft and reassuring. But silence was its only answer, so he neglected it. Bitter at its betrayal, he turned his back on it. At the same time, in the weeks after Charlie died, Euphemia began to change, to shed the trappings of womanhood, dresses and perfume. Little Hank plodding after her in the library. She at her desk, going over his ledgers, making amendments to his errors he would never have made before Charlie died. He's changed, too, it's true. He won't deny it. He's lost the proper voice and manner by which to command. Meanwhile, a competition inside Euphemia began to rage, the woman she wanted to be, consuming the woman she'd let herself become. And so they fight, argue to a stalemate, most days. They fight about money, about woodsmen, about shipping routes and land rights and the counsel of her father. One thing they never fight about, though, is the man who came into the house that day, what happened to his body in the shed. Redfern's seen that flame blaze up behind her eyes more than once, when the fights turn on their good fortunes fading. A challenge, a dare. Ask me, that light flickers. Ask me what I've done with the man who would have murdered your wife and children. Ask me where he is now. Afraid of the answer, he does not. Redfern walks away from the church into Lafayette Square, where two skinny Irishmen smoke cigarettes behind a palm and watch a whore on her knees before a John, her dress roughed down around her waist. Redfern slows his gait, and one of the men, eyes like black pebbles, stares out from the green and says, "You fucking lost?" Redfern thrusts his hands deeper into his pockets, walks faster. Less than a block, and he hears footsteps on the pavers behind him. When he turns, he sees them, shoulders hunched, caps pulled low. He walks on ever faster. Charlton Street close, the corner in sight. He rounds it, and the building is across the street, 3 stories of gray block, tall and narrow, steep granite stairs to a bright blue door. From within, a rollicking piano, the lights ablaze. He ascends the steps and rings the buzzer. A stout, silver-haired man in a black tuxedo opens the door, and a jangle of music spills out around him. Redfern can smell the hooch from the steps. "Yes, sir?" "Delphine Averill? This is her home? Are you a guest tonight, sir? I have an appointment. My name is Redfern." Behind the butler, a clutch of richly clad drunks spills out of the parlor, followed by the sound of breaking glass. "There a mix-up?" "No, sir, Mr. Redfern. We're starting soon. Madame will be with you afterward." He steps aside, gestures Redfern over the threshold, waits patiently. Down the block, the 2 Irish hoods take up posts against a wrought iron fence. One smokes, the other makes a pistol of his finger, shoots Redfern a wink. Redfern goes inside. The butler, impassive, shuts the door. Redfern eases into the throng like a man certain of his place, though he feels anything but. The butler has taken his coat. In addition to the gloves he still wears, Redfern has on a suit of brown wool and knee-high boots scuffed with dried mud, whereas the parlor crowd sports the height of city fashion, black ties and tails and polished shoes and heels, short fringe skirts and feathered hair, billowing black gowns and long silk gloves. The air is redolent with smoke and laughter, and the music that rolls out from the piano at the far end of the room is like nothing anyone ever played back in Baxter County. It's light and nimble, and the people who dance and lounge and drink here seem in tune somehow with its rhythms. Redfern takes up space near the drapery, scans a sea of society faces for the woman he's here to see. When a waiter, dressed in a tuxedo, offers him a drink from a silver tray, he takes it, the bright burn of bathtub gin. "Don't I know you, young man?" In his periphery, an old woman, drink in gloved hand, pearls around wrist and neck. "You are that writer from Appalachia." He forces a smile behind his mustache, says nothing, looks away. "You have a rugged aspect. Tell me, what do you think of this scandal? Far better use of one's savings to invest in the markets, if you ask me. Bless her heart. A shame. The Piper boy was so young. Barely 24 and to go like that. The very definition of tragedy. A bullet in the brain? From his own war pistol? An heir to a fortune? And now, tonight, a ghost, perhaps. Oh, I do wonder if we'll see anything juicy." Redfern drinks his drink and sets the glass down on a table beside a hurricane lamp. The woman reaches out and snags another by the elbow. The second woman wears a diamond brooch, has 2 drinks in hand. "Do you know, Tippy, this is that writer, the one who writes about the folk who live in the clouds? I believe he may be skeptical of our hostess's claims. He is very silent on the matter." Tippy laughs and presses close, red-faced, stale-breathed, her bosom crushing against his arm. "Now really," she winks, "where's the fun in being a skeptic, sir?" The drunk women drift away and the music stops and the crowd's chatter dies. A voice from the foyer calls out, "This way, please." A mass of bodies, shifting at once into the hall. Halfway up the stairs, the butler, hands like planks at his side. "Presenting Madame Delphine." Redfern feels his breath catch as a woman descends in a black sequined dress that stretches like webbing over her torso and pools like ink over bare feet. Her shoulders are small, delicate, her face long and sharp. Her lips are full. Her hair pinned in a black satin head wrap that leaves her neck long and bare. Her skin glows in the honeyed light of the chandelier like heartwood pine. Redfern tries to guess her age, can't get a handle on it. He's aware, vaguely, that he's sweating. "I am Delphine Averot." The woman clasps her hands at her chest. Her eyes roam the crowd, lighting briefly on Redfern, whose heart quickens like that of a man pursued. "Welcome, true believers," the medium says, "to my house." An upstairs room, dimly lit, is cleared of furniture save 4 chairs before an upright, 2-paneled screen. Candles burn in bronze sconces along silk-papered walls. The sconces are round and intricate and look to Redfern like balls of snakes fucking. He stands near the shut door, one of about 40 souls crowded into the room. Seated in the chairs before the screen, a middle-aged woman in a violet gown and gloves, a simple heart-shaped locket around her neck, and to her left, an elderly couple. The woman in the violet gown is pale, her face strained. The chair to her right is empty. Behind the left panel, a match is struck, a lamp lit, the medium silhouetted there in a straight-backed chair. She sits in profile, her back to the other panel, yet dark. The room watches, rapt, as the butler bends and binds the medium's ankles to the chair legs, her arms to the back, with 4 lengths of silk. Once the knots are secure, he steps away and disappears into a dim corner of the room. "Join hands," the medium says. A wave of motion through the room as all link up. Redfern, for once, is grateful for the gloves he wears, shielding him from the hot, moist hand of the fat man to his left. A silence descends over the room, heavy as wool. "Tonight," the medium says, her voice flat, "we will see, we will hear, we will know, and in our knowledge we will find comfort for Mrs. Amelia Piper." The woman in the violet gown bites her lip to hold back tears. "We ask after the spirit of young David Piper, lost to his own despair. Let us close our eyes and picture his face. Let us open our ears and hear his voice." Someone coughs. People shuffle restlessly. Someone belches. "Quiet," the medium commands. The stirring ceases. This new second silence is so deep, Redfern can hear a clock ticking from another room. Gradually, a chill descends, sets people to shivering. Redfern sees his own breath. Suddenly, light blossoms behind the second panel, though from what source? Lamp? Candle? It is not clear. A shadow rises from the bottom of the screen, assumes the shape of a man in a suit coat and trousers. Amelia Piper lurches to the edge of her seat, calls out the name of her son, a half-sob. "Mother," the medium says, her voice changed. "Mother, I'm sorry, Mother. Oh, David. It hurt too much, Mother. That's all, everything. I had to—" In the shadow's hand now, a pistol, a revolver. "David!" Heads strain, attempting in vain to peer behind the panel, to see the actor, the trick at work, if a trick it is. Madame Delphine's head drops, chin to her chest. A collective gasp from the crowd. Her hands and feet remain bound, though her back arches violently, as if she were caught in the grip of a galvanic current. Her chest begins to heave, her head to jerk roughly. When the spasm subsides, her mouth opens, slowly. And out of her mouth, what? Redfern thinks, in the name of God? Long and thin as a pipe of blown glass, and every bit as fluid, a tendril of some substance extends from her open mouth, emerging inch by inch. She drops her head, and the effect is horrible, as the viscous strand grows pendulous, stretches to a wire-thin breaking point, and finally detaches. Whatever the materialization is, it drops into the lap of her dress, as the air in the room is suffused with the scent of sulphur, and there comes an audible pop, not so dissimilar, Redfern thinks, from that of a champagne cork, leaving a bottle. The light in the second panel winks out, and the room gasps. The butler appears in shadow behind the first panel, kneeling before his mistress. He unbinds her feet, her hands. From a nearby table, he produces a tray, and with her silk-gloved hand, Madame Delphine plucks an object from her lap and drops it onto the tray, a metal plunk. The butler steps around the panel and presents the tray to Amelia Piper, her seated companions. The older gentleman beside Mrs. Piper plucks out a monocle from his inner coat pocket and snatches up the object to inspect it. He spins in his seat, holds it up for the crowd. "It's a bullet," he cries. Delphine Averot, in profile, stands as the room bursts into applause. She rounds the curtain, takes the bereaved mother's hands, and holds them. Then, beaming, she takes a bow. August Redfern, who has seen enough, pushes out. The butler descends the stairs, cat-like, sees him at the door, waiting for his coat. Upstairs, the house thunders with new applause. "You do not wish to keep your appointment, Mr. Redfern?" "I know what I need to know." Silently, the butler helps him into his coat. Outside, Redfern casts a cautious eye up and down Charlton, and when he sees no one hiding in the shadows or lurking behind palm fronds, he starts off at a brisk pace, the night air misty and hot. He feels a fool for even coming. Her abilities cannot be disputed. Parlor tricks and games, cheap carnival hucksterism. God damn it. What did you hope for? What did you expect? Would you really have let some fraud mystic into your head to see all the horrible, monstrous things you've done? "Talk to me," Redfern mutters alone on the sidewalk, the fog enveloping him. "Why won't you talk to me anymore? Speak my name, you son of a bitch." His gait lengthens, and suddenly he's turning off the sidewalk into the cemetery, where the oaks lay their branches on the ground like giants kneeling among tombstones and mausoleums, and the vague shapes of hungry people shift beneath tattered blankets. He strides in the gas-lit dark, loses his way. "Talk to me," he spits, once startling a drunk slumped beneath a tree. But it won't, because it knows you're weak, because it knows you don't have the stomach for it anymore. You never did. But she does. "What did I do? What was my sin? Why did you take him?" Redfern smacks the side of his head with the heel of his palm as if to jar the voice loose. "What did I not do? A man's blood was not enough. You had to have my boy, too?" Eyes all around him in the dark, watching from behind stones, beneath blankets. "How much blood do you want? Speak to me." His boot snags a block of granite, and he drops to his hands and knees, and when he looks up, he sees before him a white marble cross, glowing faintly in moonlight and mist. Redfern's gloved, Melted hands make claws and tear clods of grass up by the roots. "Why did you take my son?" he sobs. But the cross only towers above him, mute and without answer, as God himself. Spent and bleary from emptying his flask into his belly, he finds his way out of the cemetery, back onto the street. He sets out in a direction he imagines will take him back to his hotel. 4, 5 steps, and a hard object strikes him across the back of the head, and the world flares red. He stumbles, goes down on one knee. Voices, Irish voices, hands rummaging his pockets. A stiff boot buries itself in his gut, and he cries out. A switchblade snicks. Then, out of the fog, a man's booming voice, "Get back, trash!" Suddenly, that voice manifests as a black-clad shape, swinging a fireplace poker, and the thugs light out into the night, whereupon Redfern rolls over on his back and finds himself staring up into the butler's face. And then Redfern's eyes slip shut. "Is he alive, Mason?" "He is." "Good. When he wakes up, you can throw his ass out." Redfern opens his eyes. The ceiling overhead swims into focus, vaulted and white. The walls, golden silk. He tries to sit up and everything spins. A thick, strong hand presses him down onto a gold chaise longue. The butler bends over Redfern with a damp white rag, sponging blood from his neck. His head feels swollen, stretched. The room, he realizes dimly, is the parlor. He sees the piano, a cold fireplace, a pair of Hogarth chairs, and empty gin glasses covering every solid surface. Delphine Averot sits on the piano bench. She wears a blue silk robe over a blue silk nightgown. Her feet are still bare. Her hair, a thick, dark fall of curls, is swept back from her head. She wears no makeup, and her face is freckled and even more beautiful, Redfern thinks, without it. She hunches forward, rolling an empty highball glass between her palms. "It's rude to make an appointment and not keep it." "It is rude to throw a party on a man's time," Redfern says. "Tonight's sitting was your appointment, Mr. Redfern." The butler moves to help Redfern to a sitting position, but Redfern pushes him away, sits up on his own. A white towel on the couch, rolled beneath his head, stained red. "Is it my head injury, or is your accent gone?" "So what do you do back in Baxter County?" the medium wants to know. "I run a turpentine distillery." Her eyes cut to the butler, and the butler shrugs. "That really doesn't help me understand what you want." "I don't want anything. Now." She laughs. "And why not?" "You're a goddamn fake." "Watch it," the butler says. He looms over Redfern, bloody rag in hand. "What makes you so sure of that?" "That boy shot himself in the head with his war pistol, did he? Last I checked, standard issue isn't .22 caliber. What'd you do, shoot your pocket gun into a pillow out in your garden?" Averot and the butler share a brief glance, a crooked smile between them. The medium stands and walks across the room to the window and pushes aside the heavy drapes, looks out on the street, where the mist has all but erased the world. "Those men would have killed your ass. Wouldn't be the first to try." "Who is it, then?" Redfern stares at the pattern in the carpet, mud from his boots staining it. She waits, arms crossed. "Who is the dead person you want me to talk to?" Outside, the bells from St. John's chime the hour. Averot turns one thin, dark eyebrow arched, and Redfern looks up into her eyes, bright copper. The church bells fall silent. "We could start," he says, "with my son." "Mason," she orders, but the butler is already on his way out of the room. The door shuts softly behind him. She drifts from hurricane lamp to lamp, switching them off, one by one. Light from a street lamp stamps her silhouette against the window as she closes the drapes. Suddenly, the room is dim, has secrets. From a sideboard, she pours straight whiskey in her highball glass, pours a second in a tumbler and hands it to him. She sits beside him on the lounge, and Redfern draws back instinctively. Away from scents of lilac and vanilla, a fine, unknowable talc. She crosses her leg over her knee, and the knee slits her gown as neatly as a knife through a sail. One fall, when I was little, my daddy took me to the circus in Terrebonne Parish. A special circus. She sips her drink, sets her glass on the end table behind her. What makes it special, my daddy said, was the menagerie. She takes Redfern's gloved hand in her own. You ever see a unicorn? My daddy said. Well, they got one. She loosens each finger of Redfern's glove. I told him ain't no such thing. He said, oh yeah, unicorns, satyrs, hydras, brought 'em all the way from California by train right here to Houma, Louisiana. A cold sweat breaks over Redfern as she tugs his left glove free of his hand. She does not flinch at the mottled flesh, does not stare at the lumpish waxworks his fingers have become. He watches her, mesmerized by her eyes. They glitter with a flame their own. He downs his whiskey, and she sets his glass by hers on the table and begins to work his second glove free, as slowly and gently as the first. The room darkens, even as her eyes burn all the brighter. You can imagine my disappointment when all I saw was an old white nag in a cage. Some poor whale's horns stuck on her head. That ain't real, I said, but Daddy, he just stood there, laughing with all these other fools. She drapes his gloves over the whiskey glasses. Her hands settle in her lap, her feet crossed at the ankles where she perches on the lounge. They all knew it was fake, but they didn't care. They didn't come to see magic, didn't want to believe in anything their pocketbooks couldn't afford. Even if it had been a unicorn, if flowers had sprung up beneath its hooves, would they have seen it? Wanted that? Do any of us want proof that the world is a damn sight more mysterious than the price of admission? Do you, Mr. Redfern? I require no proof of that, he wants to say, but his tongue is thick, his mouth dry. Anyway, she says, what did any of us ever do to deserve a unicorn? She extends her hands, palms up, her nails unpainted, her fingers long and delicate. His hands drop into hers like magnets finding metal. Tell me about your son, she says. Little Charlie Redfern. He was a good boy. Stuck by his mother's side. She meant to teach him piano when he was old enough. The medium's eyes close. Redfern watches her chest rise and fall beneath her pajamas. Go on. He was 4 when it happened. Her breathing shallows. How? How did it happen? Redfern hesitates, remembering those few terrible moments that had finally eclipsed the old nightmares, given him new ones. His heart beats faster, as does hers. They're beating in time together. She tightens her grip on his hands. He shuts his eyes, too, and though he doesn't speak the memory aloud, it passes from him to her like a current through their joined hands, a memory of smoke billowing black, the smell of hot rosin, the shudder of the copper kettle as Euphemia faints, and a woodsman cries, "No foam!" the signal to release the boiling rosin through the open furnace gate, down the sluice, 200 degrees hot. Molten pitch pouring through the sieves and into the rough, pebbled wood of the trough, there among the last of the unfiltered leaves and bark in that pool of yellow amber. His boy, washed beneath it, and there is screaming, and old Ishmael Green is fishing at the boy with a dipping pole, and Redfern's shoving him aside, dropping to his belly, hands plunging in to claw at little Charlie's bare skin, his arms dragging him from the pitch, and the pitch drips from his hair like blazing hot honey, and Redfern's fingers are blistering as he rolls the boy onto his back, and his face, his tiny face, like meat boiled off the bone. "Papa?" the medium says. Redfern's eyes jolt open. He tries to let go of the woman's hands, but her fingers have locked his, and her eyes are open, too, and they are no longer copper, no longer bright. Instead, they're twin black holes, and when Delphine Averroes speaks again, it is not with her voice, but the voice of a child, his child. "Papa, how?" "How what?" Redfern says, a hoarse whisper. "How am I here?" Trembling all over, Redfern gathers himself. Mind splitting open, he fears that vast chasm between reason and want. Terror, love, rising up to fill it. "Where are you, Charlie boy?" "Where is here?" "It's blue, like water." "Blue?" "Blue forever. Where's Mama, Papa? Where's Hank?" Redfern swallows thickly. "They're home, son. I want Mama." "She isn't here now, Charlie." "My friend promised," the little boy inside the woman says. "Who promised what? Who was your friend, Charlie?" A struggle behind the medium's countenance. Her eyes clinched shut as the words wrench free of her like a blade from splintered wood. "Your friend, too." Her hands tighten around Redfern's, and the sensation that passes into him, rocks him, is like a cold plunge into a winter sea. Briny, freezing, shocking. Redfern gasps, and in the seconds that follow, time collapses like a sinkhole, and he sees what she sees, memories that are not his, but some other entity's, sluicing out of her and into him. Darkness. A field of stars, expanse of space. One star dislodging, falling through flame into water. Pretty blue, Papa. Light, warmth, consciousness, the ocean's cold arms. A shape, oblong and soft as gelatin, cupped in a plantain leaf, beating, pulsing, withering, fading, passing from hand to hand amid the cry of gulls and the flap of sails, stowed away in a small dark space, forgotten, burrowing into itself, and drifting in the cold black of the long sleep until hunger awakens it, bursting out of a wooden box, buried in the earth beneath a tree where the greedy, bloodthirsty sailors who found it, fed it, meant for it to stay forever forgotten. Now, into sunlight, to swim through fresh water, the mud beds of the river where giant catfish drift and alligators go eeling through the gloom. But here the blood is cold, not warm, and it craves the hot, rich earth, like a seed, crawls, sopping onto land. This bloodshot orb, with its long, slick body, that moves, worm-like, seeking heat and the blood of things that walk and run. Egrets that step unwittingly into its maw and break between its teeth, dragged down into its nest as slowly over time it grows, ever reaching for the light, seeking those who would stumble upon it to serve. Blood and godhood, the only pleasures it has ever known, its massive mind a lockbox of memories. Like mine, Papa. You buried me in the ground, but I'm not there anymore because it's in the ground too, and it came for me. And now it tells me stories about you and the things you did, about all those men in the tent and the fire, and about the scary catfish man with the pistol who wanted to hurt you. Why don't you do those things anymore, Papa? Why don't you feed it food like you did once with Grandpa George? You try to forget, and it says it's mad at you, and now it's found someone new to talk to, and I'm going to talk to her too, Papa. Mama. It's going to let me see Mama again. A lockbox of souls to feed upon, so it can grow even more, dig deep into the earth, and put down roots, the medium says. Her eyes spring open, their hands untangle, Redfern's sweating and pale. She too is drenched, beads of perspiration along her nose, her chin, her collarbone. "What is it?" she whispers. "This thing you're feeding." But he only staggers up beneath the weight of this ghastly revelation. His boy, buried in the ground, in a coffin, roots in that ground, roots that are not roots, piercing little Charlie, like it pierced those 13 men in the sick tent. Why don't you do those things anymore, Papa? Eating him? Something worse? He remembers how the Swede's dead eyes had opened, his jaw unhinged, as if the tendrils snaking through him were the fingers of some hideous hand thrust inside a puppet. It's found someone new to talk to. Euphemia. Ask me what I've done. He snatches at his gloves, tugs them on, the medium breathless and horror-struck as Redfern opens the parlor door, pushes past the butler, and flees into the night. 1989. July 7th. They leave in the wee hours of the morning, the boy still in his underwear, Nellie shoeless in a t-shirt and shorts. She grabs her keys and purse from the telephone table, and as the house key turns in the front door lock, doubt rocks her, almost topples her. Are you crazy? You're half naked. It's the middle of the night, and this is your home. But Max is already in the Ranger, watching her through the passenger window, and one look at his face convinces her they have to go. Whatever it was, she didn't imagine it. Didn't hallucinate it. She saw it. One night. It's just for one night. Minutes later, the Rangers thumping over the South Creek wash, passing the distillery gate, and they're at the highway, idling, Nellie's foot on the brake, dark road stretching away toward the lights of town. The pickup's headlights knife into the field, where fireflies drift among the shaggy roadside grass. Her hand is bleeding, a shard of lamp still stuck there. She plucks it out. Mom? What comes next? It's your house, goddammit. This is crazy. Mom, where are we going? She doesn't answer, just cranks the window down, tosses the sliver of lamp into the grass, then mashes the accelerator with her bare foot and wheels away while she still can. Max hugs himself and pulls his knees up and stretches his t-shirt over his legs and tells her about the doll, EAR, found beneath the map he'd drawn of the first floor, how the cellar door was torn into a jagged mouth, how the pencil was covered with a sticky residue, like the piano. He tells her about the girl in the window, how hers was a cat face like those cut out of August Redfern's dead trees, how he saw the same horned shape beneath the sheet in the parlor tonight. He tells her that dry, scrabbling sound is downstairs too in the cellar, behind the coal closet door. Nellie listens, eyes fixed on the lights of town ahead. She wrings the steering wheel until it's slick with blood from her palm. She asks only one question: why in God's name didn't you say anything, Max? And the answer he gives is so obvious she feels a fool for even asking. Would you have believed me? Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. By the time they're on the bypass, nearing the motel, Max is staring out the window. Once, he presses a finger to his nose, like he sometimes does when it's about to bleed, but Nellie can't see a single drop. The old man behind the desk at the Budget Inn eyes her with a mix of curiosity and suspicion as she signs the register with her bloody hand. Cheeks paint-spattered, shoeless, braless in a Roxy Music t-shirt, Nellie says nothing, just hands over the cash for the room, takes the key, and pads out through the double glass doors. She feels the old man's eyes until she pulls out from under the broken brick portico. They cruise past rooms with doors yet open, TVs shedding ghostly light. Everyone here, she thinks, is a permanent resident. Room 14. The bed's a rickety queen. She locks the door, cranks the air conditioning, and Max falls straight away into bed, into sleep. Nellie sits on the edge of the tub and washes her feet, cleans her cut hand in the sink. When she's done, she slides beneath the covers, scoots close to Max. Her boy in trouble. Her boy with secrets. And once again, here's Nellie thinking it's all about her. The shape of him against her is pleasant, reassuring, so she wraps her arms around him and falls asleep. Morning, and with it comes a plan. They drive back to the house. Max sits in the car while Nellie goes inside. Upstairs, she dresses quickly, slips on fresh underwear, a long-sleeved shirt, jeans. She gathers clothes for Max into her duffel, along with toothbrushes, toothpaste, and, on impulse, her zippered makeup bag. She pulls her hair back into a ponytail on the stairs and snags a box of Pop-Tarts from the pantry. She does not look at the cellar door or the canvas painting in the map room, but she lingers at the parlor, the air in there still smelling faintly of pine, the piano still sticky, the stool too. But there are no sounds, no creaks, no scrabbling, no sudden bursts of Kenny and Dolly. This morning, Redfern Hill is just a house shot through with early gray light. She resists the temptation to stay, to pretend, to ignore, to convince herself that she's just tired, mentally exhausted, traumatized by the last 10 years even. Excuses, she thinks. All of them excuses to avoid confronting the problem. You're good at excuses, she tells herself on the way out the door. You've had a lifetime of practice. Noon. One more corner, another block past narrow dirt drives and cinder block houses, and Nellie pulls the Ranger into the turnout of a house shingled in white asbestos. A sagging front porch and a bald, square yard wrapped in chain link, grass shaded by the wide boughs of a pin oak. The Ranger idles, fan belt shrieking. The garage doors are swung open, a rusted Dodge missing its tailgate parked inside, and "I support Georgia law enforcement" sticker on the bumper. The bed of the truck is a mountain of aluminum cans. Garbage bags are heaped by the kitchen steps on the side of the house, one torn open and drawing flies. She cuts the engine, and Max reaches for his seatbelt, but before he can unbuckle it, Nellie puts a hand over his. "Hang on, I need a minute." She rolls her sleeves down from her elbows, then buttons the cuffs at her wrists, then flips the visor down and takes out a lipstick from her bag, puts it on, stares at herself, smears the lipstick away, shuts her eyes, drops her head. "Mom? I'm okay, The kitchen door opens, and an old man in Dickies shuffles out, tall and long-limbed, frame broad, and in it, Nellie sees the ghost of a man she remembers, her hawk-nosed and gangly father. His hair is thin and his cheeks are sunken. Heavy half-moons of flesh hang beneath his eyes. He bends over to brush a plastic milk jug back into the torn bag at his feet. "Is that him?" Max asks. "That's him." Hank Redfern looks up from his garbage, stares, raises a hand. That same hand shakes, pouring coffee, so Nellie pours it herself. Hank sits at the small round kitchen table where Nellie remembers eating things spooned out of styrofoam, cold biscuits soaked in hot sauce, as her mother slept in a fog of morphine in Nellie's bedroom down the hall. In the living room, Max has plopped himself on the floor to watch TV, a little Magnavox on a wire cart. On a stand beside it, a houseplant thrives, bright green Walmart sticker still on the pot. A window unit AC blasts cold air above the couch where Nellie slept some nights when Ruth Redfern lay dying. The house is smaller but brighter, somehow, than she remembers. "Get me a Coke?" Hank says. Nellie opens the fridge and sees a shelf full of Dr. Peppers. The same shelf where Hank always kept his beer. She sits down across from him, holds her lukewarm coffee with both hands, noticing, as he pops the ring on his soda, that his fingernails are as long as ever. a jeweler's hands, but grown ragged, broken, no longer filed and sharp. Once, even drunk, he could turn the smallest of screws with those nails. "You retired?" she asks. Hank takes a pack of Marlboros from a zippered pocket and slides a seashell ashtray close, scrawled on the shell, "My butt got burned in Daytona Beach." He lights the cigarette with a bic and draws hard. He scratches at his face, heavy white grizzle a few days out from becoming a beard. "I tinker part-time. Small engines. Gave up clocks. No patience for it anymore. Anyway, what's a digital watch?" He coughs, and the cough becomes a fit that leaves him red-faced. "How long you been back?" "Few days. Divorced?" He says it like it was only a matter of time. But her voice keeps even, controlled. "Getting there." He smokes. "We're up at the house." Hank's eyes cut her, sharp. "Sell it." He thumps ash in the shell. She sips her coffee. It's bitter. She puts it down. "Lonnie Baxter paid me a visit the other day. They broke the prick mold when they made him." "Yeah, well, he's got a hard-on for that place so big you could sell it by the board foot." Hank grunts. "Sell it to him, then. He deserves it." "And I don't?" "No one deserves that place." "When did you get so cryptic, Dad?" "When I quit drinking." He sips his Dr. Pepper. "How long's it been?" "I had a bout of appendicitis about a year back. Nearly killed me. I let it go too long. Took it for a bad case of beer shits. That was what they call down at the VFW a come-to-Jesus moment." "All things considered, you look good." Nellie is surprised. She means it. "I look like an old ex-drunk, Saul." "What's Lonnie after?" Hank stubs his cigarette, reaches into his coveralls and takes out another, lights up again. "Maybe you should quit that too?" "And what, chew gum? I'd sooner blow my brains out." "I can't sell the house, Dad. Right now it feels like the only thing I've ever had I can call mine." "Not the only thing." He nods at the living room, where Max is on his belly in front of the TV, chin cradled in his hands, shotgun red on the Nashville network. "Money you'd get from Baxter, you and the kid could go anywhere." "You could have gone anywhere. But you came back." "I didn't have anything after the war. This place was all I knew. God help me. You don't know about it. That was always your problem, what you thought you knew and what you didn't know at all, you and your mama." "Don't talk about Mama." He falls silent, turns up his Dr. Pepper. Half of it's gone in a single swig. "It can't be the trees he wants," she says. "The old groves, they're all dead. A lot of dead things in those woods." Suddenly she's thinking about the bear in the creek, the empty cabins in the meadow, the words scratched there, "bad place." And the house? Any dead things there? He eyes her over the rim of his soda. "A few." "Mr. Hank?" They look up. Max stands in the doorway. "Where's your bathroom?" Hank hooks a thumb over his shoulder.
"Hallway, second door on the left."
Max says, "Excuse me," as he slips past them. "Seems like a good boy," Hank says. "It's a wonder." Hank crunches his can. "I reckon you'd know from bad." He pushes up from the table, opens the fridge, rummages out another Dr. Pepper. Nellie jerks at the pop hiss of it cracking open. Hank's Adam's apple bobs like a cork as he drinks. "You're going to kill your prostate." "Make a match set with my lungs and liver." He sets the can down, belches, picks up his cigarette, tips the ash. "Who in the family played piano?" Hank sucks his teeth. "Agatha." "It was bought for Charlie, but he—" Hank hesitates, takes a breath. "He died before it got delivered." She hears it, the old stutter, had almost forgotten how bad it got, those drunken nights when he was raving. She had an old hymnal, taught herself to play songs out of it." "What happened to her?" "Run off, like me." Each question now is one step farther on cracking ice. "Where'd you go?" Lied about my age, joined the service. He's sweating, big drops rolling down the sides of his face. What about Agatha? Where'd she go? Hank opens his mouth as if to answer. His lips form the start of something. But whatever it is, it lodges tight behind his teeth, and eventually he only shakes his head and looks away, his eyes gone glassy. They flick to a corner of the kitchen where a mousetrap is baited, set to spring, and Nellie watches him struggle with the memory of something huge and terrible, a memory that cuts to the heart of who her father is, and why he is, and why he will never be all that she ever hoped he would. It's beyond her. Beyond them both, maybe, to understand, to fix. And so they sit quietly as the TV mutters in the other room, and ghosts circle the kitchen table like sharks. Max goes softly down the hall of his grandfather's house. The first room to his right is filled with boxes and junk, its pine-paneled walls painted white. He stops here, his eyes cut to the window, the molding and sill and frame, all the same flat color. No curtains, no shade, just the faint, old smells of dust and cardboard. He glances at the bathroom door across the hall. It's not a lie, he does have to pee. But there are things to look at in the dim hallway, and so Max goes snooping. He starts with a series of hung pictures, prints faded behind dusty glass. His mother is a girl, in Buster Browns and with a pink bicycle with training wheels. In one, she wears corduroy and a heavy winter coat and a hat, and stands beside a melting snowman with coal eyes and a carrot nose. Mr. Hank's there with her, smiling. Next to these, a woman who must have been Max's grandmother, Ruth Redfern, sitting on a porch swing, leaning forward, limbs long and bird-like, cat eyeglasses, a green flower print dress and house shoes, a cigarette between her fingers. Max moves along the wall to the end of the hall, a doorway. He glances back toward the kitchen, the pop of a ring tab being pulled on a can. He edges the door open, finds himself in his grandfather's bedroom. The bed is made neatly. A window sheds sunlight over a round, antique table. Beside it, a brown chair. In the chair, a thick black Bible. On the wall, a framed, blue-eyed Christ carries a lamb, the shepherd bringing home the stray. On the table, beside a framed picture of Ruth, is the sepia-tinted portrait of a child, not much older than Max. The little girl sits primly on the porch steps at Redfern Hill, back straight, her neck long and slender. She wears a ruffled dress and polished black shoes and holds a chicken in her lap. He tries to remember the features of that weird, jagged face in the upstairs window. He reaches out, touches the picture. The smile, he thinks. The smile is the same. E-A-R, he says softly. Voices behind him, floorboards creaking. Nellie and Mr. Hank appear in the bedroom doorway. They stop when they see him. Mr. Hank says nothing, eyes moving from the boy to the picture, back to the boy. "Max?" Nellie says. "Sorry, I must have missed the bathroom." Mr. Hank takes 2 steps back, reaches into an open doorway and flicks on a light. "Here." Embarrassed red, Max slips inside and shuts the door. Hank shuffles into Nellie's old bedroom, now a junk room, the worthless accumulation of a widower's regrets, things an old man has little use for but cannot bear to let go, mostly Ruth Redfern's old clothes, boxes packed and taped and labeled Salvation Army in black marker, bits and pieces of a life like broken glass in Nellie's gut. She looks at the walls as Hank riffles through a box or two, notes the paint, which would have covered over the stubborn smells of medicine and sickness. The carpet has been ripped out too, bare board beneath. "Here it is." From a high shelf in Nellie's closet, Hank takes down a cardboard box, smaller than the rest, and sets it on the floor at her feet. Nellie hunkers down and digs through it. A baby quilt. Her own. A Roy Tan cigar box full of tattered photographs of her mother. Ruth's Zippo, emblazoned with a crucifix. A snick every time she lit up, before the lighter vanished into her hip pocket like a magician's coin. Across the hall the toilet flushes. Nellie tosses the lighter back into the box. There's nothing here I want. Memory lane. Always was a dead end for us. The shadows are long outside when they say their goodbyes. Max gives the old man a dutiful hug, and Hank seems surprised. After, Max waits in the ranger's cab, seatbelt fastened. Nellie makes no move to show any physical affection, and Hank makes no assumptions. "If you won't stay," he says, as Nellie turns away, "at least look out for the boy." His words feed the dread that's burned in her breast since Max fell from the tree. "I always do. There's something—" But he stops. "What is it?" She steps toward him, her voice low. "What do you know, Dad?" "Just keep clear of the—" "Clear of what?" He takes a deep breath. "Dad?" "Cellar," he finally says. Then he turns and goes back up the steps and into his house. She gets into the pickup and cranks the engine. "Are we going back to the motel now?" Max asks. "No," she says, surprising herself. "We aren't." They turn onto Redfern Road. Max is quiet, wiping at his nose, though there is no blood. Nellie's thinking, turning over old memories. The last full day she spent at Redfern Hill in the summer of 1975. She and her grandfather had gone into the woods, and he had taken her up above North Creek, shown her a place, said some things, crazy things. He was old, confused, broken by regret and failure. "It's stupid," Max says suddenly, jolting her out of her thoughts. "What?" "It's stupid to come back. In movies, people always go back, and it's never good." "It's our house, kiddo. Like it or not. We live here, and this isn't a movie. We saw what we saw. I saw what I saw." "I agree. We saw what we saw. You saw some weird shit. I saw some weird shit. We both saw some weird shit. We saw weird shit. No one's denying that, but if you've got termites, or spiders, or rats, or a leaky roof, you don't just leave and never come back. You deal with it. We've got a problem here, and we've got to deal with it. A ghost isn't a rat." "Max, there's no such—" She hits the brake. The truck skids to a stop. Ahead, the shallow South Creek trickles over the road. The rat. That first night, the rat was covered in something, just like— "What is it, Mom?" "Let's have another look at that bear." She opens her door. But the bear is gone, a hollow where its body lay. The roots are mostly gone, too. All that remains in the orange silt are a handful of husks that crumble like cicada shells when Nellie tows them. All around the creek beds are holes, bubbling as water seeps into them. They remind Max of crab holes at Myrtle Beach. He'd never been able to catch a single crab. Dad said he was too slow. Wade himself had caught 4 in a green plastic pail. He'd left them on the balcony of their hotel room overnight. By morning, seagulls had cracked them all open, left little claws and bits of shell strewn across the patio. Wade kicked the pieces off the balcony, laughing. "Mom, look!" Max points to a clump of roots on the far creek bank. 2, 3 shoots, young and new and light-colored, snared around the small body of a baby rabbit. The rabbit's legs are long, its ears short. Its little head is no bigger than a smooth brown stone. They step closer, the water sluicing around their sneakers. The rabbit yips and kicks once. "It's alive," Max says. "Do you have your knife?" He takes his Swiss Army knife from his pocket. The rabbit spasms as the roots tighten. The rabbit cracks, crunches. Max covers his ears, but the rabbit doesn't make any more sounds. Nellie draws close, and at the last second changes the blade for the scissors. Her hands are shaking. She snips the shoot at its thinnest point, about an inch from where it enters the rabbit's body. The reaction is sudden and fierce. The root uncoils from the rabbit and whips back into the ground. A piece still buried in the rabbit quivers. Max stares at it, repulsed and fascinated. It reminds him of a snake Wade killed in the yard. The snake got its head caught in a Coke can, couldn't get out. Wade chopped the body with a hoe, but both halves of the snake kept on squirming, the head still trying to free itself even as the body went still. Nellie grabs the rabbit by its foot. They trek back down the wash, and she tosses it in the ranger's bed. She puts her arms on the rail of the pickup, drops her head between her arms. "Mom, are you okay?" "The day I got stung, I saw something." The Winnebago. Nellie brakes in the gravel drive. She cuts the engine, gets out. Max follows her across the barbed wire fence, through the grass. He takes in the stove, the recliner, the pie plate light bulb. Nellie takes the blue key fob from her pocket and goes into the RV. She comes out with an empty mason jar and a pair of pliers. These she hands to Max, then reaches behind the metal step. She pulls out an old wooden peach crate which holds several gallon-size milk jugs. They're all empty save one, half full of a clear liquid. Nellie uncaps it, sniffs, snaps the pink plastic cap back on. Max watches, silent. He follows her back to the truck, where Nellie lowers the tailgate. She reaches for the rabbit, draws it to her. The root burrowed into its belly has ceased moving. She grips it with the pliers and yanks. Max looks away, but he still hears it, that sucking crunch. Nellie drops the root into the mason jar, slicked in blood and hair, and takes up the plastic jug and says, "Maybe stand back?" "What's going to happen?" "I don't know. Maybe nothing. Maybe something." He takes 2-3 steps back. Nellie holds the jar with one hand and uncaps the turpentine with her thumb. She takes a breath, then pours the turpentine into the jar. The root only floats up, hangs perfectly still in a cloud of pink and brown. Why wouldn't it? It's a root. Jesus, Nellie. But the memory is there. August Redfern's jars. They hate it. You can hear 'em scream. Listen. She caps the jar quickly, then raises it to her ear, holds it there, listening. "Mom? Shh!" Swirling it in the fading sunlight. "I don't hear anything." Then it's just a root. "Mom, you're freaking me out." Something shrieks. A tiny cry like a mouse in peril. They both hear it. Nellie drops the jar. It shatters on the gravel, and the air fills instantly with the stink of turpentine. Amid the broken glass, the thing that is not a root is flapping, a slick worm with an underbelly of bristly legs that push out from its segmented body, each leg trimmed in tiny mouths with tiny teeth that glint like needles. "Oh, Mom, what is it? What is that thing?" She feels a wave of nausea, brought on by sheer revulsion, as the root spasms and rolls like a limbless baby in a film strip she once saw way back in high school. This baby pitching around and screaming on a blanket, and it's like that now, this thing in the throes of a mad, mindless fury. The shriek ratchets down as its little feelers scrabble for purchase, and it uses its teeth to burrow worm-like into the dirt, leaving Nellie and Max to stand in stunned silence behind the truck. A warm evening breeze ruffles their hair as the sun bleeds vermilion over Redfern Hill. 1923. August 12th. Redfern takes the train from Savannah back to Brunswick and drives the Model T from the docks. It's mid-morning when he turns onto Redfern Road and careens toward the distillery. He's well on his way to drunk and hasn't shaved in 2 days. He stops at the mill and stalks past the men into the cooper's shed, where he snags a shovel. He throws it in the bed of the pickup and drives to the cemetery. There, he hurls the blade into the earth of little Charlie's grave and begins to dig. He digs for 2-3 hours until the dirt and red clay are piled high. He takes off his coat and gloves, throws them on the grass, and keeps on digging. After an eternity, muscles burning, legs quivering, ruined hands, raw and bleeding, he hits the boy's pine coffin, or what's left of it. The shovel crunches through the softened lid. Redfern bends down in the grave and clears the mud and dirt from the lid and uses his hands to tear it free, and at last his fingers touch little Charlie's face. Redfern begins to make noises then, noises he isn't even aware he's making, a kind of grunting, whimpering, choking noise. The boy's eyes are gone. In their place, a pair of long black roots that twine into him from the walls of his grave, hideous couplings between Charlie's skull and the earth. The roots have grown up from the ground into his body, through the lining of the coffin, through his little dark suit, penetrating bone and what rags of rotted flesh remain. The smell in the summer heat is rich and horrible. Maggots in the cheeks, the hollows of his boy's collarbones, a crown of roots fanning out from the boy's head like some monstrous religious icon. Redfern slumps in the grave and weeps and clutches his son and hears no comforting voice, no soothing wind in the pines. Later that day, he staggers into the house, smelling of liquor and death. He's covered in dirt, a new and meager resolve in his breast. He will kill it. Somehow he will destroy it. This dweller in the woods, even if he has to tear it out of the ground with his own 2 mangled hands, if he has to spend the rest of his life hacking and cutting and burning, though his business may fail, his fortunes collapse. Euphemia sits at her writing desk in the library, cast in red by the colored pane. Her pen hovers over a sheet of stationery, the nib bleeding black ink. He stands in the doorway until she turns to look at him. Her hair is pulled back tight, severe. She wears a new chambray shirt tucked in, and a belt and field boots fresh out of the box. She's young, red-cheeked, beautiful, but her eyes are steely. She folds her letter, slips it into an envelope, and lifts the lid of her desk. Inside, among her things, the brownie camera he gave her years ago, put away as if it were a child's plaything. Perhaps he'd meant it that way, a toy to keep her happy, to keep her from causing him trouble. "I want to talk to you," she says, not yet facing him. She closes her desk and lights a match and holds it over a red candle, drips wax onto the envelope to seal it with a stamp, the letter R, in a pine cone. He crosses the room to sit in a slash of yellow under the north-facing window. "I've just written my father a letter informing him that we will refuse any inheritance of money, land, or business upon his death." She blows out the match. "I want nothing more of his. From this day forward, our fortunes will be our own." Turning, she sees him, the dirt on his hands, his clothes. "August?" He fixes his gaze on a knot in the hardwood floor and does not look elsewhere. He takes his flask from his pocket, drinks. "What have you done?" A razor's edge of caution in her voice, as if she were speaking to a demented man. Redfern blinks at her. "What did you do with him?" "Who?" "The man in the barn." "Are you drunk, August?" "Tell me." "I think you know what I did with the man in the barn, don't you?" "It's eating our boy," Redfern bellows. "Yes," she says. Cool, cold, she doesn't move. "But don't pretend it's somehow my doing. You would have both died if I hadn't. I wish I had," she says plainly. Then, as if there is other business to discuss, she puts the letter to her father, the candle and wax stamp, the book of matches, all away in her desk. Now where have you been the last 2 days? He makes no answer, just drinks. She sits back in her chair, crosses a leg, picks at a fingernail. You should know I'm going to be taking a greater interest in our business affairs. Are you? Yes. For example, Ishmael Green is sick. I spoke. He's not sick. He's dying. Yes, he is. I spoke with him today. You did. I went to the camp and sat with him in his cabin. He's quite bedridden. Has been for over a week. I told him that you were away on business and wanted me to ask him a very important question in your stead. That question being, have you made plans for your interment? Oh, Effie. To which the old man teared up and said to me that he had never had a home so good as this one, and that he would like to be buried here if Mr. Redfern would allow it. You can't. I told him that Mr. Redfern would be honored. I told him that he would be the first woodsman to be buried in a woodsman's cemetery, so that no man ever has to endure the indignity of a pauper's grave. I even told him where you wanted it to be, August. Right there, on the little knoll that overlooks the river, where the men sometimes worship in the dawn of a Sunday morning. Green Hill Cemetery, we'll call it, I said. It's wretched. I'm going to take care of us, August. I want you to know that, because you have proven that you cannot. To hell with you, he mutters. There is also the matter of Barlow. What of him? I need you to find him. Why? The man who came into the house the day Charlie died, he did not force the door. He opened it. So, every door was locked, August, as they have been ever since the threats began. I told you this. I check the doors morning, noon, and night. Someone gave away a key. She reaches into her pocket and holds up a single key. She tosses it to him. He catches it stupidly. It was in the lock. The Sullivan girl found it. It could have been... But he stops. No, it was him. No one else has a key. What happened to Charlie was not Barlow's fault. He was holding the boy's hand, wasn't he? It was an accident. Charlie's hand just slipped away in the confusion. Jesus, Effie, he's my friend. He's your employee, August, one who has sizable gambling debts to Jasper Hawley's uncle. That's right. The sheriff told me yesterday. I spoke to him while you were gone. On business. The fact is, Barlow had every reason to open that door for Hawley's men, and I have every reason to ask you to do this. You horrible bitch. I ought to go out there right now and set those goddamn woods on fire. You have to do this, August. His voice breaks. Why? Because if you don't... Beyond the open library door, a board creaks. Euphemia's eyes cut to the foyer, her mouth a tight line. Franny? She calls. A breath's hesitation, then Franny Sullivan enters, holding the hand of 5-year-old Henry Redfern. The boy is dressed in threadbare corduroy, little suspenders over a white shirt. One thumb is in his mouth, bitten between his teeth. His gaze shifts from his mother to his father. Beg your pardon, Ma'am, but little Henry here wanted to say hello to Mr. Redfern. Euphemia sits back stiffly in her chair to wait. Redfern's eyes stay on the floor as Franny hunkers down beside the boy and whispers in his ear. When he doesn't respond, she eases the hand from his mouth and dries his thumb on her skirt, then points him in Redfern's direction. Henry crosses the room slowly, puts his tiny hands on the arm of the chair, and Redfern looks at him. Henry's lips purse as he tries to speak, but no sound comes. Pa, he finally gasps. Papa. Redfern touches the boy's cheek with a dirty hand. Go back to Franny. The girl has already crossed the room to gather the boy into her arms. She kisses his cheek, whisks him away up the stairs. One last drink, and Redfern stands, capping his flask. Euphemia holds her gaze on her husband, like a knife. He weaves across the room, boots trailing dried mud across the planks. Do it, August, Euphemia calls after him, or our end will be the same as Charlie's." He freezes in the doorway, half turning like a man who has heard the sound of his own death, hard on his heels. Then he staggers out onto the porch, where he drops to the steps in a heap and hangs his head in his hands. The hours creep into late day, and Ishmael drifts between consciousness and dreaming. It's Eli's turn to sit with him, while James works. They've wrangled a deal with Barlow. One works, the other plays nurse. That's how the big bastard put it. In truth, it's how Eli feels, because he can do nothing to ease the old man's pain, lying there under a threadbare quilt and shivering in the August heat. The fire burns in the stove, and still the old man shivers. Eli drips sweat until his clothes are soaked through, and the little cabin fills with the stink of him. Pop can't smoke his pipe for lack of breath, can't read for lack of strength to hold a book. His arms are rail thin. What can I do in the face of that but play? At least James can read to him. So yeah, Eli would rather be out in the fields, scraping gum into barrels all day, than sitting here with a front row seat to his beautiful Pop's long, terrible end. Today, when the Redfern woman came round, dressed like she's the boss, the old man actually sat up to greet her, weak as he was. She, with her leather boots and her starched collar, lilac scent trailing after her, bending over the bed, holding Pop's hand like she knew him croaking out what words he could, mostly saying how grateful he was for all they'd done. Him saying that, and here we sit in a hot box on a white man's land, nothing more than when we got here 4 years back, but calluses and scars. Half the men they'd started with had come and gone after 1 season. Most of the rest, men with wives and children, were gone in 2, except us and them poor Irish suckers. Eli listened to her as long as he could, until that shit about Green Hill Cemetery. Then he stepped off the wall. "Ma'am, beg your pardon, but I believe he might be give out." "Of course." She stood and bent low over the bed and kissed his father on his forehead. She offered her hand when she walked out. Eli didn't take it, just looked off at the door, sweat dripping. Not a drop on her. "Mr. Green," she said, and went on her way. "Green Hill, my ass," he said after she left. But the old man didn't hear. He was already asleep. James comes out of the woods along Camp Road 20 minutes after the wagon drops the others. He comes slowly. Eli gets out of Ishmael's rocker and steps out from the eave of the porch to get a look at him, and sees James pressing his hand to his head, and Eli knows something isn't right. Eli meets him in the field. Halfway across, Eli can see the blood, dark and crusted on James's scalp above his right eye. "Let me look at you." Eli grabs at him. "Get off, it's nothing." "Barlow did this." Eli's steaming. He looks around as if the horseman could be somewhere in the camp. Woe to him if he is. "Hit me so hard I saw stars." "Come on over here." Eli leads James to the well, draws up a bucket, dips a handkerchief from his back pocket into the bucket and squeezes it over his brother's head. "We gotta keep that brain of yours safe." "So it can write them books, yeah?" James takes the handkerchief, wets it again, touches it to his scalp. "How's Pop?" "Pop's Pop. He ain't worse." Some cracker woodsman who's been here about a week hollers from his porch, "Hey you, don't you foul that water!" Eli mutters, "Motherfucker, I'll foul you." The brothers look at each other and laugh. "Let's go." James says, "I need food." They start for the porch, but Eli stops him. "There's something I gotta tell you before we go in." "Okay?" They walk over to the knoll, to the half-log benches, and sit, their backs to the sun, the sky before them darkening with clouds. Against them, a rainbow making its bow beyond the treetops across the river. "Lady Redfern came today," Eli says, using James's nickname for her of late. "Came here? To see Pop. Said she wants him to be buried here, on their land. Said she wants to make this spot, right here, into a woodsman's cemetery. Said she wants to call it Green Hill." where all men may find dignity in death as they did in life. Her words. No shit. No shit. What did Pop say? You know, Pop, all he ever wanted was a home. James's throat tightens. Yeah, well, Eli says, it don't smell right to me. James wipes his eyes, looks out at the dark river. Me neither. He looks over his shoulder at the strangers that now inhabit the camp, the chickens that roam, unpenned, fly-covered deerskins drying on racks, beer bottles lodged in the mud below this very spot where no one any more comes to pray. Carved into the very bench where they now sit a word James has not heard or been called since Arkansas. He touches his scalp. Barlow. The man was drunk and railing, furious. Things here have turned, James says. I'm glad to hear you say it. You know Pop can't make a trip. He can't even get out of bed to piss. He's going to die real soon in that bed, James. Tears instead of words now, and James looks out at the river as they run down his cheeks. Franny? Eli asks. James shakes his head. She's up there at the house now. Said Lady Redfern needs her to look after the little one. She ain't going anywhere. Then it's you and me, brother. James reaches out, puts his arm around Eli, and Eli puts his arm around James. The camp at their backs as the sun goes down, rolling in across the river, a shroud of rain. Evening. A roar of rain on the tin roof like a stampede of horses as Euphemia brews the coffee. Fills Redfern full of it and sends him off in a slicker, her father's Browning shotgun in a leather sleeve laced to his saddle. The old cap-and-ball pistol in his gunny sack. She watches until the silver curtain envelops him, then goes inside and shuts and locks the door. Henry is asleep upstairs, fed and bathed. Franny asleep next door, in what would have been Charlie's room. Euphemia opens the cellar door and descends the stairs in the dark, guided by the faint, ethereal glow that whispers from beneath the coal closet door. She reaches into her pocket, inserts a heavy iron key, and opens the door. The light shines out from the hole in the earth, not much bigger than a washbowl, blue as the ocean shot through with sun. Not very deep, not yet. She's only just started. Last night. She takes up her shovel from where it leans against the brick wall and jams the blade into the hole and shovels out a heap of black dirt. The light grows brighter. Mama. On into the night she digs until the room shines with the promise of good days yet to come. After the rain, out of the forge of the hot August night, the woods and fields and farmland sizzle. Williford's barn slumps at the edge of his derelict cotton field, a harsh yellow light shining out between the slats as wagons and horses and a Ford truck or two draw up. Doors slam. Backs are clapped. Cigarettes lit. Someone brings a fiddle and strikes a tune, and someone else snatches the fiddle and breaks it against the side of the barn. And the night's first violence commences. Fists and motherfuckers and more to come. Redfern tethers his mount and steps through a narrow side door into a din of men in field clothes and dungarees. He works his way around the outside of the crowd, climbs the ladder to the hayloft, and hangs from it like a mast. Toughs line the loft and swing their heavy boots out in space, hand-rolled smokes between their lips. Down below, men shout and yip and jostle, and fingers fly, bets and numbers are chalked up on a board behind the next pair of sour-faced entrants, holding their birds for inspection. Williford walks back and forth and inspects the cocks, which must be properly trimmed and without soap or grease. Soon, all eyes and ears and pulses will be trained on the hex wire pit at the center of the barn, a rough circle framed up by jagged boards and bits of an old house door. The floor inside it, a litter of hay and feathers and blood. Redfern hops down, catches Williford by the arm and yells into his ear, "You seen Barlow? He was around. Saw him head out a while ago." "Shit. All right. You best watch it, Gus. There's some boys here tonight come up from Waycross. More of that Holly bunch. Ennis with 'em? He is. Where? Last I saw, they's all out back drinkin'. Redfern edges on around past the fighters, one of whom holds his bird upside down and blows cigarette smoke into its face. Back out the front, Redfern slips around the side of the barn, past an old harrow that hasn't seen use in years. He walks quietly up to the corner, stops when he hears an explosive sputter, then laughter, followed by a voice that cracks adolescent. "Shit! What's wrong, Frankie? Too strong? Too strong?" The boy answers, "Fuck me, that shit'll about strip paint." Gagging, retching laughter. "Give it," a voice says, low and gruff, and Redfern knows it. He edges close enough to peer around the corner, sees a flatbed wagon and 3 men piled into it, sitting on the sideboards, passing a heavy jug around. The man who holds it now holds it without the 3 fingers of his left hand. He wears a bowler hat. "Nothing wrong with that," Barlow says, lowering the jug. The boy, Frankie, hunches over in the long grass that grows up around the wagon's tongue. He straightens, wipes his mouth, a stain on the belly of his shirt. The 2 men in the wagon, who are not Barlow, elbow each other. "Little effer won't be slipping any slit-no-tongue tonight, will he, Dale?" "Hey, Ennis!" Out in the field, a 5th voice answers, low and rough and slightly nasal. "Yeah?" Redfern shrinks back. The cherry of a cigarette flares, behind it a short man with a half-bald pate and thin white curls above small ears. When the cigarette burns low, he's all but invisible in the moonless night. "What's that place you said we'd hit?" "Sally's." Ennis Hawley calls back. "Hey, Harp, reckon she got a whore apt to swap spit with little Frankie here after he's done puked up his guts?" Barlow, Redfern realizes, is tottering where he sits. "I didn't want this. I wanted to let you go, to tell her you ran. But here you are with these men who came into my home, and now my boy is dead." A hand falls on Redfern's shoulder, spins him round. "What's the rumpus, fella?" says the biggest man August Redfern has ever seen. And suddenly he's flying, thrust backward by huge arms into the weeds and dirt, and the men all fall silent. The big man, a mountain of flesh and denim, hauls Redfern up by his belt. "What you got there, Orrin?" Ennis asks. "A sneak," Orrin says. Ennis smokes as he wanders up, one hand in the bib of his overalls. The other men, Harp and Dale, hop out of the wagon, circle round behind Ennis. Barlow remains in the wagon long enough for Redfern to catch his eye, at which point he turns up the jug for one last pull, then hops over the edge and shambles off around the barn. Ennis says nothing, just gives the slightest of nods, and Orrin's arms slip beneath Redfern's and haul him up to hang like a man crucified as Harp and Dale wade in with fists. 3 or 4 blows, and Redfern hears a rib crack. "Let little Frankie take a turn now," Ennis says, cherry of his smoke flaring. The boy darts in and wallops Redfern's jaw, then dances away, shaking his hand. The men laugh. Orrin drops Redfern to the ground. They drift away, back toward the front of the barn. One of the men claps Frankie on the back. "Let's go break you off a piece, boy." Ennis lingers, smoking in the dark. Inside, a roar goes up as one bird ends another. "That's the thing about a fight," Ennis says. "Always a loser." He flicks his butt in the mud beside Redfern's cheek, grinds it dark with his shoe. Redfern shuts his eyes. He wakes later when the barn is quiet. Above, the stars shine coldly. He staggers up and finds his horse where he tied it, cropping the damp grass. He puts one boot in the stirrup, but can't pull himself up. So he just walks the horse across the field to the county road, and from there to the highway. A mile east, he turns onto a dirt road that snakes beneath a canopy of oaks. Off to his right, a river-bottom thicket of wild blackberry bushes and kudzu and cypress trees. He walks until he's close enough to hear the lilt of a piano, the twang of a guitar, and he knows then to lead the horse into the woods and tie it off. He snugs the pistol from his gunny into his waist, then draws the shotgun from its sheath, pats the horse on the neck, whispers sweetly to it, then limps across the road and follows the sound of music and laughter. The night is hung with stars, but moonless, which is how Redfern is able to creep up behind the house. He ducks beneath a window and peers between the tasseled shade and sill, sees a slice of clapboard wall and an old iron bed frame and two young gals and that boy Frankie naked, twined up and giggling. In a corner, seated in a chair, fully clothed, Ennis Hawley holds a glass of hooch in one hand and watches, perfectly still. The window is open 3 inches to let in a breeze, and Redfern sets his shotgun against the house and is reaching to push it up a little more when nearby a back door slaps open and the big man Orrin staggers out. Redfern ducks behind a choke cherry bush and watches him weave towards the woods, barefoot and naked, a marvel of muscle and flesh. Redfern hears what sounds like a horse pissing in the leaves, then changes tactics. He moves quickly and quietly to the back door, slips inside and closes it and throws the double deadlock. He stands in a narrow corridor of bedrooms, left and right. The far end opens onto a parlor where a half-clad redhead passes by like some bony alley stray. Redfern knows the layout. He came here once with Barlow in the weeks after Charlie died. The night was a blur of liquor and soppy sorrow, the stout horseman begging Redfern's forgiveness for not being faster, stronger, braver when the little boy went under the hot rosin. "Your hands, your hands!" Later, after the words dried up, Redfern let himself be led by the lanky proprietress into an awful, slick harbor that was not Euphemia's. He eases past the room where Ennis and the boy are, listens outside another until he hears the full-throated laughter of Harp and Dale, moves on, slipping through a curtain into a closet stocked with cigarettes and quart jars of liquor, when a door opens down the hall. Bodies pass, soft, padding feet. Another door opens and closes. The piano starts up in the parlor, a sad, wistful tune he cannot place. He slips out and into the room next door where he knows Barlow will be. And he is, sprawled, face down, naked, across a couch. The woman he favors, for reasons unfathomable to Redfern, reclines in her undergarments in a nearby bed, staring out the filmy window and smoking, flat dugs and cellulite arms. Sweet Rita, they call her. Sweet Rita chuckles when she sees Redfern. She's halfway to the moon herself, and the chuckle becomes a hack right quick. Redfern slings half a jar of Hawley hooch into Barlow's face. The horseman twitches, comes to. "Gus? Shit. Well, I'm fired, I reckon." Redfern sits down on the coffee table, shotgun across his knees. "Yeah, you're fired. But right now I need your help. Say sure." "Gus, Say sure, and you might live through this." Barlow cuts his eyes over Redfern's shoulder. Redfern whirls, and Sweet Rita is rushing him with a straight razor. He swings the shotgun and cracks the stock across her jaw, knocking out 2 teeth and sending her out cold and jiggling to the boards. He turns the gun on Barlow. "You owe me a debt for this shit. I want you to pay it. Right now, and maybe then we're square, so say sure." Barlow licks dry, cracked lips like a nervous cat, then says, "Sure, what I gotta do? Same thing you always do. Watch my back and help me hurt some sorry sons of bitches." Barlow sits up, puts a pillow over his dick. "I can do that. Get dressed." They wait until the house is dark and all chatter has ceased from the parlor and front porch, and the springs are silent in every room. They move quietly to Harp and Dale's room first. The men sleep in the same big bed, with Sally herself lying naked between them. Her eyes flash open and Redfern puts a finger to his lips, and she nods. He offers her his hand. Barlow waits, with the cap-and-ball pistol in his waistband, and holds the shotgun, while Redfern helps lift her out of the bed. "Round up all the girls you can, and get 'em out the door without making a sound," he whispers, close in her ear. "Go out the front." She slips into the hall. Redfern takes the shotgun back from Barlow and puts the barrel snug in Dale's open, snoring mouth. His eyes flash open and he tries to scoot up in the bed, but Redfern presses down hard and so he freezes, and Barlow steps up with the straight razor and clamps one hand over Harp's mouth and nose and cuts deep into his throat. Dale gags, whimpers, and tries to twist away, but Redfern only thrusts the gun deeper until the man's teeth crack and he can't breathe and he's pinned to the pillow as Barlow reaches down and seizes Dale's flaccid pecker, and the razor whisks cleanly through. And now Dale's trying to scream, but he's choking on his own spit and vomit, both hands on the barrel of the shotgun like it's the root of all sustenance. He passes out from shock, and they leave him to bleed. Down the hall now to Ennis's room. They ease open the door, and there on the bed, in shadow and red light shining from a lamp on the bedside table, are man and boy snugged together. The girl's long gone. Ennis is small and hairy and childlike himself. Redfern glances at the nightstand and dresser for a pistol, a weapon, something the old fox might surprise him with. He finds none, so he nods at the boy, and Barlow steps around that side of the bed. A floorboard creaks behind them. They turn, and Orrin stands in the doorway, naked still, a piece of chocolate cake in hand. Chocolate on his teeth, his lips. "Where'd you get cake?" Barlow asks. Redfern lifts the shotgun and fires. The big man is blown backward into the wall, a red smear of him left there, dripping as he slides down to the floor. They whirl, and the boy, Frankie, is kicking out of bed and dashing for the window, but Barlow snags him by the hair and drags him back, throws him to the floor. Ennis has rolled off onto the floor and yanks a Colt automatic from beneath the bed. Everything that happens next happens slowly, all at once. Barlow draws the cap-and-ball pistol and jams it in Frankie's ear. The boy throws his hands up and pisses himself. Ennis squeezes off 2 rounds before Redfern has even brought the shotgun around. The first goes high, splinters the doorframe. The second whizzes past Redfern's ear and takes a nick of flesh and cartilage. Barlow squeezes the cap and balls trigger in Frankie's ear, and it dry fires, a flat click, the powder wet from the rain. Or just ancient. Frankie screams and twists in Barlow's grip, kicks at him like he's riding a bicycle. Ennis slides under the mattress as the shotgun swings up. Barlow flips the pistol in his hand and smashes the boy's face with the butt. Redfern fires the shotgun into the mattress, and the mattress explodes in feathers and springs. The feathers settle as Barlow stops hitting the boy, his face a pulp, bits of hair and flesh stuck on the pistol's grip. Redfern squats down, looks under the bed. Ennis's mouth opens and closes like that of a fish out of water. His eyes become glass. Half his head is gone. "That's the thing about a fight," Redfern tells him. They walk out onto the front porch and sit down in the swing, a court of shine from the hall closet to pass between them. "Tell me again," Redfern says, "the story of your hand." Barlow grins, drinks. "You want to hear it again?" Redfern takes the jar and drinks a swallow, then closes his eyes. "They was an old-timer, ran a grist mill, just up from this camp where I used to stay when I was a boy. He took me on one summer, apprenticed me to grinding corn and flour, making grits for folks come to trade on a weekend. I got these fingers here caught between 2 millstones the size of tractor tires. Teeth just chewed 'em off." Redfern smiles. "You like that one?" Redfern passes back the jar. "Not your best." "Okay, here, then, how about this one? I knew this old gal, liked to take boys down by the river. Them boys, they go down there in the bulrushes, have themselves a time. Come back missing a finger, little one right here. I asked one of them boys once, I said, "How come you all come out without that Pinky boy?" He says to me, "That there's a small price to pay for the finest thing I ever done with a finger." So I went on down there myself, come back out. Few days I seen that boy. He says to me, "God damn, son, you lost 3 fingers down in them bulrushes." I say, "You know it. I'm a big spender." Barlow laughs, drinks, and Redfern laughs too. "Small price to pay," Barlow says. "I believe that's the one. You think?" Redfern nods. "Unless you want to tell me the truth." "Shit. The truth ain't near as good as any lie I ever told." They sit quietly. Redfern shuts his eyes, tries to picture this thing Euphemia wants him to believe. Little Charlie's fingers clinging to Barlow's maimed hand, that sluice gate opening wide. He takes Ennis Hawley's Colt out of the hollow of his lower back and puts the barrel against Barlow's head and pulls the trigger. Barlow jerks. A bubble forms in his nostril, pops. He slumps sideways onto the swing chain, and the last thing he ever knows is the color of himself on Sally's porch window, the bottle of Shines still in his hand. Not a drop spilled. Redfern takes it, drinks the rest of it, feels the hurt of every swallow in his broken rib. Directly out of the woods across the road, the whores emerge barefoot and trembling, like sylvan creatures. In the cellar of Redfern Hill, Euphemia's hands are blistered and bleeding as she drops the shovel and falls to her knees beside the hole she's dug. Not a grave, as the one August dug up that morning, but a womb, out of which Charlie will be reborn. Dirt and red Georgia clay heaped among the coal. The closet is suffused with the blue shimmer. The hole is shallow, but something has already broken through the ground to greet her, and she rocks back on her thighs as it comes, silently, a single shoot rising out of the blue to bob like some malign sunflower, only brown and slick, at its head a single orb that blinks at her. All along its undercarriage, little mouths open, filled with teeth that flash and chomp. It drifts toward her, caresses her cheek with the back of its long, fibrous body. Thin runners spill up from the edge of the hole and burrow into the dirt mounded there, and soon a sprout grows as Euphemia glories in its touch, its voice, "Mama." And the sprout becomes a stalk, and the stalk becomes a nerve, and the nerve becomes a spine, and the spine becomes a cage to hold the rest of the child's organs. Lungs of fleshy fungus, a taproot heart, and soon the face emerges, eyes of hot rosin gold, a smile she remembers, a smile she knows. "Charlie," she gasps, and takes the boy into her arms. He smells of pine sap and heartwood, is brittle in her hands. The tendril undulates like a charmed cobra above them, emits a low, pleasant thrum. "I'm hungry, Mama. So hungry." "I know, baby, I know." She's laughing, deliriously happy. She lifts a fall of hair from the boy's forehead, sees only chestnut hair over apricot flesh, bright apple cheeks. She does not see the beetle that ticks out of the briars that are his brows, or the bunch grass that is his hair, or the new green leaves that unfurl from his ears only to wither and drop away almost instantly. But when the boy's brown, beautiful eyes flick over her shoulder, she does register some change in him, like a second exposure over film. One thing layered atop another, neither the same and yet somehow occupying the same space and time. The stalk swivels, its eye a spotlight. Euphemia turns. Franny Sullivan stands some 5-6 feet beyond the open coal closet door, awash in the terrible blue light. She wears her nightgown, holds a lit candle. Her red hair is tucked into a bun, and her feet are bare. She puts one hand over her mouth. "I heard..." Then she takes a step back and turns to run. "So hungry, Mama." Euphemia gets her feet under her, catches up with Franny on the cellar stairs. She finds her sprawled there, halfway up. She's tripped, her candle lost between the risers, guttered. Euphemia mounts the steps behind her, small and quick and eclipsing the blue below, and the shovel in her hands goes up, and the shovel goes down, and the girl cries out in pain again and again, until finally the edge of the spade divides flesh and severs windpipe, and the only sound after that is the sound of Franny Sullivan choking on her own blood, even as the poor child drags herself hand over hand up the steps to the half-door. At last she reaches for the door handle, but one last strike and the hand falls away, and Euphemia sits back on the stairs and pushes her wet hair away from her face and breathes in deeply the red metal scent of the shovel's blade. Night so deep it is not night, but a dense and timeless outer dark, into which the weary soul is cast, unable to rest, unable to think, unable to feel. The ride back is long, Redfern clutching at his head, every jolt from the road a lightning bolt of pain through his side. Barlow's corpse hangs over the horse's haunch, wrapped in bedsheets from Sally's. Redfern rides right through town, the dead man's hand flopping along the animal's flank. Ishmael Green dies with a rattle of air in the last scrap of dark. The boys are at his side. James clutches the old man's hand on the threadbare quilt. The cabin smells of sage and leftover stew. Eli gets up and goes out onto the porch and looks around at the quiet camp. A tightness across his shoulders that has become these last couple of weeks a familiar complaint, something to rub and grumble about and work with his hands until the muscles release. He tries it now, but it won't let go. He sits down on the steps, recalls the first Christmas they spent here. He takes out his knife from its scabbard, the blade dulled by time and use. He jabs the point into the wood, scratches something by the bone-pale light of dawn. Along the riverbanks the frogs sing to wake the dead. A horse comes shambling up Camp Road, a man in a hat staggering alongside it, something heavy thrown over the horse's saddle. Eli sits very still. The horse snorts as it draws closer, scenting him. The man in the hat speaks softly. Eli. Mr. Redfern. How's Ishmael? Eli swallows. Dead. Just now. I felt it. Weariness in Redfern's voice. I felt it, just there on the road. Like the bite of winter at the end of fall. I am sorry. Redfern sways, leans into the horse, almost drops. Eli rushes to catch him, glancing at the horse's flank. A two-fingered hand falls stiffly out of the blankets. I've got business tonight, Redfern says, up above North Creek. Eli does not question. He's not sorry to see what he sees. The why doesn't matter. Where will you boys go? Florida, Eli says immediately. Don't bury him here. It's a bad place. Redfern moves on past the cabin into the trees. Eli watches him go, swears he's watching a ghost. Mid-morning by the time Redfern's feet fall heavy on the stairs, like concretes hardening in his boots, a throb in his right knee, busted rib grating in his side. The lights in the upstairs sconces are yet extinguished, and he stands for a spell outside his bedroom door, hand on the knob, listening over the quick, steady rasp of his breath for the sounds of Euphemia sleeping. He hears nothing. He turns the knob. She sits in the rocking chair by the window, clad in a thin cotton nightgown. The window is open and there's a breeze to cool the sheen of summer sweat across her collarbone. She's ghostly, beautiful, a creature as remote and cold as the moon. He walks in and begins shedding clothes, trembling hands fumbling at the buttons of his shirt. She gets up after a moment and crosses to him barefoot, soles whispering on the planks. She cups his cheek with her hand where there is blood, the blood of the men he killed tonight. She helps him out of his shirt and bends to lift his legs out of his pants, and he touches her bare, sharp shoulders to steady himself. The clothes she takes out of the room in the porcelain washbowl, and when she returns, the washbowl is full of clear water, a cake of soap on the rim. She puts the bowl in the stand and helps him to it, her hand enclosing his wrist. She whispers his name and wrings water and soap in a cloth and washes him, and the water is cool and biting against his skin. And slowly his muscles relax and his hands unfist, and the last thing she cleans before she leads him to bed are his fingernails, where the little crescent moons of dirt and blood have dried. Her own nails, dirty too, bloody. He does not ask why. She leads him to bed and lays him down, and draws her nightgown up over her head, and climbs atop him, springs of the mattress beneath them, groaning. She sits astride him and reaches down and finds him, and he gasps, and suddenly, as the springs begin to creak, she whispers his name, and it is not their marriage bed they fuck upon, but an altar, and theirs is no union of mere flesh. Tonight and forever after, it's a union of blood. "Do you feel her?" Effie gasps. "Do you feel her, August? We're making the future. We're making her so that one day when we need her, she'll be there. She cries out, and he cries too. Euphemia's name, a petition, a prayer, a lament in the end as he falls away into a sleep like death. He wishes it were. James calls out to Eli from the porch, and Eli walks out to find Redfern's horse tethered to a post, cropping the green summer grass, saddle unhitched and slung over the rail, along with 6 heavy blankets washed in the river and left to dry. The boys will wrap their father in the blankets and lay him over the horse and lash him there, and they'll walk out by Camp Road. They'll walk out amid the feeding of catfish in the river, come to snatch late-morning dragonflies and water walkers among the cattails and cypress stobs. They'll walk out past the turpentine mill and onto the road, and there they'll stand, wondering which way Florida is. In the end, they'll follow the river, and it will lead them to the marshes, and beyond these the ocean, where they'll sit in the sand and build a raft out of driftwood and small trees to float Ishmael out to sea, wading out with him as far as they can, the warm waves lapping at them like the persistent memory of the womb. Eli will douse the raft in kerosene, and James will light it. They'll send him with his pipe and a book of poems like a king of old. The brothers, hip-deep in the waters watching, until the oceans swallowed their father in a guttering of fire and foam. Then they'll travel on, out of this story forever, and into their own. Summer, 1975. Second Interlude. Day 3. Early, Redfern sets off into the woods again. This time, Nellie is awake, waiting for him, dressed in her scrounged clothes from the day before, hair pinned back with her bobby pin, her black buckle shoes on. She sits outside, on the edge of the recliner. The old man's pack is in her lap, packed with what he'd unloaded yesterday, empty bottles, his stenographer's pad, plus an extra canteen of water and sandwiches Nellie made from the last of his peanut butter. The Winnebago creaks and rocks as, inside, Redfern riffles through cabinets and cupboards. She hears the clank of pots and pans, sees a flash of him through the kitchenette window, looking out at her, and suddenly he throws open the door, eyes bright with fury, and tromps down the steps. "Don't touch my things!" He snatches the bag away and sets off into the dew-wet grass. She marches after him. "I want to come." Her right dress shoe is rubbing her heel. "You can't." "You can't tell me what I can and can't do," she snaps at his back. They face off in the Johnson grass. Behind them, the barbed wire fence strung with clothes, the barn, the trees. Behind the trees, the sun, burning off the night in brushstrokes of crimson and gold. "I don't care what you do," Redfern says, "or where you go." He sets out again, and Nellie wants to follow him, to keep yelling after him, to tell him all Redfern men can go to hell and fuck themselves while they're at it, because they're a bunch of cowards too afraid to love with the hearts they're given. Instead, she stands there, watching him until he dwindles away into the pines. Her breathing returns to normal, her pulse slows, and her gaze turns toward the house, where the sun splashes over shabby boards and shines in covered windows. The sight makes her wistful in a way she'll never forget in the years to come, if she happens to catch a glimpse of light thrown by the sun in glass, in a ratty apartment in Savannah, in a rental house in South Carolina. Always she'll remember this feeling and want it again. Want it so desperately that tears will spring to her eyes as she grieves a love not yet returned. She looks at the woods, where the old man has disappeared, then at the house once more. "Fuck it," she says, and ducks the barbed wire and starts for the house. The front door is locked, the back too, but the lock is flimsy, old. She is, for better or worse, Hank Redfern's daughter, the daughter of a jeweler and a weekend locksmith, at least on the weekends when he's sober. She plucks a bobby pin from her hair, bends it, inserts it, and after a few seconds of turning, twisting, and tongue-biting, the lock pops. She turns the knob and steps into the kitchen. The house is very much as she will find it 14 years from now. Sheets covering furniture and shelves, great dark drapery that hides the sun. In the parlor, she lifts the sheet from the piano and does exactly what her son will do the first time he sees it. She plunks a single note with her finger, listens to it ring in the silence of the house. In the library, the morning light casts its red, yellow, and green squares through the windows and onto the walls, and she thinks immediately of a color wheel, a little paper device Mrs. Johnson gifted her on the last day of school, along with a set of brushes and paints. Nellie had not wanted to leave campus that day, certain she was going home to the end game of her mother's long illness. It would be a month or more still, but Ruth was sleeping more and more. Nellie sat at a long art desk in Mrs. Johnson's room and cried as the buses thundered out of the parking lot onto their routes. And Mrs. Johnson sat beside her and put her arm across Nellie's shoulders and told her it would be okay, which was nice, but was also something someone like Mrs. Johnson could say, because Mrs. Johnson didn't live on Elm Street under Hank Redfern's roof. Nellie goes upstairs. She gets a good look at herself in the mirror, gaunt, dark circles beneath her eyes, hair a mass of tangles, before running water in the sink. It pours out, and she fills her hands and splashes her face again and again, until at last she's erased the worst of it, and the smell of wood smoke and mildew is lessened. She takes the pin out of her hair, shakes it loose, then runs her hands through it, pulling it back, pinning it again. She thinks of the hand pump in back of the RV and wonders for the first time what would drive an old man from a house with indoor plumbing, with toilets, which in turn leads her to wonder where the old man is shitting, and that is a thought she does not want to think about, and so she moves on out of the bathroom and into a boy's bedroom. It shocks her, as the remembering will shock her in 1989, the slow realization of where she stands. She moves about the room, touching things, a stack of books, among them a copy of Thoreau's Walden, the poetry of Longfellow, toy soldiers, a coonskin cap. In the desk drawer, she finds a tiny screwdriver, a handful of screws, and a metal toy, a wind-up monkey in a red coat and fez. The toy is in halves, broken open, its gears loose in the drawer. This, perhaps, is when she knows without a doubt she's in Hank Redfern's room. Her father, the tinkerer, the jeweler. She sits on the cedar chest at the foot of the bed and stares a long time at the dusty boots set neatly beside his wardrobe. She unbuckles her right shoe and slips it off and pulls her leg into the right boot, which comes to her knee. It fits her snugly. She laces it, trades her other shoe for the other boot. Dress shoes in hand, she moves through the rest of the upstairs rooms, feeling keenly the absence of life in each. Objects untouched, air not breathed. Grief hangs in the nursery and master bedroom like old dust. She's on the stairs when she hears it. A board creaks, and beneath it, a woman's voice. "Nellie." She stops, hand on the railing, looks down between her father's boots at the step on which she stands. It comes again, seeming to drift up from between the wood, and like a plunge into freezing water, that craggy, cigarette-thin whisper almost stops Nellie's heart. "Nellie." "Mama?" Earlier that spring, the day of Ruth Redfern's diagnosis, Nellie and her mother sat together in the hot silence of their station wagon outside the doctor's office. Pattering on the roof and glass, an April rain, the windows fogging up with their breath. Ruth watched the rain run in rivulets over the window, back of one hand against her mouth, the other on the steering wheel. Her pack of woodbines and silver Zippo on the dash, Nellie staring at a crumpled leaf on the floor mat between her sneakers. Ruth turned to her daughter, eyes wet. "I can't think past the next breath." Nellie wanted to say something, but she didn't know what it was or how she should say it. After a moment, Ruth snatched her cigarettes from the dash and snagged one between her lips, flicked open the Zippo. "Oh, hell." She lit up. At the bottom of the stairs, Nellie turns left, trails her hand along the stairwell's riser. Behind it, she finds the half door, cut into the boards. The cut is crooked, and the door hangs out of true, leaving a thin crack out of which wafts a dank, dark smell. She's reaching for the door, certain her mother's voice is coming from down there, beneath the house, when a gloved hand falls upon her shoulder and spins her around. She screams, throws up her fists, and sees August Redfern filling the frame of a dim room she has yet to enter. A room yet to be filled with garbage and junk, and all the bits and pieces of a life lived overlong. Redfern's eyes burn holes into her from beneath the brim of his hat. "Did you hear it?" she says, and turns back for the cellar door. She snags the upper corner to yank. He reaches out, seizes her arm, same as the first night, where the bruises are. "Don't touch me!" He's about to bark something at her, she just knows it. But when Redfern registers what she said, those gas flame eyes dim, and he isn't sure what to say or how to say it. "Did I hear what?" are the words he settles on. Her head's tossed back, defiant, her posture rigid. She doesn't even realize it, how she's all but dancing on the balls of her feet, ready to bolt through the kitchen door. Be gone forever. "Easy, Nellie, easy. Throttle back." She folds her arms over her chest, nods at the cellar. "I thought I heard—" But she stops. Heard what? Her dead mother's voice? She can't even say it. Not for grief, not for sadness, but for the sake of her own sanity. He makes a noise in his throat. Then says, "There are things to see," and crooks a gloved finger at her as he turns and walks back into what Nellie will years hence remember as her grandfather's map room. She swallows a lump of spit at the back of her throat and follows. The room is not yet bright, in want of the western sun, but even in the dim morning light she can see that it's unlike the other rooms in the house. Nothing covered over, everything in its place, clean and loved. The twin saws above the desk and the framed map of the property, before it the long pine table at the center, gleaming beneath the overhead light. The shelves along the wall are packed neatly, 4 maps to a cubby. He goes immediately to the first and selects a map and rolls it onto the table, drops a small weighted bag on each corner to hold it flat. The map is drawn in black India ink on heavy parchment. It's old and yellow, the ink faded, but the edges are crisp and straight. It's a map of Georgia's sand hill and coastal regions, the Altamaha River snaking through a score of tiny counties, a central artery flowing into the Atlantic. "We are here." Redfern stabs a finger into Baxter County. "All of this at one time was old-growth forest. Longleaf pine, most of it. Today," he thrusts the map off the table, sends it skittering to the floor. "Gone, wiped out by men like me." She blinks, bends down to pick up the map, and the old man moves quickly to fetch another farther down the shelves. He searches for it, ticking a gloved hand along the cubbies. Nellie holds the map and notes the small details. Things no store-bought map would show: a train moving along a thin set of tracks, cows in a field, little saw palms beneath groves of towering pines. In the bottom right corner, a set of printed initials and a date, AR 1917. "You drew this?" "All of them." Each map is cinched with a length of grocer's twine. Redfern undoes the knot, spreads the new map, and pounds his fist on it. "North Creek, the old forest. Beyond here, this swamp. That's where it started. That's where we'll go. It's safe now, safer than here anyway. Remember this place, Nellie, remember it." Where he's pointing, there's a grove of inky black cypress trees, and beyond these an island, and at the center of that island a round black well. Beside that well a man. The man holds a pistol in his hand, has a wide-brimmed hat, like the one August Redfern wears. Another man kneels at his feet, hands bound behind him. She barely has time to wonder what this could be when, again, she hears it. "Nellie." She whirls, right at her ear this time. Redfern eyes her as he rolls the map and refiles it. She's staring at the floorboards, the cracks between them, listening. "What's beneath us?" Already on his way out, Redfern stops. He hefts his pack. His head drops down, as if he too is peering between his boots. "This isn't the place to talk about it." He walks out the door, leaving Nellie to choose her path. She follows his. On a ridge, beneath a few lone pines that grow tall and lean, a gopher tortoise throws sand from its burrow. She hunkers down in a grove of turkey oaks and watches, sipping water from her canteen, sweat rolling off her. Hank's boots are chafing and the sun is burning her skin. She'll freckle within days. She has her mother's complexion. But she's happy. The morning's gloom departed after a half hour of hiking steadily upward beyond North Creek. Behind her, the old man bends over some long, twisted tree root, axe in hand. He runs his fingers over the bark, gives the root a tug. Satisfied, though what satisfies him Nellie has no idea, he stands and calls to her. She gets up and traipses back through the low scrub, dodging spindly shrubs of scarlet-blooming wild basil and the odd new-growth pine, hip-high starbursts of green needles long as Nellie's arm. "We're about a mile above the creek," the old man says. Back the way they've come, the woods slope to the water, old hardwoods that grow in odd, twisted shapes, sprawling oaks draped in rags of forgotten glory. "This ridge," Redfern says, huffing, "drops down, then back up into a meadow. Moss beds. After those, a cypress swamp. Not much farther then." She does not ask what it all means, where they're going, or why it matters. She only nods and follows, pleased that the old man has seen fit to trust her with what he's doing out here with his axe and jars and pack and roots. For the first time in a long time, Nellie Redfern feels like she's moving forward, unraveling the mystery of the old man, discovering, too, some secret at the heart of who she is, or who she may yet be, secrets her father had long forbidden her to know. They walk on through blooming shrubs and sandy soil. "What happened to your family?" she asks, as the land begins to climb again. She doesn't expect an answer, just one of the old man's terse silences, a disapproving glance. She stopped to study an old pine, bark big and rough as dragon scale. Scored by lightning, it's fallen against another tree, twice its size. The larger tree seems to hold the other in its arms, to cradle it. A few years from now, in a college art course in Savannah, she'll see a photo of Michelangelo's Pieta for the first time, Christ's broken body draped in Mary's arms, and tears will well in her eyes as she remembers these trees. "My little boy, Charlie," Redfern says, "died in the accident that took my hands." The old man stands a few feet up the hill, looking back at her, hat hanging in his hand at his side. "Boy never made 5 years. In his other hand, the axe. He looks at it. "It was after that Effie lost her mind. The mill burned. She burned with it. Hank run off that night. Agatha, she—" His voice cracks. He looks up at the blue sky. "She went away too," he says to the clouds. He puts his hat back on. "Anyhow, it was all spoiled. Long before that." He trudges on. Nellie, stunned, can only stare after him. They pass through the wiregrass meadow in silence, 3 tall pines standing sentinel here. The wind blows through the grass and it whispers, and something about this place makes Nellie uneasy. She feels as if eyes are upon her out here in the open, after walking so long in the gloom of the hardwoods. Even the sun seems to hide its face behind the clouds as they stalk through the brown grass. Then she remembers the high, unearthly scream they heard the night before, and somehow she knows the sound came from right here, beneath the pale moonlight shining down on this wide, empty place. She is glad when they're back beneath the cover of the trees. A short time later, Redfern stops to kick a root and cut it from the ground. He sets his pack down, removes a jar, and Nellie takes the opportunity to unpack the sandwiches she made that morning. She hands him one, and he does not refuse it. They sit on a fallen tree, and Nellie is about to take her first bite when she sees, stretching away beneath the trees, over the leaves and humus of the forest floor, whole cities. No, whole countries, whole continents of moss, bright green and gray, and populated with toadstools and mushrooms that seem to smile and bend toward one another, happy congregants in a cathedral of fungus. What's it called? Redfern, toothless mouth gummed up with peanut butter, only shrugs. There can't be a name for everything, she supposes. The bald cypress trees. Nellie's mood darkens, as does the light. The old man wades into the water without slowing, some unseen path known only to him. She follows, wincing at the black water that flows into her boots, rises to her knees. The odd pool of sun spreads like blood around the cypress stops. They navigate the trees like a maze, passing between them, around them, through them. She mistakes a log for an alligator, blood running cold. Fat skinks traverse the limbs which bulge in strange places thick with orange fungus. Once their passing startles something behind a tree. Nellie hears it whip-splash away. Eventually, they slog out onto semi-dry land, a bank of rot, the ground spongy with lichen. Mosquitoes whiz like darts. Here, at last, it emerges, through a tangle of thorny hammock and fat vines that hang like chains from the scaly trees. The ground is thick with low bracken, and the inlet that flows around it is narrow and sluggish and oily. It rises up like the long, segmented body of a worm, a heap of mud and sticks and brittle muscadine vine. At the top, that giant black mouth. Dragonflies light along the roots, that scrabble up the slope like exposed bone. "Go on up, it's safe." Safe from what, she wants to know, but the old man only looks at her, waiting. She hops over sludge water onto the island, has to catch her balance by bending forward and grabbing one of the exposed roots. It cracks between her fingers, rotten all the way through. She brushes it on her chinos, each step cracking another dry, chalky root. At the top, Nellie peers down into a long, dark well of roots and thorns. She covers her mouth at the smell, tries not to gag. A heap of fur and bones, just inside the hole. The fur is gray and tufted around a long, thin skull with sharp little teeth. Nellie sees half a backbone, 3 snaggled ribs like the broken tines of a comb, a bit of pelvis, a tiny paw, 5-toed. There are no ants, no bugs. Nothing crawls or stirs, not even a breeze to rattle the dead, lichen-thick trees that grow all around them. "Do you hear it now?" Redfern asks from below. "Hear what?" she almost says. But she knows, Nellie, what he means. She shakes her head. "It was your mother, in the house. That's who you heard, I'm guessing." A hot lump forms in her throat. "She said my name." He looks off into the trees. "It always came to me like the wind. And then it left this place to cleave unto her. I always hoped it was me she heard when it spoke to her, but it wasn't." He looks at Nellie. "Maybe it was her own voice she heard." Nellie feels something heavy crash down through her chest, crack every bone on its way through. "It creeps, like any root or vine, eats its way to the center of your heart where the light is best and the earth is rich, leaves behind a husk." She wants to speak, but she's got no spit, no words to force over a sandpaper tongue. She isn't sure what she expected to find out here, what revelation the old man was leading her to, but it's not this. Not that she was wrong in what she heard, or that Ruth Redfern is gone forever, or that Nellie, in turn, is shut of her sick and dying mother. No. "No wonder it wants you now," he says. "What are you talking about?" "To sit beside a dying mother for months? You're a caretaker, Nellie. The brightest of all hearts." Whatever's falling through her splashes down at last in the pit of her stomach, flash boiling acid into her throat. She covers her mouth, begins to sob, staggers down the island until her grandfather catches her and holds her, and she cries and cries and cries, cries so hard it seems she will break herself in two from the force of it. The old man holds her close and smooths her hair. "Your kind burns the longest, bleeds the most. You brave, brave girl." Day 4. She lies awake on the dinette bed all night, listening to her grandfather snore while she plans the rest of her life. Try as she might, she can't see beyond the next 24 hours, let alone the weeks or months ahead. In the wee hours, as heavy clouds part and the moon sets the bone-white farmhouse aglow through the window, she understands at last that she has been without a home since she was born, that she is, in fact, homeless yet, Redfern Hill no more where she belongs at 16 than the house on Elm, where even now Hank Redfern lies in a whiskey stupor on his dead wife's hospital bed, curled like a child, sucking his thumb in sleep. She won't go back there. As for here, well, the old man loves her at least. She will leave this place, this town, and know what it's like to have been loved by her own kind. There's a kinship born less of blood, more of grief, the hollowing out of two hearts by time and sorrow. But there is no monster in these woods. She knows that, having heard the old man's mutterings, having seen the empty hole where supposedly a creature dwelled that robbed him of everything he held dear. Redfern men need no special demons when they make their own through selfishness and weakness. Whatever his secrets are, they are not hers to know. Also, she is not safe here. She's thinking of the map, the odd drawing of the man on his knees, the taller man behind him, wearing her grandfather's hat, holding a pistol. No wonder it wants you now. Something in the way he'd said it. She turns it over and over, tries to pin it down. Like he was jealous, she finally realizes, jealous that some imaginary monster preferred her to him. The bruises on her arm are still there, that strong, strong grip. It's simpler, anyway, to believe that what she heard in the house yesterday morning was simply a thing she had wanted to hear for months, just as she had wanted to live in that farmhouse the instant the sun struck its boards, her mother's voice, free of sickness, free of pain. It will make it easier in the months and years ahead to pretend everything she saw and heard here in 1975 was born out of plain old ordinary grief. Nothing more. Grief the old man provided comfort for, in his company, in his acceptance of her. Whatever mistakes he may have made in the past, he took her in. She will always love him for that. But now, like her father before her, she is leaving this place, running away. She gets up before dawn, dresses in her black funeral dress and buckle shoes, leaves her father's muddy boots beneath the dinette table, which she quietly reassembles. Before she goes, she looks in on Redfern, sleeping. She takes his stenographer's pad from his notebook, finds a pencil on the windowsill, and scrawls a brief note of thanks. She reads it back, but it's silly, childish, wholly inadequate. She tears it loose and crumples it, stuffs it in her pocket, never thinks of it again. Before the first sliver of light cracks the treetops, she's on her bike and pedaling, imagining that great blue ocean to the east where all things empty out and wash away. Part 4. 1989. July 8th, 3 a.m. That dead of night, so still it trembles. Wade Gardner sits in the girl's apartment, in the middle of her shitty couch. He sits in darkness, perfectly still. A sliding glass door leads onto a concrete balcony that overlooks the parking lot, and from there he can see any headlights that flash below. Twice, in the last hour, cars have arrived, but not hers. He sits in jeans and old sneakers and a Superman t-shirt and thinks about what he will do when the girl gets home. In the kitchenette, the refrigerator's compressor kicks in and kicks out. Wade's wristwatch tick-tick-ticks in the silence. The girl's name is Heather, and she passed spring composition with a B, though for half the semester she ignored the marks he made on her essays, as if screwing your writing teacher was somehow an excuse for bad grammar. Her couch is shitty, like everything else in her life. The board bookshelves propped on cinder blocks, her scuffed-up dining table from the Salvation Army, her relationship with her controlling mother. At heart, she's a barefoot-in-the-park kind of gal, always in motion. At clubs, she dances to music that sounds like a big guy banging pipes with a crescent wrench. Of course, Wade Gardner's no music critic. Still, he worries about Heather. She doesn't have her shit together, and he's afraid tonight her choices have led her to a place she can't come back from. Can't come back from. A place from which she can't come back? Awkward both ways. Tonight, her choices have led her to the end of the road. Better even if the language is a little trite. Bad choices, like not returning his calls since Nellie left. So, a month ago, he made a copy of Heather's apartment key, slipped it from her ring while she was in the shower. An impulse. She figured she'd lost it, got a spare from the complex office. That was a Friday. By Monday, the key was back on her ring. A few days later, she was looking at him funny in class. Usually, she hung around after, and they walked by the pond together, or even ended up in the back of her old wagoneer in the commuter parking lot, way over by the basketball stadium. BFE, that's what she called it, as in butt-fucking Egypt. But not that day. That day, Heather left with everyone else, head down, books clutched to her chest. A few days later, Nellie was gone. Nellie, Nellie. Oh, Nellie. And things were different. Headlights outside, the Jeep's heavy rumble cutting out, 15, 20 seconds for the long gathering up of a woman's shit. Then comes the familiar creak and moan of the wagoneer's door opening. Shortly, there will be footsteps in the outer stairwell, then the key rattling in the door, and in she will step, Heather Wright. Ms. Wright, he'd joked the first day of class, 1,000 years ago. The line earned him a smile, an eye roll, a brushback of raven black hair, and about 2 weeks later a note beneath the windshield wiper of his '84 Mazda in the faculty lot. Much closer to the English building than BFE, wouldn't it be wrong, Ms. Wright? Not wrong. Wade understands now, just a mistake. Nellie was gone, after all, and it made him sick to think about it. Max, my son, she took my son. His hands are on his thighs. He balls them into fists, feels his fingernails dig into his palms. Nellie left him and took his son, and now Ms. Wright had stopped returning his calls. Outside, a key fumbles at the deadbolt. 3 a.m., she's drunk or stoned. The lock clicks over. Ms. Wright, what a joke. The door opens, and Wade stands up to welcome Heather to the end of the road. Moths pop against the cold blue vapor lamps, and the lamps buzz, and an owl shuffles along a magnolia branch. Upstairs, door locked, chairs beneath the doorknobs, Max and Nellie sleep in Nellie's bed, both dreaming. Dreaming in a house that is not the same. Boards are still boards. The frame is unchanged. Not a piece of furniture is out of place. And yet, earlier that evening, when they walked through the front door, it became the dog that bites. Even Nellie felt it, a shifting within the walls. They went quietly among the rooms, switching on lights, each afraid to creak the wrong plank or darken a threshold overlong. Nellie buried the bunny at the edge of the field, then microwaved leftover mac and cheese for dinner. They sat at the kitchen table, and she told Max about the summer she was 16, about her mother, about the things August Redfern said and did, how he mistook her for Agatha, the long path into the old forest, and the place at the end of it. She spared him nothing and wondered in the end why she had ever kept any of it from him. After all, he was older, wiser, than any 11-year-old should be. Finally, she told him how she'd heard her mother's name spoken in the house, wafting up from the cellar, a memory she had long since dismissed as some manifestation of grief. The cellar, Max said, like it was the answer to a riddle. After dinner they searched, helpless not to. Nellie searched Redfern's desk in the map room, Max the drawers in the master bedroom upstairs. They looked beneath mattresses and cushions, and in every kitchen cabinet they had yet to open. The object of their search? A key. Iron, most likely, old-fashioned in appearance. Max imagined one of those big jailhouse keys dangling from iron rings in old westerns. Probably, Nellie said, it's rusting in the county landfill, along with the 5 or 6 truckloads of garbage they hauled away back when she was certain this house was home. They felt eyes on them as they searched, peering out from every crack, every dark cubby, every still space they had yet to invade. It followed them from room to room, They heard it, though they pretended not to. Moving behind the boards, twisting up through the pine bones of the house, electrical wires, old vermiculite insulation, corroded pipes dripping on the chitinous corpses of long-dead bugs, always moving, always watching, always hungry, scritch, scritch, scritch. Nellie turns, tosses, twists in bed, itching at her arm until, Nellie. She opens her eyes, Max beside her. Her mother's voice, faint, out of the fog of dreams. She peels back the bed covers and sits up, stands. Barefoot, wearing only a t-shirt and a pair of cotton underwear, she picks up August Redfern's moon axe from where it leans against the bedside table. She lets it dangle at her thigh. She crosses to the door and removes the chair from beneath the knob and steps out into the hall and goes down the stairs. At the front door, she turns the deadbolt, opens the door and pushes through the screen onto the porch. She moves like a ghost, ethereal, expressionless. In the gravel drive, by the front right tire of the Ranger, the three-legged dog sits, watching her. The dog sneezes, then lopes away into the trees northwest of the house. Nellie follows through briars and branches, bobbing and weaving like a kite, tugged roughly by invisible string and borne on a silent wind. Max, meanwhile, dreams on. In back of the house in Conway, in the dirt drive that curves around to the little blue garage, his father, bare-chested, slick with sweat in the sun. Max stands with hands clapped over his nose, the blood gushing out between his fingers. The basketball rolling off into the grass. Wade claps his hands twice. "Max, look here, buddy, Max." Max begins to cry for his mother. Wade's face draws down, darkly. "Mommy's gone, Maxie. She's not coming back, do you hear me? So don't be a sissy. Don't you cry, you crybaby sissy." Wade's voice gutters out. His chest and belly ripple. Things move beneath his skin. Max can hear them, slapping like fish in a bucket. They burst through in red sprays and fall out in pink-brown knots, burrowing into the earth around his father's feet. And now the ground is splitting open, roots breaking through to twine around Wade's legs, hairy and wet things that throw out shoots and wrap his father's arms and shoulders and neck and face, fattening, pulsing, tightening. They make a sound like rubber balloon animals. Wade Gardner stands, faceless, frozen, a man-shaped tree of fibrous worms that sprout little white flowers. But the flowers are not flowers, they're yellow jackets, each petal taking flight as it saws earthward, and the yellow jackets are flying at Max's face, but he does not run. He cannot run because his feet, too, are rooted to the ground. As the thing that was his father splits, cracks apart like dried mud, and out of this chrysalis emerges a finger, a hand, a face soft and pale. All at once, Agatha Redfern stands before Max, skinny and slight-shouldered, in her blue gingham dress, dark hair, the last dusty fragments of the roots still clinging there. She smiles and puts a finger to her lips and goes to the little door on the side of the garage. She beckons Max to follow her through the door, and he does, realizing as he passes into the door that it is not the door he thinks it is. Inside, a long flight of wooden stairs. Far down, where the light diminishes, Agatha crooks her finger. Max descends into the damp earth dark. At the bottom of the stairs, he turns and looks back up at a small, far rectangle of sunlight. The door yet open. Out of the dark, that girlish giggle, as something coils around his bare ankle, yanks him off his feet into shadow. The dog lopes ahead of Nellie, draws her out of the trees, far west of the old cabins. Here, without hesitation, she splashes into the summer-warm water of North Creek and slogs out into a field of wire grass, tall and thick and bright as salt in the moonlight. A host of strange forms stand mute, 13 total, as if assembled to bear witness to her passing. Their clothes are rags of old denim and cotton, their bodies humped and torn apart and stitched back together with wet, fibrous strings. One wears a rotten cast on his leg. Their skulls gleam. They point as one to the tree line behind them. August Redfern is there, an assemblage of flesh and bone and root, his face whiskered white. He wears loose-fitting khaki pants, holes in the pockets, the cuffs threadbare, thick-soled hiking boots, scuffed and cracked. His hands, for once, are bare, his fingertips trailing vines. Out of the breast pocket of his plain white shirt, a wiry nest of tendrils blooms and pulses heart-like. He watches Nellie from across the clearing with eyes that flicker blue flame-like. Presently he turns and moves off into the trees. Nellie, fast asleep and wide awake at once, moves after him, heart-thudding. The dog is gone. The 13 men are gone. She enters the trees, moving on into the dark. Max wakes in a fetal shape in his mother's bed, crotch wet and warm. Suffocating in a tide of bed covers, heart racing, he struggles from beneath the quilt and rolls over on his back. He touches the mattress beside him. Nellie is nowhere to be seen, the hall door open. He switches on the bedside lamp and sees the urine soaking through his pajamas. Shit. He gets up and removes the chair from beneath the adjoining doorknob, opens the door, and stumble walks into his own bedroom. Out of the armoire, he rummages a fresh pair of underwear. He kicks off his soiled underpants, steps into the clean ones, and goes back to his mother's bedroom. Propped against his pillow, the rag doll. He remembers his dream. Hand trembling, he picks it up and his fingers tack in the sticky white sap on its dress. Max! He jumps, almost screams. From downstairs a sudden series of knocks, distant, muffled, like fists against a door. "Mom?" he calls. The pounding grows frantic, urgent. He moves into the hallway. "Mom?" Still clutching the rag doll, he starts downstairs. The Redfern thing leads her like a shambling Frankenstein's monster across the hip-deep slough and through the maze of cypress trees. Here, her feet slip and stagger among the stobs, and once something quick and slender darts between her calves. Her bare feet squelch and suck, and when she emerges, soaked through, a score of leeches cling to her pale legs. She follows the old man through the bracken and the hammocks to where the narrow inlet curves back on itself, the island at its center. A gaping black wound, spilling vines, an open mouth thrust heavenward in a silent scream. Or an eye. Seen from above, an eye. The Redfern thing wades into the ankle-deep inlet, ascends the mound, and Nellie follows, toes curling over rocks and roots ensnarled in the earth like writhing cables. They roll away from her touch, dart like shy creatures into the ground. It's here, it's awake. It's not safe. It's everywhere, now alive and hungry. And she stands wavering before the maw. A smell of old death and rot belches out. The Redfern thing regards her with eyes that are hollows, head creaking on its fibrous neck, the rough, porous bone of its skull. Its mouth is a glistening black cave. Its teeth are hardened sap, mosquitoes trapped inside them. Loam and pine bark clog its throat as it speaks, roughly, thickly. "We are old." Its words are like the workings of beetles in wood. "Abandoned these long years." Leaves spill out of its rag of a shirt. "We want to be fed." Nellie hears the deep hacking cough of an animal. She turns, sees only a huge dark shadow lumbering, half-glimpsed among the twisted hammocks. It gives out a low moan, and the moan becomes an anguished wail as it throws its wide black head up to the moon and stamps the ground. The red fern thing grins. "Feed us, Nellie." It seizes her throat, fingers curling, constricting. Little hairs emerging from its fingers and a clutch of tiny teeth drilling into the flesh of her neck. Purple spots at the edges of her vision. Blood coursing over her collarbones, her shoulders, a reek of pine sap and rot. "Share your strength with us." The axe still in her hand, but too heavy to lift. That black maw rising up to meet her. "Or we will have your son." Max, on the cellar stairs, remembering his dream with every step. Doll in one hand, maglight from the hall table in the other, driving back the shadows. The hammering grows louder, fiercer. Boom, boom, boom. At the bottom of the stairs, he rounds the corner and shines the light on the coal closet, the heavy metal door shuddering. Skeins of dust billowing, his heart thundering in time with every blow. "Mom!" he calls. The pounding ceases. Max steps forward, makes a fist, raps twice against the metal, waits. Softly, from within, the sound returns. 2 light knocks. He shines his light through the keyhole, sees nothing but a thick gob of webbing, and like some horrid treat at the center of a candy, 8 black legs, unmoving. He knocks again, 3 times. The knocks come back, a perfect echo. Then a small, clear whimper. "Max?" "Who's that?" he says, forcing a friendly playground voice out of a windpipe that wants to close. "Agatha," he expects the answer to be, but there's only a heavy silence. Until, like a tumble of rocks spilling down a metal chute, something growls. A sound so huge and terrible Max feels his scrotum shrivel. He drops the rag doll and flies to the steps. He's 5, 6 steps up when he trips and falls, barking his knee on the riser. The flashlight skitters away between the steps. Max looks up to the top of the staircase, where the cellar door is swung wide. Below, beneath the stairs, the maglight's beam shows a bright circle of hard-packed earth. Max puts his right arm between the stairs, stretches for the light. His fingers brush metal, but the flashlight rolls a half-inch away, out of his reach. He's pulling his arm back in when something seizes it. A hand, 5 hard fingers around his forearm. He screams. A woman's face swims out of the darkness beneath the stairs, moaning and slavering. Bits of red hair clinging to the white dome of a skull, a jaw that hangs like a broken cabinet door as the woman thing tries to speak through a sudden well of black blood, and the tongue that comes slithering out is not a tongue at all but a fat brown worm. Suction on his arm, pressure, razor blade teeth as the fingers become tendrils and the tendrils sink little teeth into his skin, and the woman thing yanks him hard, like she's going to drag him right through the narrow gap in the stairs, like meat through a grinder, down into the dark with her. Max yanks his arm back, claws frantically at whatever this thing is, biting into his flesh. "Please," the woman thing moans. Max screams one last time and tears his arm free. A mad scramble on hands and knees, up the steps and into the hallway. He leaves the door gaping behind him. Downstairs in the dark, something slithers over the rag doll. He finds Nellie in the yard where he's fled. Staggering down the porch steps in his t-shirt and underwear, he looks up and sees the white, ghostly shape of her at the tree line near the barn. He calls out to her, hobbles toward her, right arm oozing from a dozen tiny slashes. She too is in her underwear, wet with mud, neck and collarbones slicked in red. Legs cross-hatched with blood and something else, something dark and slug-like. Leeches, oh God, and she carries in one hand the moon axe, though her fingers are loosening and it's slipping as she stumbles, then collapses into a heap on the ground. Max rushes to her, drops on his knees in the grass at her side, rolls her onto her back. A necklace of slashes, like the ones on his arm. He shakes her, tells her to wake up, plucks leeches from her thighs. Her eyelids flutter. She swallows, says his name. Fear rears up inside him like a dragon. She could die, so Max does the only thing he knows to do. He goes back into the house. At the hallway table, her shoulder purse rests beside the telephone. He loops the purse over his arm and snatches the Baxter County phone book from beneath the phone. Flipping through it to the R's. Please be in here, please be in here. He finds it, hooks a finger in the dial. Dragging Nellie to the pickup's cab takes longer than he expects. She's dead weight, heavy as 100 bags of wet sand, which is just long enough for all the fearful thoughts to thump their fists and have their say in Max's skull. He tries to remember what she taught him a year or so back, how the shifter works. They were in the Piggly Wiggly parking lot in Conway, and she'd set him on her lap so he could work the gears. Just in case you ever need to know, she said. They'd driven along the edge of the asphalt, down the slope of the lot to the road, Max practicing with first and second gear as Nellie's feet worked the pedals, the truck stalling out over and over. Laughter jostled out of them every time. Hand on the key in the ignition, Max feels a fleeting sense of inevitability. Of course, this isn't going to work. He's still barely tall enough to work the pedals and see over the steering wheel, especially in his bare feet. He glances at his mother, curled on the seat, head against the glass of the passenger window, blood soaking through her t-shirt. His own arm growing hot and heavy with every second he wastes. He cranks the key, and the Ranger rattles to life. He slides down to push the clutch with his left foot and works the gears by the guide on the stick, grinds them forever, until finally he hits first. He lets off the clutch too quickly, and the Ranger lurches and stalls. Shit! Once, twice more, and he feels something catch. He eases off the clutch this time, and the pickup begins to roll forward. Max holds his breath and keeps it slow and steady, and the truck shudders down the lane. Soon enough, they've rounded the corner by the Winnebago, and they're picking up speed, so he slides back down and works the clutch again. And now they're in second, and the road begins to slope to the South Creek wash. He ducks down, presses the clutch, and pops it up into third, even as something screams in the gearbox. Before he even realizes it, they've tromped the boards over sand and gravel, bouncing and sliding through the creek and back up onto the hard-packed road. Ahead, a pair of headlights set the trees aglow. Max jams on the brakes, and the Ranger stalls out and skids to a halt in the loose gravel. The axe slides out from beneath the seat where Max has stowed it. The oncoming lights bathe the Ranger's cab in light. Max puts his head down on the steering wheel and says a silent prayer of thanks, and a moment later, the passenger door opens, and Hank Redfern reaches in and gathers his daughter into his arms. Not long after sunup, hours yet, before his father's funeral, Lonnie Baxter makes eggs and toast. He and Linda eat at a little drop-leaf table in a corner of the kitchen. Before she goes upstairs to wake Todd and feed him, Linda reaches across the table and squeezes Lonnie's hand. After she's gone, he drinks a second cup of coffee and looks out the window at the sloping yard, the willow trees that overhang the river, and beyond the river a forest of new-growth pine, planted in 1975, the year he lost a third term and went back to the millworks full-time. Back to a changed industry, dry kilns and gang resaws and 15 million board feet a year. He'd read up on the new machinery, had the manuals in his office. It makes his head hurt most days. All those moving parts, everything he doesn't know, piling up, like those bills he just can't open. Second mortgage on the house, the fancy car, Todd's medical care, Lonnie's back, insurance complications. Now his father's funeral. It's like that old poem from high school English, the one about suicide. He's got miles and miles to go, except the miles are greenbacks and there's thousands owed. Just the money Lonnie had to free up from the company account to make an offer to that Gardner bitch, the high wire act he had to do to keep that money off the books. Christ almighty. And now, all that cash just sitting there in his office safe. More than once he's been tempted to cut and run, see how far he gets. You're weak. You could have throttled her and her brat the other day, dragged them into the woods. Afraid, Lonnie? To get your own hands red with anything but paint? He puts his head in his hands. Poor, sniveling Lonnie. He wipes his nose. What it all boils down to. Lonnie needs things to turn around, and he needs them to turn around now. The sun breaks through the leaded glass to bathe the kitchen blue. He glances at the molding along the walls, the doors, the way the heartwood grain gleams, a pattern so rich and varied it seems almost dimensional as the light plays through it. Make the call. Sure, the call. He would have made the call already, but there were arrangements to be made. His brother isn't coming to the funeral. Herman's got a new job out in San Francisco, something with computers. Make the goddamn call, Lonnie. Lonnie fumbles for the phone, reaches a little slip of paper out of his robe pocket, the one Meadows gave him. Upstairs, his son cries out, and Lonnie doesn't even know what the sound means. Is he happy? Is he sad? Is there even a difference? He punches in the number. Wade wakes, barking out a series of hoarse cries, a dream about his father, a baptism in the little creek that ran behind the old church, cold water washing over him, the old man's hand upon his head, holding him down. A shard of daylight pierces a slit in the bedroom window's pull shade. He rolls over into another hour's sleep, and at 9:30 stumbles, shirtless in a pair of gym sweats, to the living room, where he snags the ringing phone just as the machine kicks in. "Nellie?" He answers every call this way now. A rush of air, crackle of static, a man's voice. "Mr. Gardner? Who is this? Wade Gardner?" Speaking. "Mr. Gardner, my name is Lonnie Baxter. I'm calling from Georgia." "Yeah?" Wade glances at his knuckles, the skin peeled back on his right middle finger. A bit of blood he's missed beneath his nail. "Ms. Wrong. Ha." "And what are you selling?" "We can help one another, Wade." "How's that?" "Would you like to know where your wife and son are?" The day is overcast, gloomy. Max sits in the cradle of an old tire swing in Hank Redfern's backyard. The swing hangs from the limb of a pin oak, which has all but eaten the rope. Max pushes himself gently with slippered feet. The moccasins are new, as are the sweatpants and t-shirt. Both are black, stamped with the Batman logo from the new movie coming out. Back in South Carolina, the promise of that summer's Batman movie had been the center of Max's universe. It's funny to even think about now how far away that seems. The screen door opens, and Mr. Hank walks out in a pair of denim overalls. "Is she awake?" Max asks. Hank Redfern puts one hand in the bib of his overalls and takes out a pack of cigarettes. He shakes one out, leans against the tree. "No, but the fever's down. I cleaned her cuts, like yours. Feet are worse than the neck." He lights his smoke. "I called a wrecker to bring in your pickup." Max glances at the gauze pad taped on his arm, old blood beaded through. Hank coughs, spits. "Y'all tangle with a bear?" Max starts at the choice of words. He shakes his head. Once he realizes it's just a figure of speech. I think she was sleepwalking. Hank's mouth tightens. She still does that? She's done it before? The old man nods, flicks ash. Back when her mama was sick, she used to walk 3-4 blocks at a time. Once I found her as far up as the Amico on Maine. Max doesn't say anything. He's wondering if she's done this back in South Carolina, too. Remembering how some days Mom walked around, extra tired, no amount of coffee in the world enough to get her engine started. How she soaked her feet once or twice in Epsom salts while Dad was at work. What about that old scar on her arm? Hank asks. That was a long time ago, Max says. We don't talk about it. You ever hear voices out at the house? Max hesitates. What kind of voices? Cigarette between his fingers. Hank taps his head. Like someone's talking in here, only no one's around. Max stares at the ground, pushes himself in the swing with his feet. He shakes his head. He isn't sure why he lies, only that he doesn't trust his grandfather. Not entirely. Mr. Hank has secrets, things he's not telling, and secrets can get people hurt. Hank looks off into the yard next door, where a clothesline flaps in the gray light. You go in that cellar? Max doesn't answer. I told her not to let you. I do what I want. Well, that sure makes you hers, don't it? Hank toes out his cigarette and heads for the back stoop, expelling one last stream of smoke over his shoulder. What's in that coal closet? Max calls after him. Hank hunches, like he's been hit with a rock, square between the shoulders, but he doesn't falter in his stride, and seconds later the screen door slaps shut behind him. Overhead, the rope creaks as Max twists slowly in the swing. Wade makes a scrambled egg sandwich for breakfast and eats it standing at the kitchen sink. He drinks 2 large glasses of orange juice, lots of pulp, and when he's finished, he washes his dishes and sets them neatly on the drying rack. He goes to Max's bedroom and sits on the bed, which he's made up, edges of the boys' Star Wars sheets tucked drum-tight. Wade pictures Nellie, dragging the boy out of sleep, Max beating his fists against his mother's back in protest. Wade was at the office when it happened, grading Blue Book midterms from his short-session summer class. He blamed himself. Nervous Nellie, scratching her scar, tapping her heels, twisting in her seat. But that was wrong. Turns out she wasn't nervous at all. She was sneaky, sneaky Nellie. Wade glances into the spare bedroom, her studio. Her paintings are in pieces, broken frames and torn canvas scattered around the room, easels smashed, all the paint tubes squeezed out and crumpled, carpet stiff and brittle. It had helped, doing all that. Sometimes, as now, it still helps just to look at it, to remind himself of all the things he is going to do to her, too. Empire, Georgia, an inheritance, son of a bitch. Sneaky Nellie, he laughs. Wade Gardner can be sneaky, too. He packs his Gamecock's duffel, lets the machine take the next phone call. Dr. Gardner, this is Dr. Ferris. He goes into the living room, folded T-shirt in hand, and stands by the machine. He listens for 10, maybe 15 seconds, long enough to get the gist of it. Can't cancel your summer classes without notifying the department. Been absent for days, haven't taken leave, complaints from students. Before he lifts a receiver and says pleasantly, "Hi, Gene, it's Wade." Over the line, Wade can hear Gene Ferris shifting uncomfortably in his chair, tugging at his tie. "Wade, hi. So I guess you heard all that?" "I heard." Wade's been on the lecture side of Ferris's desk more than once. Grade disputes, off-color remarks to young women. Usually, Wade sits silently, contritely, while Ferris drones on and on. He's a small, bristly turd, and Wade does not like him. "Well, this is where we are. Actually, Gene, I'm going to need to cancel next week's classes, too." Licking his lips. adjusting his glasses now. "What?" "As you know, it's been rough with Nellie's disappearance. Wade, man, your wife didn't disappear, okay? She left you. I think you know that." Sometimes Wade imagines hauling Gene Ferris out of his chair and halfway across his desk, right there in the freshman English suite, in front of student workers and colleagues and the department secretary, whose stubby fingers would stall out over her typewriter at the sound of everything clattering off Gene's desk. Then Wade would punch Gene Ferris until his left occipital bone cracked, and he would hurl Gene to the parquet tile and put his sneaker on Gene's throat and say something like, "Fuck you, you little rat fuck, I quit. And if you ever try to tell me what I can or can't do again, I'll fucking stomp the life right out of you. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit, Gene." "Like I said, Gene, next week is canceled. I've got to go to Georgia." "Georgia? Listen, Wade." Wade hangs up, whistling as he rolls a pair of sleep shorts into his gym bag, a little tune by Dolly Parton, something Max loves. Dolly is a love they share. Hell, who doesn't love Dolly? It makes Wade happy to think he'll be seeing his son again soon. One last look around. Check the thermostat. Check the stove, check the deadbolt, and he's out of the house and into his Mazda before 10 a.m. He takes 544 for Myrtle Beach, and from there strikes out south, along the coast, Peach State bound. In the dream, which is not like any dream she's ever had, long and winding down secret paths that lead to secret places, Nellie listens to the radio for the first 40 or 50 miles. The countryside slides by, lush timberland broken by the odd small town, a few churches, a courthouse, a factory. Saw palms beneath the trees and a set of railroad tracks parallel to the highway. Sunlight strobes over the ranger's dash, makes her want to close her eyes. She doesn't remember where she's coming from or where she's going, only that there's a reason for the journey. She slows at a crossroads. To her left, Savannah, and beyond, South Carolina, where the sky is piled with purple thunderheads. Her signal blinks left, but she turns right. A massive white suspension bridge carries her over the wide, open salt marshes that rim the Georgia coast. She takes a narrow strip of blacktop toward the ocean. On both sides of the road, a rising tide, the sulphurous mud stink of the marsh. The road becomes a rope bridge of wood that sways in the wind as she crosses it, slowly, carefully, thumping off onto an island of live oaks and palms and old stone ruins. She drives until she sees the place she is meant to be, and there she pulls over and gets out. The front right tire is flat. Above, oak arms wrestle with the stiff sea wind, and long yellow spiders hang in webs between them. She wears a bright summer dress and sunglasses and sandals, and her hair is long and blonde and swept back, and her belly is round and full of the baby that will come any day now. She hikes through the woods and emerges onto a narrow, deserted shelf of beach, littered with the bones of trees long uprooted by storms, washed ashore from other islands. Far out, where lightning forks pink and hot, she can see another tiny island, where great iron ships with belching smokestacks ferry corpses from the distant lights of Savannah. Men in masks and army fatigues drive heavy equipment to plow trenches, and the dead are poured in. Wade steps out from behind an uprooted oak as the surf washes in. He's smiling, and his shirt is open and his jeans are rolled to the knee. He offers her his hand, and she takes it, and they walk. He tells her there are blankets down the way, a picnic. He touches her belly, smooths his hand over it. They duck branches, weave among the thick driftwood trunks, until at last they come to the largest tree, and this one she climbs alone and stands astride it as if it were some great dead sea beast, and she its slayer. Ahead, on the beach, she can see Wade's blanket, the picnic basket, 2 long-neck beers jammed in the sand. She looks back, but Wade is gone. In his place, the jagged stump of a tree, still and mute. The tide swirls in, tugs the distant beers, basket, and blanket away. In their place, as the water recedes, a hole, water pouring into it. Nellie doesn't know what's happening, but she knows she has to get there, to that hole, and so she does, hopping down and jogging as quickly as her girth allows. The sand falls into the hole with each new wave that boils over it. Something is down there, something made of iron and wood, an old-fashioned treasure chest, half submerged in the slate-gray sand. She drops to her knees and claws around it, digs it out, water washing around her as, in that sometimes slow, sometimes fast speed of dreams, she uncovers a handle and hauls the chest out of the hole and onto the beach. It doesn't weigh much at all, no more than a baby, really. She hesitates to open it, a sudden break of thunder behind her. Out on the sea, the waves are thrashing, and a huge, triple-masted ship is anchored along the shallow shelf. A smaller boat rows for it, knifing up and over the incoming waves. 6 men, sun-browned and tattooed, beating a hasty retreat. What if they abandoned here in this box? What if they left to rule over someone else's fate? The chest is locked, but there, deep in the shifting sand, is a heavy iron key. Heart pounding, baby inside her moving, she thrusts her arm into the hole and drags the key free of the sand. With it, she unlocks the chest and throws back the lid. Inside is the most beautiful, shimmering blue she has ever seen. It moves like the sea, as from deep, deep below, something huge rises up to meet her. The Budget Inn stands on the outskirts of town between a handy mart and a vacant lot, behind it the defunct tire factory. Wade checks in around 3 o'clock under the name Johnson. The carpet's threadbare, and the TV is coin-operated and bolted to the dresser. But Wade doesn't notice. He simply throws his bag on the bed and snaps up the toilet lid to piss. Then he hits the handy mart to gas up. He asks a pimpled clerk for directions to the sawmill. West of town, he pulls off the highway and parks in front of a prefabricated log building. In the parking lot, a lone vehicle, a silver BMW, one of its taillights smashed. Beyond the chain-link fence, the mill is silent. No saws, no whistles, no trucks. The log building is unlocked, so Wade goes in. A secretary's desk, typewriter covered, lamp off. A black boar's head hangs over an open door. Inside, in a wash of lamplight, a man sits at a desk made of sawn pine logs. He wears a dark suit, tie loosened at the throat. He's a big man, but still his chair seems to swallow him. He's pouring a glass of amber booze. "Wade Gardner?" he says. "Right-o." Wade gets waved in. The office is cool and dim and smells faintly of cigars. Lonnie Baxter rises and reaches across his desk. Wade shakes the man's hand, aware, as always, that his smile belies the distaste Wade feels when touching another man's skin. Maybe it goes back to Wade's preacher daddy, a man who liked to touch skin an awful lot. But there are rituals, he recognizes. Rituals and rites, and we must observe them. Baxter's grip is light, distracted. He's halfway to drunk. He offers wild turkey. Wade makes a polite smile, shakes his head. "Never touch the stuff." "Straight arrow." Baxter gestures for him to sit. The chairs are leather, the carpet a rich, money green. "I apologize, I'm not my best self today." Wade crosses a leg over a knee, folds his hands in his lap. "Who did you bury?" "Pardon?" Wade points at a piece of paper resting beneath the booze, a funeral program. "Oh, yeah, my father." Baxter collapses into his chair. "Very sorry." "Sure."
Listen, thanks for coming.
Thank you for contacting me. I can't tell you how relieved I was to get your call.
Relieved?
Baxter watches him.
Look, why don't we just put all our cards on the table here? What do you say?
I'd like that.
Good. So the truth is, Mr. Gardner, I don't really give a shit whether you and your wife and son are happily reunited. For me, this is a business entanglement. I can hand you a bag of cash as soon as your wife signs this property transfer deed over to me.
Baxter produces the document from a drawer, slides it across the desk.
Perfectly simple, perfectly legal.
Wade leans forward, inspects the paper, makes no move to pick it up.
Won't we need a notary for this?
Baxter smiles.
I know a guy.
Wade leans back in his chair, smiles, and hooks a thumb over his shoulder.
Is that your E-Series out there?
Baxter's smile slips.
It is. I've read those are quite the machines. Car phone and everything.
I guess, yeah. I have to say I can't imagine ever needing to phone someone from the car. I'm not a fan of telephones in general, to be honest.
Well, they do bring bad news more often than good. You have a taillight out, you know.
Baxter gulps the rest of his drink, pours more bourbon from the bottle.
It's funny. The same thing happened to my Mazda a few years back. Exact same light.
Baxter swallows, lowers his glass.
That a fact.
The thing is, Lonnie, if this entanglement, as you called it, has escalated to the point at which my wife is busting taillights, well, take it from me, you might as well go ahead and forge that signature.
Forge it?
Yes, sir, because I can't imagine there will be any convincing her to sign anything. You have obviously rubbed her the wrong way.
You can't convince her? You keep repeating what I say. Son, even if I did forge a signature, I'd still have to pay somebody to keep it above board. And I still need her the hell off that land. Now, I thought you were the man for the job, but the longer we sit here gabbing, the more it seems to me you're the wrong man. Hell, maybe you've been the wrong man ever since you two got married, and that's why she left you. What do you think?
Wade keeps his hands clasped in his lap.
You mentioned a number over the phone.
Baxter laughs, rocks back in his chair, pulls his tie all the way free, and tosses it on his desk.
Here it comes. Like you said, Lonnie, let's put our cards on the table. You want me to drag my wife out of her own house by the roots of her hair, kicking and screaming, and believe me, that is what it will take. So it seems only fair that I be compensated appropriately. So, Baxter growls, I want twice what you're offering. Twice.
Baxter clutches his tumbler with both hands and stares into it. Pure lead crystal, if Wade isn't mistaken.
Twice. Half now.
Half now. Baxter's eyes stray over Wade's shoulder.
That it?
That's it. Baxter knocks back the last of his bourbon, smacks the tumbler down, and walks around his desk to a painting on the far wall, a dog with a duck in its mouth. Wade shifts in his chair to watch. The painting is hinged, a wall safe behind it. Baxter works the dial.
Do you love your son, Mr. Gardner?
What?
I have a son. I love him. But there are days I'd give up anything, even my boy, to have another chance at forever.
Wade turns back to the desk to hide the sudden flush of anger. Give up his son? Wade would never give up his son. Wade's own father might have said something like that, like some latter-day Abraham prodding Isaac up the hill at knife point. Wade picks up the funeral program. On the outside flap is a church, clouds parting to reveal two disembodied hands clasped in prayer. It makes him want to vomit just to look at it. And suddenly no amount of money this Baxter creep can offer Wade is worth the price of his own dignity. He picks up the heavy crystal tumbler and stands and walks up behind Baxter, and when Baxter turns, a stack of banded bills in one hand, the other closing that shitty, hinged motel art, Wade brings the tumbler down on Baxter's head.
The crystal shatters, drives shards into Baxter's scalp, and he staggers into the wall. The money cascades to the carpet. Baxter sits down on the floor, blood coursing over his face, into his eyes. From the desk blotter, Wade snags the property transfer deed. He bends over Baxter and waggles the paper. Then he tears it in half and lets the pieces flutter down to the floor among the money. He snares Baxter's shirt and hauls the man up into his fist, once, twice, 3 times, until he hears a nice, bright crack beneath the skin. A cheekbone, maybe. "You don't talk to me about my son." With that, Wade walks out of the office and leaves Baxter bleeding on his rich green carpet. Right knuckle, red and swelling, Wade drives around, jumping with adrenaline. At 6 o'clock, he stops at a hardware store downtown and buys duct tape. A man in a pearl snap shirt rings him up. He asks the man if he knows how to get to the address he read on the transfer deed. The man says, "Sure, that's Redfern Hill." He asks Wade if he knows that nice young girl and her boy just moved in. Says they've been in a couple times. Swell pair. Wade says he does know them. So the hardware man tells him how to get there, and Wade thanks him. Then he goes across the street to the pawn shop. An old-timer perches on a stool behind the register, reading Lonesome Dove. "Do you have knives?" Wade says. Out of the blue depths of the chest and into the studio in the little blue house in Conway. A canvas, set vertically upon the easel. On it, a woman's face. Nellie's own, half in shadow, floating in a pool of midnight behind a white slash of skin and cheek. Upon the cheek in shadow, veins blue and vessels red, and each becoming hair, and the hair becoming something else, a kind of slick and pulsing vine that reaches beyond the borders of the canvas and covers the sheetrock. Sweat beneath her arms, Nellie steps back and looks around, takes in the dream wreckage of her studio. Every canvas in tatters, every frame smashed. She drops her palette and palette knife and kneels before one of the larger pieces, lifting a ragged flap back into place and seeing with a shock the western view from the top of the fire tower at Redfern Hill. A nighttime rendering in which the moon, a silver crescent with a rind of cadmium red, rises over a saw-toothed tree line low in the foreground. The door to the studio creaks. She freezes, listening for footsteps in the hallway, hearing only the thump of the refrigerator's compressor. Along the far wall, a portrait of Max at 6 or 7 smiles at her. He's missing a tooth. The work is warm and happy. The boy's face is slashed to ribbons. "Max?" she calls, into the darkness. She peers around the doorway. Across the hall to his room, he sits on the edge of his bed, wearing galoshes and a yellow raincoat, a little blue suitcase between his feet. "I'm going to run away from you," he tells her. Propped beside him is her painting of the eye, trailing its optic nerve. On the other side, Lonnie Baxter's crude cunt turned sideways. Both, she realizes, are the same, neither eye nor cunt, but an island rising out of an inlet flowing off the river. At the center of each, a deep, dark hole. In the kitchen, the phone begins to ring. The dream rolls on. Wade misses Redfern Road, has to double back, the turnout narrow and overgrown. Driving slowly, he opts not to turn in, but instead cruises on by to the bridge that spans the river, and here he pulls off the road into the grass and parks under the overpass. He tucks his knife into its scabbard and loops his belt through the scabbard, then crosses onto the property from beneath the bridge. He moves through the edge of the woods, parallel to the road, until the highway's out of sight. From here, he follows the gravel, keeping close to the ditch so he can duck into the trees if need be. But no one comes, and after about 40 minutes or so, he's made it to a stretch of trees
through which he can see the old farmhouse on the hill, the day's light waning. He crosses into the trees and comes up behind the Winnebago in the long grass, and squats at the front fender until twilight falls, so he can safely cross the field without being seen. The windows of the house are dark. He creeps close to the porch, then onto it to peer in. No one's home. He sits down on the porch steps. His knife, a ridiculously large hunting knife, finds its way into his hands, and he jabs it idly into the porch planks as the world around him plunges into night. The night lamps stutter on. A dog sits out by the edge of the barn, watching Wade. Wade swallows heavily. "Hey, girl." The dog cocks its head. Gripping his knife, Wade gets to his feet. He whistles. The dog lopes a few yards toward the house, then sits. It's a crippled thing, Wade sees. "Here, girl," he calls, and takes a step in the dog's direction. It darts away into the long meadow grass. After a dozen or so yards, it stops and turns, tail switching. "You want to play?" "Sure. Let's play." Wade goes after it, ducking through the barbed wire fence. Again the dog runs, slides beneath the front of the Winnebago. Wade approaches the RV slowly, cautiously. Bats swoop out of a twilight sky, and he can just make out the shapes of the shed, the old chair beneath it, the stove. Near the front bumper, he gets down on hands and knees and makes kissing noises. He can't see it, but something scrabbles in the shadows. The dog, huddling behind the front left tire of the Winnebago. "Come on now." Knife in hand, he walks around the driver's side of the RV, then drops down behind the tire and reaches for the dog, but the dog scrabbles away, lopes to a back tire and hunkers there. Son of a bitch. Max always wanted a dog, had begged for one years back, but Wade shut that shit down right quick. Dogs are dirty, smelly mouths to throw money in. It figures Nellie would have gotten the kid a mutt right off the bat. We'll see about that, sneaky Nellie. We'll see. He puts his knife away in its scabbard on his hip and moves through the grass, inching as far beneath the chassis of the Winnie as he can. He talks sweetly to the dog, coaxes it, tells it how pretty it is. Then he reaches into his shirt pocket and takes out a square of half-melted chocolate, the last of a Hershey's bar he'd bought on the road that day. He waves it at the dog, and the dog's ears prick up. It crawls on its belly toward him. "That's it, that a girl." The dog stretches its neck, licks at the chocolate in Wade's hand. "Wade!" He starts and jumps up, bangs his head on the bottom of the Winnebago hard enough to see stars. "God damn it!" The dog is gone. "Wade!" A voice over his shoulder. "Who's that?" he calls, on his belly. But he knows. Of course he knows. He'd recognize that Baptist brimstone baritone anywhere. It was the voice of his father, stern, harsh, unforgiving, like the time he caught Wade doing those things to the kittens and steered him down the aisle of the empty church, forced him onto his knees to pray. "You ask forgiveness for the terrible thing you did." And suddenly he's back there, beneath that narrow wooden bridge down by the river when he was 12, where he found the cardboard box of kittens mewling, one already stiff and dead, the others sightless, abandoned. He takes the first kitten from the box and holds it under the water, feeling it thrash weakly. And he's weak too, a weak and terrible boy. He knows it, because no boy should ever be so weak as to hurt things small and helpless. Something growls behind him. He tries to turn to see, but he can't. He's still on his belly beneath the RV, and the space is too small. He can't maneuver. "Get!" he cries and kicks. But the growling only turns into snarling, barking, and now the dog's teeth sink into his right ankle. and it feels like razors slitting skin. And Wade has no time to register the pain because suddenly he's yanked hard from beneath the RV. Instinct kicks in, and he claws at the earth, but he's yanked a second time into the deep Johnson grass in back of the whinny, and now he's screaming as whatever has him has clamped onto both legs, wrapped him, and dozens of tiny razor blades are slicing through his jeans, into his legs, nipping at him, biting deeper. He twists and writhes and turns to see it, even as its grip eases. A dog that is not a dog rears over him, its muzzle a long black eel, his knife in its scabbard. He fumbles for it, manages to unsheath it even as the dog thing falls upon him, and long, rough tentacles unfurl from its belly, each bristling with 1,000 tiny legs that sprout tiny teeth spinning like circular saws. Something slithers up his leg, tearing open the fabric of his jeans just below his crotch to wriggle wetly into his pants. Wade Gardner opens his mouth to scream, but a tendril thick and fat plunges down his throat. He convulses in the grass, tastes blood, dirt, then pain, black becoming red, red becoming white, white flaring into stars that dim and die. 1932, October 3rd, early morning. Dewy webs between the long grass stalks. The cabins in the meadow, deserted, boards overgrown with lichen. No smoke rises, the chimneys all crumbling and clogged with wasps. Gone are the pigs, the goats, the chickens. Gone are Daniel Two-Fists and his bees. The life left here now is wild and rambling, forgotten. A lone Ford Model A stutters through its gears up Camp Road, jamming, grinding, lurching to a stop where the rough gravel thins out into the meadow. Behind the wheel a boy, 14, a head of chestnut hair and freckles and a frame that seems to hold more gristle than meat. In the passenger seat, August Redfern, not yet 42 and already graying at the temples, the yoke of tragedy and grief and violence heavy across his shoulders. "That's one way to stop," he says, and reaches a dented metal flask from the crack of the seat. He drinks. "I can do better," the boy says, spindly hands on the spindly wheel. "Couldn't we all?" is Redfern's answer, spoken through the passenger window to the river. How is it that a man can wither in a season, but a river will not change its course in a lifetime? Papa? Redfern looks back at his son, eyes misted. He smiles, holds out the flask. Hank surprises himself by taking it, drinking. The whiskey goes down hard, leaves him coughing and spitting, but there's a fire, too, in his belly, a kind of reassurance, where before there was not. "You're leaving soon," Redfern says, taking back his flask. How does he know? Hank looks away quickly, to the empty meadow, the deserted cabins. The grassy knoll, where his mother's old cemetery holds a scant 5, 6 unmarked graves. "It's okay. I won't stop you. I'm just sorry it's come to it." Hank puts his hands in his lap, intertwines them, spreads his fingers on his thighs. "She's mean to you. And to Aggie. Well, your sister's willful, like you. She's mean to all of us. She's kept this place going, I reckon. Kept it going? Look out there, Papa. She made it a graveyard. Times are hard. They'll be just as hard on the road. You know that, don't you? We ain't never known nothing but..." Hank freezes on the word, then pushes it out with all his breath. Hard scrabble. When you go in the night, while your mother's sleeping. Why don't we go together, you and me and Aggie? Redfern takes another drink, a long one. He thinks of his wife, whispering to herself in the library at her desk, poring over account ledgers and balance sheets and stock reports. The old bond between them of blood and earth, hard and fixed as red Georgia clay. I can't. Then you'll come with me, later today to the prison. One last time, before you go. Once a year, at the start of the season, Redfern drives into town to negotiate the new contract at the prison. Euphemia's grand vision to hire out the harvest to chain gangs, as the turpentine farms down in Florida do. Keep the groves bleeding. But Redfern's not a slaver. He says as much when they argue, which is often. He talks of dignity and what they've forgotten, how the trees will all be dead, how there's hardly money to put food on the table, let alone pay the state. Euphemia, meanwhile, keeps selling things off to keep cash in their accounts. Timberland first. Pulpwood, the only thing that's thriving now. This old Model A is the last of Redfern's fleet. But what's next? When the land is bare and the money's all spent, is it the noose for Redfern? A shotgun in the mouth? Or will she save him the trouble and slit his throat in his sleep, drop his body at last into that dark, toothy hole to change the course of their fortunes once more? Or will it be one of the children, Henry, the boy she never loved, Agatha, the child they conceived that red night of horror almost a decade ago now? The boy nods. He'll ride out with his old man one last time. Redfern feels a sudden wellspring of gratitude for this broken, awkward boy, the son who lived, the son he never truly loved as he should have, always comparing him to the boy he imagined Charlie would have been. Life is so goddamned unfair, and how we make it so. Something else. Redfern reaches beneath the creaky seat. He takes out a red rag and unfolds it, revealing the Colt .45 he took from Ennis Hawley, the gun he murdered Kurt Barlow with, put away these long years, kept oiled and ready for lean times such as these, times when sacrifices need to be made, when all their good luck is spent. Redfern grips it, slips his finger into the trigger guard. He looks at his son, then flips the gun and grips it barrel first and hands it across the seat. Hank takes it with both hands, cradles it. I want you to take this with you. Questions behind the boy's eyes. I'll teach you to use it. They get out and walk into the meadow, stand against a backdrop of dilapidated cabins. Redfern takes his flask from his pocket, drains it, walks it over to the last of the great pine stumps that once studded the clearing. The wood is rotten, beetle-eaten. He sets the flask on the flat edge of the stump, walks back to his son, and touches the boy's shoulder, and Hank stands there, looking out from beneath the shelf of brown hair, a boy on the verge of something better. Or something worse, his future undecided. Pray God it will not be decided by this place. Redfern takes his son's hand and lifts his arm and sights the flask, talking him through the first gentle squeeze of the trigger. 2-3 pounds of pressure, that's all it takes. The crack is loud, though it fades quickly, absorbed by the watchful woods. Even if you won't go, Hank says, when they're back in the truck, both doors shut, smells of sweat and cordite heavy between them. I'll take Aggie with me. Redfern goes still, his gaze drifting out to the river, picturing it, perhaps, packing them both off, send them floating in a little boat, mayhap, like babes in one of Agatha's fairy tales, beneath the bright, starry eyes of a midnight sky. Little sister, big brother protector, their bark spinning like an autumn leaf in the whirls and currents, until at last it noses up beneath a willow, and out they climb through the bulrushes onto a bank of breadlines, where they'll take their place among the sad, shuffling husks of those left behind, cut loose, surrounded by murderers and criminals who would have at them, even as their mother pursued them, Ahab-like, to the ends of the earth. Or forced him to. He is, after all, her prisoner, too, now. No. The word is so flat, so empty, so final. There is no good answer to the boy's why not. Redfern only says, "The world will do its damnedest to chew you up and spit you out. You take her. It'll do it even quicker. To both of you. Alone? You've got a chance." And here, what chance does she have? A question like a bullet, fired into Redfern's chest. His eyes water, threaten to spill with the guilt he has carried in his heart since the girl was born, knowing her eventual fate, her mother's dark plan, another body to drop in the ground here at Redfern Hill. "I'll look out for her." Redfern lies, a tremor in his voice. Hank's eyes dart up to catch his father's, an old mistrust between second-born and his father. Too much liquor, not enough love, the weary piling on of secrets and defeat. "Now," Redfern nods at the dash. "Do you remember how to start her?" Hank nods. "Then get to it, son. We've got a day ahead of us." The sun is shining, and the sky is piled with October cotton as Agatha Redfern thumps out the screen door, wire basket in hand, to gather eggs in the coop behind the barn. In a hidden pocket of her dress, she carries a stick of peppermint, the last of a store she's kept since Christmas, when things were a little better than they are now. Hank's Christmas Eve birthday, the last time she remembers a smile on Mama's face before her black moods fell permanently over the house, before Papa's distillery went cold at the end of summer. Barely enough turpentine to fill 100 barrels. Hank says whatever heartwood runs through Mama was once rich and grained, but it's been hollowed out, eaten away. He says she'd be strong if she weren't so tired, so full of rage. Railing, then drifting days without a word for anyone, depressions black as the long, sunless days of the Arctic. Sometimes Mama goes into the cellar and shuts the door and talks to little Charlie in the dark. Agatha never knew little Charlie, but she knows he was Hank's twin. And if he was Hank's twin, that means Charlie was every bit as good as Hank. "Imagine it, dog," she sometimes says. 2 Hanks instead of 1. Imagine that. Today, Dog crawls out from beneath the shade of the porch and trots behind her. They round the barn, Agatha dancing ahead of the mutt's tongue at her fingers. The sun is warm on her cheeks, and she's happy, which is not every day, but it's good when she is. She played Mozart on the piano last night after supper, and the music seemed to make everyone sleepy. Mama in her chair by the fireplace, Papa and Hank on the old blue sofa. Sleepy is a good thing, because when Mama and Papa are sleepy, they aren't fighting, and lately they fight a lot. It's a funny thing to Agatha being a child, subject to the moontide pulls and pushes of grown-ups. If she thinks about it hard enough, it makes her mad. Makes her want to slam all her fingers down on the piano keys until they break and the wire strings in the piano snap and there is no more music to be made. At the peg-locked gate of the chicken pen, she draws up short. "Back, dog!" She shoves at the mutt's stubborn, dumb head. Inside the pen, the 2-tiered coop built against the back of the barn is empty. 8 hens huddle in a faraway corner, still and silent. White leghorns and Plymouth rocks, beady eyes wide, heads erect. Agatha slips the peg and pushes Dog away. She goes gingerly to the cluster of birds and kneels down to stroke the back of a hen. No movement, save a twitch of the head. Even the roosters seem stunned, like birds that have struck glass mid-flight. She reaches gently beneath the hen, finds an egg, blue speckled. Beneath, another, and another. They've all laid, away from their nesting boxes. She remembers last fall, when it seemed the chickens were refusing to lay. No eggs to be found day after day. Stubborn, stupid creatures. That's what Mama said. But Agatha, who turned the hens out to range in the evenings, suspected different. She went looking, found a cache of eggs beneath a stand of blackberry bushes at the edge of the woods. After that, she cleaned out their boxes, asked Papa for fresh pine shavings to replace their moldy hay, and sure as shooting, the hens began to lay again. Not stupid animals, just finicky. They like it the way they like it. So she checks the coop, feels among the boxes, finds no eggs in the shavings. Then, in a corner box, she sees it. A chicken lies dead on its nest. Agatha stares, frozen between revulsion and fascination. Its beak has been forced open, and down that broken gullet twists a black vine that corkscrews up from the ground beneath the coop. Agatha sets her basket down and hunkers close. She runs a small finger along the vine. It stirs like a sleeping cat disturbed, and the hen's body jerks as the vine pulls away, disappears quietly into the earth. Outside the pen, Dog whines. A voice suddenly in Agatha's head, high and bright, the sing-song voice of a child. Boy or girl, she can't tell. But the word it calls out is bold and eager. Agatha! An invitation to play. Dog's ears prick up. She barks. Hello? Agatha says to the air. No answer, but the wind, the soft cluck of nervous hens behind her. So she bends down and reaches slowly beneath the chicken's carcass. Her fingers close around the warm shape of an egg. She draws it out. It's a color she's never seen an egg before. An impossible crimson, the color of a sunset sky. Speckled pink. She sets her basket aside and reaches into her hidden pocket, brushing aside the peppermint stick for a small box of kitchen matches. She strikes one, holds it up behind the egg. No cracks, no meat spots. Just the silhouette of a strange, burled thing, spiny. Like a spider's egg sac, and pulsing like a tiny heart. Like her own, small and fragile. Up at the house, the front door opens and Mama walks out, dressed in a loose-fitting cotton shirt. The wind blows through it and makes it look like a sail. Agatha? She calls. Stop wool gathering and start egg gathering. Yes, Mama. Carefully, so carefully, she wraps the crimson egg in a handful of straw from the bottom of her wire basket, then tucks the bundle into her secret pocket. Outside the pen, Dog is going crazy. Agatha! Coming, Mama. She gathers the rest of the eggs quickly. Later, she'll fetch the shovel from the barn to bury the hen near the edge of the woods. Papa and Hank come rattling back up the road in the Model A shortly after 3 o'clock, the light getting golden, the shadows getting long. Hank finds Agatha in the browning grass of the meadow, playing with her doll, her face flushed with the sun. Are you hiding again? She shakes her head. Where's Dog? Hank looks around. Chasing rabbits way over yonder. Poor rabbits. Poor Dog. She'll never catch one.
Don't say mean things about Dog. She can't help the way she is. Hank looks over his shoulder, back up to the house, like he's checking to see if Mama's watching. Then he drops down beside his sister on his knees. Look here. From the waist of his jeans, he takes out a folded red rag, and in the rag is a gun. Papa gave it to me. It's for when I leave in a few days. Agatha says nothing, just walks her rag doll in circles in the grass. She knows what Hank means because Hank whispered his plans through the crack of the locked door between their rooms one night, a while back, as they lay belly down on the floor, deprived of supper, stomachs rumbling. Mama downstairs, tearing books from shelves and hurling them across the library, cussing the banks. Papa shut away with his maps, lost in the crinkle of old paper. Neither brother nor sister able to sleep for hunger or fear and that odd scrabbling in the walls. They've heard it a lot lately in all the rooms, especially when Mama's upset and Agatha can't help wondering if something is growing in there. It's just mice, Hank tells her. Why do you want to run away, Hank? Because. Because why? Because there's no love here. Don't you feel it? But where will you go? How will you eat? I'll get by. Maybe I'll go to Savannah. Papa says Savannah's full of bad folks. Everywhere is bad folks. We got bad folks right here. I'm scared, Hank. Don't be scared. Maybe I'll join the Merchant Marines or the French Foreign Legion. What happens to me when you go? What do you mean, what happens to you? There won't be anyone to stop her. Shamefully, he admits. I don't always stop her. But you try. One day, she starts in on me. I'm gonna grab that strap and hit back with it, and that'll be the end of me. I hate Mama. Hate's a big word for a little kid. I hate her, and I just know I'm going to hate her even more when you go, so you better not go, Hank Redfern. You better not go. Behind them, Dog pushes through the grass and nuzzles Hank's arm. She's been in the creek and reeks of bog water. He shoves her away, says, "Get!" and folds the gun back into the rag and tucks it away in the band of his trousers. Agatha pouts, picks at a thread on her doll's dress. Hank scoots next to her. I love you, baby sister. Don't call me a baby. Papa and Mama fight every night. They'll fight all day, too, when you leave. It's always worse when the new season starts. You know that. Take me with you, Hank, please. Papa says I can't. He says the world's on the brink of starvation. At least here you got food. How am I supposed to provide for you out there? It's not safe here. I have bad dreams, and the bad dreams are always about Mama. I'm afraid if you leave me here alone, something awful might happen. You'd starve to death out there, or worse. Most days, I'm hungry here, ain't you? He lifts his shirt, thumps his flat belly. Ripe as a melon I am. He laughs. Right then, it's on the tip of her tongue to tell him about the egg she's carried in her pocket all day, about the hen she buried beneath the blackberry bushes, to tell him about the voice in her head, how it was like her own, a child's voice, playful and friendly. But a big cloud passes, and its shadow rolls over them, and she figures he won't believe her. He'll laugh at her, call her a liar, and run away even sooner to some place where little sisters don't matter because they're all just whipped and helpless. So she keeps her secret, even as the warmth of the sun fades from her cheeks, and Hank peers up at the huge, slow-moving cloud, and she hears, Agatha. Like the shade above it, it soothes, cools. Hank gets up to head back. Before he goes, he tells her not to be late for dinner. And remember, wash up. Mama won't like it if your hands are dirty. Agatha watches him go. Gingerly, she takes the egg from her pocket. She lights another match and holds up the flame
and looks through the shell at the small, pulsing life inside. The spiny blob is bigger than before. Size of a penny now. She peers closer into a red mapwork of veins. So intent upon it that she doesn't notice the match burning low until it singes her fingertip. She drops the match, and her other hand closes, crunching the egg. A reflex, but instantly her heart wells up with guilt. The yolk, along with whatever grows at the center of it, bursts, and the color that spurts out is shocking, black as tar. Albumin drips through her fingers, weird and pink. Caught up in it, flecks the color of turquoise. Dog is at her fingers before Agatha thinks to stop her, licking, lapping, swallowing. "No, stupid dog, no!" Agatha pushes the dumb mutt away, but Dog only comes back for more. She flings her hand into the grass, rubs it in the dirt. Out of the west, October conjures up the long autumn dark. 1989. July 9th. Still the dream. This new and terrible world of Nellie's making. Here, the phone is ringing in the foyer of Redfern Hill. She's in jeans, her painter's shirt, hair up in a red rag, Converse high tops. Her hand trembles over the receiver. On the fourth ring, she picks it up, expecting Wade. But there is no voice on the line. Only a man's heavy breathing. "Lonnie?" "Get ready to pay the piper, cunt," Baxter says, and the line goes dead. Behind her, Max speaks. "Where were you that day?" He sits on the stairs, fourth riser up, elbows on his knees. His legs are saplings, bare toes rooted to the floor, ringed bark where his tube socks end. Just below his knees, his fingers hang like twigs. His skin is pale, his eyes are yellow, like the backyard in Conway, Nellie thinks. The swing set there, how he used to wait out the screaming. All he lacks, a book to distract him. "Where were you when Dad hurt me?" "I went to see a lawyer. I told, but she doesn't want to say, 'your dad.' It makes her gorge rise. I told Wade I was going to look for a job, but that wasn't true. I dream about that day." Max's voice is dead, flat. "Dad said he wanted me to be tough. It was after Leon Miller at recess. Do you remember that?" She nods. He cocks his head, and the pose is animalistic, horrible, those yellow eyes. "What were you seeing a lawyer for?" Her throat is dry. "You know what." "You should say it. Say it, you selfish bitch." "Don't talk to me like that, Max." "I'm sorry, Mom." The apology comes automatically, a kind of empty reflex, as if some other mind were indexing the appropriate response and spitting it out. For the first time, Nellie notices that the stairwell's banisters are made of rope. "What did your grandfather think of your bridge?" she asks brightly, a tremor in her voice. "Did you tell him about it?" "Please don't change the subject, bitch." "This is not your son. This is not your son. This is not your son." She stammers out the rest. "When I came home that day and you were gone, I was afraid. I was afraid your Wade knew where I'd been, that he'd taken you away to hurt me. Then the phone rang. And of course, the phone on the little table by the front door rings. She picks it up. "Hello?" The boy thing watches her from the stairs. "It's me," Wade says. "I'm at the hospital. Kid had an accident." Nellie covers the receiver with her hand and says to the thing that is not Max, "I knew he was lying. I knew instantly,
and I should have taken you straight away and left that very day. I'm sorry I didn't. I don't know why I waited. We're coming home as soon as we can. Nellie? Hello?
Sometimes I think we'd still be there if it wasn't for this place. She lets the receiver drop back into the cradle, cutting Wade off mid-sentence. Listen, I'll see you soon. The boy thing grins. He darts from the stairs, tearing up wood and carpet as he goes. Nellie follows him to the long gullet of the cellar stairs, where the door hangs open, and a brilliant blue light plays over her like the sun through seawater. She takes a deep breath and plunges in. Max wakes in the house on Elm, on his pallet of quilts at Nellie's bedside. He gets up off the floor, sees her in the same unmoving position, and goes off down the hall to pee. He goes to the kitchen to get a drink of water and finds Mr. Hank staring out the window over the sink, eyes vacant, like there's nothing out there to see. The Ranger is parked along the curb in front of the house where the wrecker left it. Mr. Hank has an empty glass in hand. On the kitchen counter there's a bottle, tall and slim and full of whiskey. The seal is not yet broken. Mr. Hank turns like he's startled, eyes big and wet. I needed a drink, Max says. You needed... Hank looks down at the glass in his hands. Water. Slowly Mr. Hank turns on the tap and runs water in the glass he's holding. When it's full, he hands it to Max, and Max drinks it down in 3 long gulps. That's good water. Soft water. His grandfather blinks at Max for a second. And Max gets the weird feeling the old man is somehow grateful to him, but it doesn't strike him what for. In the musty, oil-smelling garage, back wall lined with homemade wire bins, each heaped with aluminum beer and soda cans, a plywood workbench bolted into the studs, Mr. Hank clicks on a cobwebbed lamp and shoves aside a litter of screws and washers and bug turds. From under the bench, he hauls out a heavy cardboard box. Inside are pocket watches, wristwatches, even an old mantel clock buried in the bottom. Some are clearly broken, faces smashed, bands missing. Others have simply wound down, their gears exhausted. All silent, all stopped. Pick one, Mr. Hank tells Max. Max, who's never owned a watch, reaches into the box and sifts through them. Gotta have a watch, else time gets away from you. They're all busted, Max says. Maybe we can fix it. Where'd these come from? My old store. Max settles on a pocket watch, made of brass, the casing etched with the image of a winged horse. It's Pegasus. Mr. Hank takes it and holds it, turns it in his thick-knuckled hands. He sets the watch on the workbench. From the far end of the bench, he pulls over a wooden box that opens onto a series of tiered wooden trays. Each tray holds an assortment of odd tools Max has never seen before. Silver picks and tiny screwdrivers, tweezers, and weird specialty pliers. It all smells vaguely of oil. Mr. Hank trains the light close to the watch and sets a tiny glass piece into his eye, then pops open the casing. He rummages amid a handful of dead watches and opens these too. His hands, dry and chapped and wrinkled with age, move deftly as he lifts tiny gears from the guts of the watches with his long, jagged nails. Max's attention strays to the rest of the garage. Eyes wandering, he sees an old bicycle hanging on the wall by its spokes. A spindly, copper-colored Schwinn, with a girl's angled bar. Was that Mom's? Mr. Hank grunts, snaps the pocket watch shut, and winds it, presses it to his ear. Is it working? Not yet. He opens the watch and shucks its casing like an oyster. Keeps at it, Max edges closer, so that his shoulder is almost touching the old man's arm.
Shit.
Mr. Hank looks around at his tools, leans forward to rummage in his trays.
Where's that goddamn oil?
He mutters, then gets up and walks off out the open garage door. Max hears the kitchen door slap shut. Alone in the garage, he picks up the Pegasus watch and presses it to his ear, hears nothing but the heavy silence of time standing still. He sets it back on the table and hunkers down and drags the cardboard box of watches out into the light. Sifts through the old, tarnished timepieces, lets their chains fall through his fingers. There's a ticking somewhere in the box, and he starts digging for it, taking out watches and stacking them on the concrete floor. That's when he sees it. Something that is not a watch, buried among the dead timepieces. Something long and slender and made of iron. He pulls it out and blows the rust and dust from it. It's a key. A long, black key. Mr. Hank walks in through the open garage door, tiny oil can in hand. He freezes when he sees Max hunkered there, holding the key. Mr. Hank starts to turn back to the house, then to the garage, like he's a compass without a pole, like he can't point true. His eyes fix on the key, then on Max, and slowly, without a word, he sets the oil on the workbench and takes the key and puts it back in the box. Max backs away as Mr. Hank slides the box back under the bench. "I'm sorry," Max tries. "I was just—" But in truth, he doesn't know what to say. His grandfather switches off the lamp and disappears through the open garage door, and Max is left alone. Wade Gardner, in the ashes of his chrysalis, the dry remnants of his becoming. Daylight, filmy and dim among the trees. He wakes, half his face crawling with ants. The Winnebago just visible, some 50, 60 yards away. He pushes up weakly and sits back against a pine, brushes absently at his cheek and neck. His throat is swollen and raw and hurts when he swallows. His skin hangs cold and sallow from his frame. On the ground, where he's lain, are the broken pieces of a papery husk. Like a wasp's nest in texture, they crumble to powder between his fingers. "Wade," Daddy's voice again, from everywhere and nowhere. He opens his mouth to answer, but he has no breath, no voice. A sensation passes through him, like ropes yanked taut. He herks and jerks, is dragged upright out of the long green grass like a marionette. His heart should be racing, but he can't feel it, can't feel a heart beating in his chest, can't sense the ground beneath his feet or the sunlight upon his skin. Nothing at all feels connected to him anymore. No control. A prisoner in his own skull, a madman leaping at the bars of his own mind. Wade, 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 I'm Wade, I'm Wade, I'm Wade. Gentle, persistent, like the lapping of waves against the hull of a boat. Given time, that voice will wear away all things. Silence. See the man's body, the man's hands. The right hand moves to the empty scabbard on the dead man's hip. Immediately, it knows where the lost blade is, the knowledge having traveled from one node of itself to another, so it turns and sees the blade being lifted up by roots that sway and coil, and the thing inhabiting the shell of Wade Gardner smiles as it plucks the blade from just one of its many long and searching hands and holds it in the man's. I have to open that cellar door, Max thinks. There's something terrible behind it, and I have to fix it. If I can fix it,
Then Mom will wake up, because that's how we take care of each other. It's like in the fairy tales. A maiden under a spell, a prince riding out to slay a dragon. But this is no fairy tale monster. He remembers the bear, the bunny, that awful wriggling root thing. Whatever the monster is, it's very, very real. Standing in the open garage door, he stares at the Ranger, parked in the drive. No, it's no good. After that long, horrible mile of grinding gears in the dark. In daylight, a cop would stop him for sure. Or he'd wreck it. His eyes wander around the garage, land on the bike that hangs on the nail, Nellie's old Schwinn, the one she'd ridden out to Redfern Hill all those years ago. The tires will be flat. It's been hanging there longer than you've been alive. But when he reaches out and squeezes the rear tire, it's solid. The front, too. Mr. Hank must keep it up, he figures. After all, an old man who's a recovering alcoholic, he'd need a bicycle in good working order, wouldn't he? No matter how many cop-friendly bumper stickers you plaster on your pickup. Not a nice thought, but it's the truth. Max lifts the bike down from the nail. It's heavier than it looks, and sets it roughly on the concrete. Rolls it outside. He stuffs the black iron key in the pocket of his sweatpants and climbs onto the bike. He's never ridden an adult's bike, only his BMX, back in Conway. Grass growing up around it now, no doubt where they'd forgotten it in the backyard. The Schwinn wobbles, but Max manages to steady himself pretty quickly, and after a circle or two in the driveway, he pedals out into the street. He stops at the Ranger and opens the door and takes out the axe, still on the floorboard. He lays it across the handlebars, but the balance is off. He can't turn, so he dismounts and goes into the garage and comes back out minutes later with a 3-foot extension cord, which he uses to lash the axe to the seat tube. Then he swings the bike around and rides fast and hard for Redfern Hill. In a rocking chair on the back porch, Lonnie jolts awake from a nightmare in which Todd is a child again, able to walk, to speak, to reason. Lonnie's teaching him to ride a bike, one hand on the seat as the boy struggles along through a meadow, and soon enough the meadow slopes down to a wide sideways mouth, and the bike begins to wobble as the mouth opens, and there are teeth and tendrils, and the boy begins to cry as Lonnie pushes him faster and faster toward those gnashing blades, and Todd begins to frantically thumb the bell on the bicycle and cry out for his mother, only his words are inarticulate shrieks. Inside the house, the phone is ringing. Lonnie sits up too quickly, and pain lances his head. Sweating through his t-shirt, he leans forward in his chair and listens for Linda to pick up the call. Bob Barker's chattering in the living room. The Price is Right is Linda's only hour of must-see TV, so she ought to be around. But the phone doesn't stop, so he struggles up stiffly to get it himself. In the panes of the French doors that open onto the back porch, Lonnie catches a glimpse of his face. He looks like a mummy. Nose in a splint, hair shaved, 11 stitches in his scalp. Wrappings all over. Perfect end to a perfect week. That's what he said at the emergency room last night, all smiles with the nurse. Fell down the stairs with a tumbler of bourbon. Perfect end to a perfect week. She called him a poor thing, asked how on earth he'd managed to drive himself all the way there, to which Lonnie answered, "Well, darlin', I just got behind the wheel and turned the key. The rest was like riding a bike." Later, when everything was sewn up, he called Linda to come get him. She cried when she saw him. "Oh, boo fucking who," he growled. "Just get me home and put a Bloody Mary in my hand and then leave me the shit alone. I gotta make some calls." And make some calls he did. The first was to Tommy Stallnacher, sheriff of Baxter County. A man
whose gut was easily the size of a number 10 washtub, which is how big a washtub you'd need to float all the cash Lonnie had thrown that some bitch's way last election. "Tommy boy, I got a problem," of the no questions asked variety, whereupon the good sheriff, to his credit, had shut up and listened while Lonnie talked. The second call was to Jim Meadows, and by then Lonnie was so goddamn drunk and high on painkillers he can't be sure what all he said, except the part where he threatened to walk Jim Meadows into the woods and cut his dick off and drop it down a dark hole with teeth, whether the land said hole was Lonnie's or not. To which Meadows, Lonnie's pretty sure, simply said, "Lonnie, I don't think I can represent you any more in legal matters," and then hung up. Lonnie steps through the door into the house and snags the kitchen phone. "Baxter residence. Go for Lonnie. Lonnie, this is Tommy Stallknocker. How you holding up?" "Not too bad, I guess, for a man got rolled on the day of his daddy's funeral." A pause. "It's one sorry state of affairs, ain't it? What's the word on our private APB? Listen, I put 2 of my best on it like you asked. One out at Redfern Hill, the other at the motel. They never saw hide nor hair of a red Mazda. That boy you said broke in on you, he must have took that money and run." "He's still around, I know that for a fact. You keep on it, and when you find him, you throw his ass in a cell and you call me because I want to come down there and put a boot print on his jaw." Pause. Lonnie, look, I can't divert men for this without it being official business, so if you want to come down, file a report. You want to shame me, Tommy? You want to drag me through the mud one day after I buried my daddy? Do you know he was shitting his pants in the end?" Here, Lonnie's voice breaks, and the words pour out like water from a burst dam. "I mean, Jesus Christ, Tommy. He didn't even know who I was, and all I wanted to do was make it clear I was the strong one. Me, the one who stayed. And you're telling me you're gonna let some hoodlum break in on me when I'm bereaved and whip me like a dog, and you want to talk to me about the books? Lonnie, there are procedures. You know, I get this shit right and left these days. You, Meadows, y'all motherfuckers forgot who this county's named after." One last pause. "Your great uncle, if memory serves." Lonnie's grip on the phone draws all the blood left in his body straight to his hand, which burns like a red-hot coal. "Fuck you, you fat, fucking, glorified garbage collector!" But the line is dead. Lonnie slams the phone into the cradle, then grabs his wrapped head as another pain blazes through it like a meteor. He kicks open the French doors and goes to the tiny table by his rocking chair, where Lonnie's little helpers yammer for attention from their little brown bottle. He snatches the bottle, pops one, then another, and starts chewing. Then he looks out at the garage. His mouth falls open, crushed pills dropping out like crumbs. Parked in his driveway, on the gray stone gravel, is a red Mazda. The rest of the house is dark, all lights extinguished. The dining room, the kitchen, both deserted. It's the showcase showdown in the living room, but no one's around to watch it. "Linda?" he calls out. Buoyed by a cloud of painkillers and booze, Lonnie wields a heavy pewter object from his home office, the key to the city of Empire. He holds it two-handed like a hammer, cocked and locked and ready to rock. At the bottom of the stairs he hollers up for his wife. No answer comes back. He takes the carpeted stairs slowly. "Todd?" He pushes open his son's bedroom door. The boy sits in his chair, forehead pushed into the heel of his hand. He sits turned away from the bedroom window, a posture that means something has upset him, that he isn't happy. Todd gives a low whimper, a whine, then lets fly a bleat that pierces Lonnie's eardrums. "Jesus, kid, what's—" Turning now to the rocking chair, where Linda sits, in her pink polyester cotton blend tracksuit, both wrists taped to the chair arms with silver tape, head thrown back like she's laughing with delight, a bib of blood drying down the front of her jacket. Throat slit. Lonnie speaks her name as he steps toward her. He takes her shoulders in hand, shakes her hard enough to send her head dropping forward onto her chest. "Linda, get up! Come on, Linda, get up!" He kneels in front of the chair, moves his hands over her arms, the tape binding her wrists. "Oh, Linda!" He puts his face in her lap and moans. Over by the window, Todd begins to hum a snatch of made-up song. Outside in the hallway, a light comes on in the bathroom. Lonnie lifts his head and stares through the open door. The faucet belches air, retches water. A sound begins deep inside him, a rumble that becomes a spitting roar. Lonnie rushes into the hallway and through the open bathroom door, swinging the key. No one. The sink is plugged, and water is spilling over onto the lavatory. The shower curtain is drawn back. No one there, so he shuts off the water and listens. Firm grip on his key, he steps back into the hallway. Something slides into his gut. Thanks to the painkillers, he hears it more than feels it, a pop and squish. He looks down and sees the steel haft of a hunting knife and 3 inches of blade protruding from his stomach, a hand attached to it, and the hand is attached to an arm, the arm to a shoulder, and above the shoulder a head that belongs to Wade Gardner, or a far-out, fucked-up nightmare that might once have been Wade Gardner. Lonnie's eyes grow wide at the bizarre, chevron-shaped head before him, twin horns of bark where the ears once were, eyes flashing golden blue. Things wriggle beneath the surface of his skin, black veins bulging. "Hello, Lonnie," the Gardner thing says. One hand on the knife, the other reaches up and grips the back of Lonnie's head as if to kiss him, only it swings Lonnie around to the head of the stairs as if they were dancing, a muffled thump as the key to the City of Empire drops to the carpet. Lonnie's arms and legs are tingling, his vision clouding, taste of blood. The Gardner thing opens its mouth and Lonnie sees into its throat, and something is there, the head of a thing that rears and flashes shards of teeth that spin, and Lonnie understands suddenly that his birthright has come to call. "Lonnie fucking Baxter!" The Gardner thing snarls, black ichor leaking from its nose. "Always taking more than you give, always asking more money, more land, more blood. This is not a servant's heart, you sad, greedy fuckstick." The knife turns. It turns on every word that follows, opening Lonnie's belly wide. "You are not worthy." Then the blade leaves his gut and he's falling, pitching backward down the stairs, down the long carpeted stairs of Frankenstein's mansion. And along the way, he has a vision of how it all should have ended after the land passed to him, and Linda and Todd were hurled by his own hands down into that hungry black pit. Lonnie stands in a 3-piece suit beneath the sun-spangled dome of the state capitol, and there is no one else but Lonnie. The world is Lonnie, and he is old and happy and sunless. All he ever wanted to be, and this is the simple, fleeting vision he has before he rocks up against the wainscoting at the bottom of the stairs and slumps there, a long smear of blood on the pale, yellow wall behind him. Upstairs, poor Todd Baxter lets rip one last peal of anguish. Max sticks to side streets as long as he can, until finally he's forced onto the narrow shoulder of the main road out of town. He passes a Dairy Queen, a laundromat, a furniture store, then veers onto the 2-lane blacktop that runs west. Here, cars shoot past like bullets, and the shoulder is rough and broken. The old Schwinn's tires bleed air. He's forced to walk the last half-mile beside open pasture land, the blacktop burning through the thin soles of his moccasin slippers. A big rig rockets by, as he crosses the river bridge, shaking the ground beneath him. By the time he reaches the turnout to Redfern Hill, the gate he and his mother first entered only 10 days ago, his feet are killing him, and he's soaked through with sweat and sunburned. The shadows along Redfern Road are long and reaching and help to cool him off, but the relief is short-lived. The rocks roll and bite beneath shoes that were not made for walking. He figures he'll make better time if he doesn't have to fool with the bike. So he unfastens the axe and leans the Schwinn against the distillery gate. Then, to spare his soles, he walks between the ruts in the grass, axe slung over his shoulder like he's Johnny Appleseed. Eventually he crests the hill that looks down on the South Creek wash. He stops to catch his breath. Overhead, a white jet tail slashes a cobalt strip of sky. It's hours before dark, but the woods here make it feel like the sun's already gone. And is it his imagination, or have the woods quieted? Not even the buzz of a single mosquito. Max sets off quickly down the hill, axe in both hands now. He tries a little whistling to drive back the gloom, but he glances over his shoulder every few steps. At the bottom, he slows to catch his breath. He can still see the ranger's tracks from that first night. Wide ruts, 3-4 inches deep. The boards Nellie brought from the stack of old lumber behind the shed, now laid as a makeshift bridge across the wash. He crosses these, each plank groaning under his weight. Halfway across, he hears a heavy, ragged snort. Down the gully, at the end of a bending tunnel of saplings and low branches and bracken, the bear stands in dappled shadow, 10-15 feet away, scenting the air. Max feels something in his head short out at the sight of it, this thing that cannot be. Its shoulders and haunches are knotty patches of hairless, rotting flesh. Out of its eye sockets, root-like tendrils twine back along its jaw, its throat, down into its chest. It shakes its head, drops to all fours, and takes one lumbering step toward Max before it bellows, huge and tuba-like. Max runs, up the hill, full out, heedless of the rocks beneath his feet. Axe clutched to his chest, he runs like he's never run before. And every step of the way he can hear it, pounding after him, breathing hoarse and jagged. And then it begins to cry. Mac! Somewhere in this horrible sound, Max hears his name. It would be enough to unmoor his sanity if he lets it in. But he doesn't. He just runs until his lungs burn and the road curves up to the drive, the house looming ahead. Only then, within reach of the barn, does he dare throw a backward glance, and what he sees or doesn't see brings him skidding to a halt. The bear is gone. There's only the empty road. All the flight goes out of him, and he drops, gasping, to the ground, sucking in big, raw lungfuls of air. He coughs, spits, collapses onto his back and stares up at the clouds, torn and golden. Max leaves the axe on the porch, by the locked front door, then limps around back and climbs the magnolia tree. He considers climbing the tower. The ladder there would make the ascent so much easier on his poor, sore feet. But his stomach pitches at the memory of his rope bridge fall, so he takes his time, branch to branch, until at last he crosses to the tin porch roof and shoves up the bedroom window and throws himself exhausted over the sill and into the house. When he finally sits up, the first thing he does is take off his moccasins. They're trashed, the balls of his feet red and raw and bloody. He changes into a pair of jeans, then reaches socks and sneakers from the armoire and pulls them on. He fishes the heavy iron key out of his crumpled sweatpants and slides it into his hip pocket, then digs through the cedar chest for his Craftsman. Clicks it on, clicks it off. A deep breath, and he heads downstairs to grab his axe from the porch, and after that he opens the cellar door and descends into the dark. Dreaming her way down now, and the cellar stairs are not the cellar stairs, but her grandfather's Winnebago, canted at an angle as if it's a ship cresting a high wave. Nellie thrusts out both arms to stay upright as the Winnie rocks and heaves, silverware and dishes slide out of the sink and crash to the floor. Beyond the windows, an endless blue sea. August Redfern sits in the dinette booth, holding his stenographer's notebook and a ballpoint pen, a cup of coffee steaming on the table, sliding to and fro. Sitting across from him, Euphemia Redfern wears a man's shirt and man's slacks, and when she turns, Nellie sees she's bleeding from the left side of her head. She looks like the pictures from the album, young and beautiful, big, bright eyes. Nellie could be looking into a mirror. The crescent axe slides on the table between them until a sudden lurch sends it and Redfern's coffee clattering down the long length of the Winnebago to the far end, a dark square that can only be the cellar itself. "That is where the pictures we paint are shaped," Redfern says to her. "The things we fear, the things we love." Again the RV pitches like a ship on a storm-tossed sea. Nellie's hip socks hard against the corner of the dinette, and she bounces like a pinball all the way down into the dark. And just like that, she wakes. Midday. Branches and long grass scrape the BMW's chassis as it creeps north, a long camp road, having broken through the distillery gate, plowed right over the Schwinn. The car comes to a halt at the clearing at the end of the trail, where the old cabins are strangled in wisteria. Behind the wheel, the Wade thing cuts the engine and sits, listening. Craggy, rough hands, yet bloody from the Baxter boy. What's left of the tape from the hardware store is on the passenger seat, bloody knife in its scabbard there too. In the trunk, the Beamer's big, spacious trunk, so much room, are the fruits of an afternoon's labors. The Wade thing passes through the woods with bodies, one by one, on its shoulder, first the wife, next the boy, and finally Lonnie. And with each trip its consciousness deepens its communion with the life around it. Mushrooms sprouting from the rich earth, sightless fat grubs working to aerate the soil, pine resin shifting slowly through the veins of the oldest trees yet living. All of nature is a terrible, beautiful song of competing voices with one low bass rumble that draws the Wade thing along like a current of water. Tiny green buds sprouting from neck and ears and pushing back into flesh and thickening within the walls of dead arteries, hundreds of fibrous tongues extending to leach nutrients and memories to consume the organism entire. This it has done for eons, to plants, animals, humans. Humans, with their tenuous grasp of immortality, their flimsy notions of the soul, their limitless capacity for suffering, always taste best. Afternoon thunderheads are massing by the time all three Baxters are heaped at the mouth of what George Baxter once called the Hollow, the place it first found shelter, not much more than some forest animal's burrow back then. This is where it retreats for the long sleep, to dream fitfully, sometimes waking in the night, to roam the woods unseen and howl its loneliness into the void, as it did back when old August Redfern went searching for it. How it loved to watch him from its million eyes, to regard him with the cold, curious gaze of a jungle cat. What was it the old man sought? Its destruction? Laughable. Years upon years after the fire, years upon years after Redfern's child fled, Euphemia burned, she who named us well, twisting through the empty house night after night, year after year, a haunter in the dark. The old man, its unwitting companion, as he stalked these woods like an eveless Adam searching for his God, or the devil who betrayed him. There's a kind of dance, a kind of courtship, old as time itself, arch-enemies, ancient friends. Then came the girl, with her heart full of suffering, rich as the black earth along the river, and it remembered. Deep in its old worm's heart, it recalled the taste of grief. And now the girl is a woman, and the woman brings pain and suffering tenfold to make the meat so sweet and tender. Poor Lonnie, what could you offer so fine as this? Out of the hollow, by the dull, slovenly sounds of a gargantuan thing eating, the dank, hungry breath of a being no earthly mind can fathom. The Dweller, Euphemia named it. Of all its names in all the universes it has known, it likes this one best. Little brown mushrooms spring out along the weighed thing's neck, as its own jaws work in tandem, the servant taking sustenance from the master in a kind of holy, parasitic communion. And when its meal is finished, the weighed thing gets up. Thin, fibrous runners tear loose from the ground, rip away the knees of its jeans, and staggers away into the trees, headed for the house where the evening's reunion awaits. The Dweller will be there, a long welcomed return to the only house it ever called home. The cellar. Flashlight in hand, Max drops his axe through a belt loop, just like Nellie wore it the day she trashed that asshole's taillight. Next, he takes the key from his pocket, but his light catches on the rag doll, still on the floor where he dropped it last night, and he pauses long enough to pick it up and tuck it in his waistband. Then he slides the iron key into the lock, and the coal closet door gives a heavy metal clank and breaks open like a sealed tomb, flakes of rust sifting from the hinges. Max jerks his hand back as the spider in the keyhole, black and shiny, drops out on a gossamer strand. The room is small, the floor bare earth. The walls are heaped with scraps of cut wood and discarded, broken bricks. Long white planks speckled with mold once formed a frame beneath the chute itself. A bin to keep the coal from spilling out onto the floor. But most of these have rotted through, and the coal is banked in big black drifts against the walls, and the chute itself, a narrow black stone gullet, angling up the foundation wall and crisscrossed with thick gossamer webs. At the foot of the coal drift is a galvanized metal pail, and on this pail a girl sits. Beside her is the three-legged dog Max hasn't seen since the distillery. The girl's hand, coal-smudged, fingernails black with dirt, tangles in the scruff of the dog's neck. Max shines his light at the girl's bare feet, black with dust. She's slim, dressed in a blue homespun dress, the dress from his dream, he realizes. Only in his dream the dress was pristine. Here, now, it's grimy, torn. But the girl's face, her face is horrible. Its shape is jagged, like a rough sketch. Slash marks up and down the cheeks. Black veins stand out along her scalp, and her hair is brittle moss. Her throat and ears are scaled with bark. Little ants work through the cracks. The flashlight in Max's hand trembles. "This is Dog," the girl says. "She's a good dog, aren't you, girl?" She scratches the dog's ear. The dog has patches of fur missing, ears bent like new leaves. No, Max thinks, not like leaves, they are leaves. "Is that my doll?" Max hands her the toy. She takes it with blue-black fingers and stares down at it, as if trying to place it. Then she looks up, her eyes flash golden. "I'm Agatha. You're Max." Thunder, as the weighed thing stands before the locked front door of Redfern Hill and closes its right hand over the doorknob, feeling the rotting flesh of its palm open like a torn clod of dirt. A thin, fibrous tongue pushes into the lock. When it turns its hand, the door opens and there's a snap, as what remains of a key juts briefly from the lock before flaking away. The weighed thing enters, not bothering to lock the door again. It walks from room to room and sees with eyes no longer human the evidence of new life lived, here in this house, where once it dwelled in the heart of a woman, her many sacrifices mere husks to be conjured at will from the deep blue sea of its own memory. Imbued with a passing semblance of life to carry out the dweller's bidding. Fun and games, when it wants. The weighed thing stands perfectly still in the foyer, Its tennis shoes burst open as chutes extend, merge into the boards beneath. And in this way it travels below, into the dark, slipping in long strands through the cracks in the floor, the very grain of the wood itself. Down into the cellar. Max swallows, throat thick with coal dust and the threat of a nosebleed. The closet's cramped and hot, and he's sweating through his already soaked t-shirt. "You know me? I like your music." "Who doesn't like Dolly?" Max says stupidly. Agatha's left nostril drips white, sluggish sap. She hugs her doll against her breast. Overhead, a sound, the front door opening in the upstairs hall. Agatha's eyelids, fleshy little funguses, the kind that grow on trees, flutter as she looks up. She stands from her bucket, smooths her dress. The slash marks run up and down her legs, too, each oozing fresh resin. Layers of hardened sap stuck with dust bunnies and dirt and bits of dead bugs. The doll dangles at her side as her eyes track the creaking boards upstairs. A whispering from the joists outside the iron door, like the sawing of dry leaves in a breeze. "He's here," Agatha whispers. "Who?" Max whispers back. She drops the doll, and her hand clamps hard around his wrist. Her skin is coarse and cold, so cold it burns. "Papa," she says. Max drops the flashlight, fumbles for the axe in his belt loop, but he only manages to work it free and lose it in the dirt. "We know that blade." Agatha grins. She opens her mouth, and long, sticky lashings of sap saliva are between her teeth. "Maybe when your mommy gets here, Max, we can use it on her. We'll be a big, happy family, and Mommy can watch us eat you from the inside out. Won't that be nice?" Max tries to jerk his hand away, but Agatha's grip is iron tight, and there's a sudden bright pain in his wrist as something sharp and hard wriggles out of her and punches through his skin. He cries out and kicks away from her and feels whatever it is slip right out of him. The coal rolls beneath his feet. He goes down hard against the brick wall, gobs of mortar gouging him through his shirt, the flashlight pinwheels away. Sound of earth shifting in the dark, a thing burrowing away, a clatter of rock, then silence. Heavy. She's gone, and he's alone in the coal closet. Until sneakers appear in his flashlight's slanting beam, a dark silhouette in the doorway. A garbled voice says, "Son," and Max Gardner looks up into the lumpish face of a thing that was once his father. Nellie sits up in bed late in the afternoon, drenched in sweat. A washcloth falls away from her forehead. Curtains wafting, fresh air from a window, scent of rain on the wind. But not her window. The light is strange, spilling in from the wrong direction. A score of scratches and gouges in her flesh, all red and angry. She wears a clean t-shirt featuring Ziggy. No more hers than the window, that's for sure, and a pair of soft cotton sleep pants. The tag is still on the pants, itching at her waist. She plucks it free. Walmart. Queasiness in the pit of her stomach. Fragments of dreams still swimming in her head. She puts her feet out of bed, winces at the pain that shoots up through the ball of her right foot. Around it, a blood-crusted wrapping. She eases up, holding on to the bed frame, careful not to put any weight on her foot. Every joint, every muscle stiff and hurting. On a table by the window is her father's picture of Agatha Redfern, sitting on the porch steps, a chicken in her lap. "Dad?" she calls out. She works her way one step at a time into the hallway, the kitchen. "Max?" The living room, where the TV scrolls Floyd Kramer's Treasury of Favorites, plus world-famous love songs for $12.98, not sold in stores, and Hank Redfern sprawls unconscious on the couch. On the carpet where his knuckles rest, a half-empty bottle of whiskey. A second bottle beneath the couch, nothing but air inside. "Jesus, Dad!" Then a beat later, panic. "Max!" she yells. She limps out the kitchen door, down the steps, into the open garage, spins around, her pickup's parked down the drive along the curb. No Max to be seen. into the backyard, hollering his name, turning her gaze across 2, 3 backyards as the wind whips the trees and a chill descends, presaging hail, a storm. Christ, how long was she out? Back into the house where she dumps old coffee from the pot into the kitchen sink and runs the pot full of cold water. This she slings in Hank Redfern's face, tosses aside the coffee pot, and gathers up handfuls of his coveralls to shake him until his eyes open long enough to find even the smallest focus, so that she can slap him and cry, "Where is my son?" But that doesn't happen because Hank doesn't wake, just lolls in her hands. She drops him, hobbles back into the bedroom, sees her purse on the table beneath the window, finds her keys inside. She looks around for shoes, doesn't see any under the bed, behind the door, so she goes across the hall into her old bedroom, starts tearing open boxes, spilling their contents onto the floor until she finds a pair of cracked Converse trainers she wore in high school. Beneath these a store of gold-ringed wigwam socks. Her right foot's already bleeding again, so she doubles up on the knee socks, then pulls on her sneakers. There on the floor, among a litter of old cassette tapes, is Ruth Redfern's Zippo lighter. She grabs it. A minute later, she's at the Ranger's cab, is about to crank the ignition when she sees in the bed of the pickup the gallon jug of gum turpentine. She'd left it there the other day, when they first got back to the house before... She remembers. The island, the Black Maw, her grandfather's tree zombie double. These things were not delirium. These things were not nightmares. She grabs the turpentine, tosses it on the seat beside her, and as the Ranger screeches away, the first fat drops of rain burst upon the pavement. 1932. October 15th. It's early morning when Hank finds Dog behind the azaleas, beneath the parlor window. The autumn has been mild and the leaves are not yet brown. The last of summer's blooms have clung to the bushes through September and still litter the pine straw bedded over the roots. He's standing on the porch, staring out at the meadow, the trees beyond, wishing for a boat so he could float the Altamaha south. It would be faster, safer than walking. There's always the Model A, but Papa needs it. Even if he sells it come Christmas, it's better to leave it here. Let Mama bank the cash. These are Hank's thoughts when he happens to hear a fly and look down. Shit, he breathes. Beneath the bushes, a black and tan haunch, a withered paw. He hops the balustrade and pushes back the azalea's branches. What? Is all he gets out. The sight of it steals the rest. Dog lies on her side. A hole in her ribs, the size and shape of a canning jar. Her insides have burst onto the ground, are slicked with green flies. Exposed ribs, their ends splintered, and out of this hole, like tongues unfurled, a twisted heap of fat brown roots. Her corpse is desiccated, her eyes gone. More roots there, like a nest of worms growing out of her. A fly crawls into her ear. Hank stumbles away around the corner and puts one hand on the house to steady himself as he vomits. Later, he wraps her in an old feed bag from the barn, then goes inside to find Agatha, who's in the parlor at the piano, playing a series of chords and scales, her daily practice. He clears his voice and she turns on the bench, dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. Little blue gingham dress rising just above her knees. She hates dresses, but Mama makes her wear them. What is it? Hank swallows. His saliva tastes of stomach acid. It's Dog. Agatha helps him dig the hole, out beneath the black walnut tree at the far edge of the meadow. It's shady there, and in the summers the ground is always littered with green walnut balls. She loves to fetch them, Agatha says, kicking at a ball that's lain on the ground since July. It disintegrates in a black puff beneath her shoe. She's still wearing her dress, but she's changed into her mudhoppers, an old pair of lace-up brogans. "I'm sorry," Hank says. The soil is mounded and tamped down, the grave a shallow 2 feet. Hank's palms are red and raw from the effort. They hold hands beside the grave. "She was a good girl," he says. "It's my fault." "Ain't no one's fault," he says, though he isn't sure. "It wasn't natural whatever happened to her. It wasn't. It was the egg." "The egg? What egg?" She tells him how Dog licked the yolk from her fingers a few days back. "That'll make sense, Aggie. I dreamed about her last night. In my dream. She was right where you found her. And she was wriggling and jerking, and it was terrible, Hank, how much she suffered." "How could you dream that?" "It's the voice. It's in my head now, like it's been in Mama's head and Papa's head." Hank takes a knee beside her, turns her to face him. "What the hell are you talking about?" "No fooling. I don't know what it is. Mama calls it the dweller. Little Charlie, he's in her head, too." Hank opens his mouth to speak, but the word lodges in his throat like a stone. It won't come until he finally shuts his eyes and pictures his shovel breaking through the hard earth and lifting it out. Charlie?" She nods, then bursts into tears. He pulls her against his chest and her arms lock around his neck. "I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to break the egg. I wasn't trying to hurt Dog." "Shh. Hush now." He holds her close. In the dream, she tells him later when all the tears are gone, she walked a ways beyond North Creek by moonlight to a sandy ridge and through a wiregrass meadow passing 3 lone pines, over moss beds and into the cypress swamp. She came out wet to her armpits, and ahead was a risen mound like a turtle shell at the center of a creek, and it had a hole in the center of it, she said, like the long black sleeve of Papa's winter coat turned inside out. And there the dweller spoke her name and promised her she was a good, faithful girl. Its praise enfolding her like the arms of... "Arms of who?" Hank says. "You." They're sitting with their backs against the walnut tree, facing the distant house. "I'll take you with me," he says finally. "You will?" "Tonight after supper you'll play the piano one last time, do you understand?" She nods. "Then you'll go up and get your bath and go to bed, like always. And I'll sit up a while with Mama and Papa. Once Mama's gone to bed, I'll go up and get my bath. And we'll wait until everyone's asleep, and the house is so quiet it roars, then we'll go." "Do you think she'll miss us?" "No." But secretly he knows this is not true. Euphemia Redfern will miss both of her children. By the time she discovers what they've done, they'll need to be miles and miles away. A boat. That'd be the ticket. Then again, he says, thinking out loud, maybe Papa taught me how to drive for a reason. "What, Hank?" "Nothing." "Where will we go?" "Anywhere but here," is all Hank Redfern knows to say. Part 5. 1932. October 15th. Still. A purple dusk, as pretty as any in recent memory. The light in the parlor soft and golden, hurricane lamps aglow. Agatha sits at the piano stool, hands dancing over the keys, feet working the pedals. She plays a soft, lilting hymn, one she's been learning since summer, leaning on the everlasting arms. At first it's a series of high-struck notes, like the tinkle of fading stars, and then on the chorus she drifts down into lower, full chords, and the effect is like light falling through the room, as if she and Hank and Mama and Papa are all anchored deep beneath the surface of a dark ocean, and the sun itself has somehow dropped down among them to buoy them up through the water, to break the surface and touch the sky. Euphemia sits in her chair by the fire, which crackles like her eyes. They're bright and dancing, a far-off memory tugging at her heart. Redfern slumps at the far end of the couch, tears cradled in his eyes. one slipping slowly down his cheek through a forest of salt and pepper grizzle. Hank sits at the opposite end of the couch, listening for all he's worth to his sister's last song. These times, he realizes, have been like some communal family prayer. Reverence and silence, forming a precious, precious thread, spun anew with each sitting, severed at each rising. He swallows thickly, sits on his hands to keep them from shaking, his spirit like a struck tuning fork, humming until the last of the hymn fades, and they can each hear the clunky, mechanical thump of the pedals working beneath Agatha's feet, and after this the silence closes in like a shroud, and they drown in the dark of their hideous, separate hearts. Hank unplugs the upstairs tub and waits until the water drains completely before edging out into the hallway, a towel cinched around his waist. He pads barefoot past his parents' room and into his own, where he dresses quietly in fresh clothes from the armoire, a cotton shirt with long sleeves, and a pair of patched jeans and boot socks. He glances briefly at the lace-up boots he sometimes wears, and instead pulls on a pair of dirty white keds. He goes softly to Agatha's door and knocks, and when she doesn't answer, he eases open the door and whispers her name. The room is lit by moonlight, curtains billowing in the cool night breeze. Agatha sits on the edge of the bed, dressed in the clothes she wore that day, her feet not quite touching the boards. She wears her mud hoppers. She sits very still. Beside her a dark adult shape. Mama? Hank says. Euphemia moves quickly, launching herself from the bed and dragging Agatha by the arm. In her other hand is the leather strop used to sharpen kitchen knives, folded into thirds and held like a blackjack. Hank retreats and stumbles over the threshold into his own room, goes sprawling on the pine boards. Mama steps over him and he turns and scrabbles after her, calling out, "Mama, please, please wait!" But she doesn't. Agatha is crying and pulling at her mother's arm, and Euphemia is strapping her legs all the way down the hall, down the stairs, until at last Agatha hangs limp in her mother's grasp, and Euphemia rounds the stairwell and yanks the cellar door open. She drags Agatha down into the dark. Hank thunders into his father's map room, crying out, "Papa, she's gone crazy, she's—" But Redfern's stretched out on the map table, a bottle by his head, another empty on the floor, maps scattered at his feet. Hank pounds down the cellar stairs alone. Outside the coal closet, he seizes Euphemia's arm, tries to pry his sister's wrist from Mama's grip. But Euphemia shoves him so hard he smacks the board shelves and brings a whole shelf clattering down on top of him. Next, the iron lock clangs, and Mama stalks past him, back upstairs, where she pours herself a glass of liquor from the parlor sideboard. Hank, sitting on the earthen floor, dumbfounded, hears the tromp of her boots, the cabinet door that sticks, the clink of the stopper leaving the crystal. It happened so fast. He bangs on the heavy iron door until he hears his sister sobbing so hard she can't form words. "Aggie! Aggie!" His hammering a frantic drumming that rings up through the iron pipes in the walls and echoes in his skull. "Hank!" comes her voice at last through the keyhole, faint. "I'm sorry, Aggie. I'm so sorry." "Hank, Mama knew. She knew. We'll get out of here, you'll see, I promise. Hank!" Her voice is fading away, a candle burned low. "Do you suppose she dreamed it, like I dreamed about Dog?" "Aggie, don't you fret." His own voice is barely a whisper. "Aggie." The next thing she says chills his heart. "My friend is in here, Hank. In here with me." As beneath the door, a faint blue light begins to glow. Hank finds Mama upstairs, sitting on the edge of his bed, holding a red rag, bruises on her arm where Aggie fought her, where Hank fought her. Her dark hair hangs in sweaty strings about her face. Agatha's button-eyed doll lies on the bed beside her. "Mama," Hank says from the hall door. She looks up at him with eyes that hold no hope, are dry as sand. She holds out the red rag as if demanding an explanation, unfolds it, and there upon her palm is Redfern's pistol. "We have no secrets in this house," she says flatly. Give me the key." He thinks to himself that this is the day he will seize the strop and tear it from her hands. Indeed, there it is on the bed, coiled beside her like a snake. "No." Euphemia sets the gun on the cedar chest at the foot of his bed, folds the handkerchief around it, gets up, bed springs creaking, though she is not big. She never has been. She is not big, and yet to the boy she is a giant, her head among the stars and the ragged night wisps. "It spoke to her. Did you know that? Here, I've kept this family alive by doing its will, putting food on the table, money in the bank. The rest of you, what did any of you ever do? But it speaks to her. If you want to leave, Henry, then leave. I won't stop you, but your sister was born to die here. That's her place, her purpose. She stays." A breath of silence between them until Hank says, "No." And Euphemia's face twists up in a snarl, and she strides forward and grabs a handful of her son's hair and pulls, and he yelps in pain and claws at his mother's arm, even as Euphemia raises the strop like it's the torn out by the root tongue of some creature, and the leather falls once, twice, catching him on the shoulder, the ear, and he seizes her wrist and bends it viciously, and Euphemia screams and the leather drops to the floor, and Hank is about to snatch it up and swing it back, split her lip with it, or break a tooth, when he sees the key in Euphemia's shirt pocket. With all the strength he has, he balls his fist and strikes a glancing blow to the side of her face. She reels, and in a flash the key is in his hand. She dives after him, drags him down, is on top of him, hissing words that lose their shape as soon as they leave her mouth. Gibberish and rage. He scrabbles and kicks his way from under her, gets as far as the edge of the stairs when she's on him again, straddling him, her strong hands around his throat, squeezing until the edges of his vision begin to darken, and the key slips free of his hand, and he hears it go thumping down the stairs to clatter on the boards of the hallway below. "Ma!" Capillaries in his eyes bursting, his mother's face red and changed, her eyes blue, impossibly blue, like a hot gas flame. "Aggie, oh, Aggie." A thunder of boots on the stairs, and Euphemia looks up, and there is a moment, 1 second, no more, though it will seem an eternity in Hank's memory, when recognition flashes in her eyes, the realization of what's to come, and in the microseconds before it happens, a whole story unfolds upon her face. The story of a woman's long triumph, betrayal, defeat. Then the moon axe strikes her in the left temple, and the force of the blow hurls her against the wall. Hank sees it happen, the blade whisking through the air to lodge in her skull. A lurch as her weight leaves him. He hears her body whoomp the baseboard at the top of the stairs, but he cannot turn. He will not look. In the seconds that follow, he manages to keep breathing, hair plastered to his head with sweat, pale as a catfish belly, until finally he rolls to his right, hangs his head over the top stair and spits bile. Then at last he looks up. "Pa! Redfern grabs the banister for support. His legs go weak and he slides down onto a stair to turn away from the thing he has done. Redfern's sleeveless undershirt, spattered red, whole frame shaking as he puts his head in his hands. Hank's eyes slide past him to the key at the bottom of the stairs. Unable yet to stand for fear of toppling over, his legs are weak, so weak and trembling, he begins to crawl, to skate down. On his belly, still he closes his right hand around the key, which is when, in the cellar, his 8-year-old sister screams. Redfern hears his daughter cry out beneath the floor, hears his son scramble down. Slowly, Redfern looks over his shoulder. Euphemia lies on her right side, back to the wall along the landing. The crescent axe is lodged above her ear. Her left eye has rolled up and the right is leaking blood. The axe juts like a pump handle. The world swims as his eyes fill. He pulls himself up and steps over the pool of blood now dripping over the lip of the stairs and goes into the boy's bedroom and sees the Colt pistol on the cedar chest. He takes it. On his way past Euphemia, he stops. Gloved hands trembling, he snags the axe and shuts his eyes and cries out as he yanks, and the blade comes free of his wife's head with a sucking crack. Hank lopes through the dim cellar toward the coal closet door, good hand gripping Mama's iron key. Door frame glowing, he staggers against it, rams the key home, is about to turn it when August Redfern says behind him, "Son." Standing at the foot of the cellar steps, bloody axe in hand, Redfern holds out one hand as if inviting the boy to take it. "Don't ever open that door." A command that Hank, who knows his sister yet lives, refuses to obey. He turns the key and drags open the door as his father springs at him. The whole cellar is subsumed in a blue void, and out of that void Hank sees the silhouette of his little sister suspended in a web of monstrous writhing arms, slick and dark and undulating, a fly at the center of a living web of nerves and teeth. He feels the presence of some other thing beneath the ground. That brilliant blue light, the herald of its coming, his sister nothing more than a tawdry cloak thrown in its path. Redfern drags him back out of the closet and slams the door, locks it. Hank pushes free, grabs the key. Redfern seizes the boy around his middle and hauls him away. The key comes out in Hank's grasp, and that's when he feels it, an impact in his breast, like a massive spike driven through his sternum. The sensation of his heart cleaved in two, each half unraveling, string by string. Agatha is dead. He slumps in his father's arms and howls. The moon is nowhere to be found, the sky overhead black and star-flung. Redfern staggers with his wife's body out of the house and sets it gently into the bed of the Model A pickup in the drive. Hank climbs into the passenger seat shivering, windshield fogging with his breath. Papa leans for a breath against the hood, bare arms quivering. When he gets into the cab, Hank notices absently that his father has found the Colt pistol upstairs, tucked it into his waistband at the small of his back. Hank looks out at the house where he was raised, one last time. The road, the rocking motion, the clank and jerk of the Model A, pain in his wrist, a slow shock spreading up his arm and into his chest, wanting to stop his shredded heart. He fights it. He doesn't know why, but he fights it. The distillery. The truck squeals to a stop. Redfern lays Euphemia on the corded wood pile near the furnace. He lights a kerosene lantern and hangs it from a pillar and bends over his wife's body, whispers to her, chilled night air quaking through him. He shuts his eyes, listens. A wind moans through the pines, but the pines don't speak. There is no voice. Hank's shadow stretches behind him in the lantern light. Redfern feels the pistol leave his waistband as the boy slips it free. He doesn't even glance at Hank, who steps back, gun at his side. The boy makes no effort to raise it, only to hold it, considering perhaps its use in the moments ahead. "Go away from here, son." When Hank speaks, his words don't stumble, don't tremble. His voice is cold, sharp, choked with nothing. How did she know? Redfern's gloved hand traces his wife's cheekbone. He does not answer his son. "Was it like Aggie said? Did Mama dream it? Did that thing tell her? Or was it you?" Hank raises the pistol, levels it at his father. "It was you, wasn't it? You told Mama we were running away." At last, Redfern faces his son, pulse in his throat ticking. "I thought you wanted us to." "You," his father says softly, "only you. Hank remembers his mother's words, Agatha's place, her purpose, to die here. "I was always," August Redfern says, "a coward before your mother." "But she was my sister," Hank says. "Your daughter," he screams. At this, Redfern's hands ball into fists. He steps toward his son and yanks him forward, jamming the pistol's barrel against his own chest. Father and son stare at each other, and Redfern says, "This is my heart. All you have to do is pull the trigger, Hank, and it's over. It's all over. Do this for me, son. Then leave. Leave here and never come back. Can you do this, please? Hank, do this for me. This one thing, please, son, please." But Hank's finger moves away from the trigger, as all the love he's ever felt for his father bleeds out of him like vented steam, and nothing is left, not even hatred, only an emptiness. He lets go of the pistol and leaves it in Redfern's hands. He staggers to a cask of hardened rosin where he sits, staring past his father at his dead mother. Redfern, chest rising and falling like a bellows, lowers the gun and sets it gently on the cask by his son. Then he upends a barrel from beneath the condensing tank. Just enough turpentine left in it from the last brew to soak Euphemia's body. When the barrel's empty, he rolls it away among the other casks of runoff. He gathers wood to feed the furnace. Hank, meanwhile, holds the gun, and after a while snugs it in his waistband and gets up and begins to help his father stoke the fire in the brick kiln, bring it to blazing. They work in tandem, eyes red-rimmed with smoke. They roll a barrel of raw gum up the rails from the loading deck, then crack it open, dump it into the cooker, then roll another, scrapping it out until the kettle is full of raw pine sap, and the fire is burning hotter and hotter beneath it. With his leather gloves, Redfern sets the tall metal cap over the kettle. They climb down. There's the work of an hour, the slow undoing of everything August Redfern has built. Redfern throws more wood on the fire. In the kettle above, the rosin grows hot. The solvent boils away. The turpentine and water separate, rise. And when Redfern turns to tell him to go, the boy is already sliding behind the wheel of the Model A. It cranks, the headlights flare, and Hank Redfern drives away. Redfern listens until he can't hear the truck's engine anymore. After that, he climbs the stairs to the upper deck and peers down into the kettle, where the gases build amid a swirl of telltale foam. He kicks the cap off the kettle with his boot, sends it tumbling over the edge of the platform. Off gases flood the deck and gather like doom beneath the shingled roof. Moving quickly, Redfern drops down into the dirt, snatches up the kerosene lantern from its hook, and walks out into the gravel lane. He hurls the lantern onto the deck, shuts his eyes, and waits for the flames to ignite the gases. He waits beside his wife and looks upon her and wonders at the mysteries he never grasped, those moments when the woman she was, the woman she wanted to be, eluded him, or he was too myopic to see. In his heart, he loves her still. The secret truth he harbors, she was his better at every turn. Discord and spilled blood did not break them upon the rocks, but bound them on a single course, each lashed to the other's mast. He will always... The blast rips open the furnace, the roof, and Euphemia, in a spray of fire, hurling Redfern backward into the brambles, amid a shower of bricks and wood and fire. 1989. July 9th, still. Hank Redfern wakes out of a thick, wool-wrapped fog. All around him the house is dim and full of menace. An anvil on his chest. He tries to sit up, can't move. God, it's killing him. This coldness through his undershirt, right over his heart. In the deepest corner of the living room, a shadow grows. At the center of it, a girl's shape. The last vestige of his nightmare. He lifts his arm. He's trapped in a vat of sand and fumbles for the lamp string. The light comes on. Alone. Where the shadow stood, a narrow corner cabinet with a missing door. He sits up, gasping on the edge of the couch. Jagged chunks of tombstone granite knock against the walls of his skull. The television runs at low volume, wrestling. From the window over the couch, the AC blows high. He dips his head into the stream, runs a trembling hand over a clammy neck. He glances at the floor. Between his bare, knobby feet, the twin bottles of Old Crow. In the dream, Mama chased him and his long-dead sister through an endless maze of burned-out, dilapidated rooms. She chased them with an axe. That weird, moon-shaped axe Papa kept, the one he... No. In the dream, Agatha was still 8, but Hank was old, and she ran on ahead, doll in hand, because she was faster now. So much faster. And soon Hank lost her in a warren of doorways and staircases, only to round one or climb another into a moonlit clearing. And there stood little Aggie at the wide, flat altar of a pine stump, and Euphemia stood over her, a pillow in hand instead of an axe. And the stump was not a stump, but the rough, pebbled orbit of a blue eye that opened and rolled wide, and Dream Hank cried out. And in the far corner of a small dark room, his sister stood, getting bigger, getting darker. The boy, where's the boy? Nellie, shaking him. How long? Minutes ago? 10, 15 at the most? Her voice like the voice of a soul trapped way down in some cavern, past all light? She was looking for the boy, which means the boy is... He staggers into the bathroom, where he lifts the toilet lid and heaves into the commode. He flushes and puts his lips against the running tap and gulps water, stands upright, stares in the mirror at his dripping, grizzled face. The boy, you lost him, just like you lost her. Old fool. Old fucking fool. He goes outside into a driving rain, the garage door up, the workbench light shining. The boy is nowhere to be seen. His eyes light on the box of dead watches dragged from beneath the bench. Hank picks it up, something in his back cricking, staggering. Yet drunk, sweating booze through his shirt, he sets the box on the workbench and rummages. The key. What's in that coal closet is missing. From the wall, Nellie's old Schwinn is gone. The Ranger, too. The temptation is almost as strong as the first wave that drove him there earlier. Just crawl back into that bottle, and another after that, and another. There's a few still around, hidden here and there. A cubby beneath the kitchen sink. The bread box on the counter. Crawl into them and never come out. Hank wipes his lips with his knuckles. Then Ruth's voice, as clear as October sky. They're going to die, Hank, if you don't go. Maybe they'll die anyway, he says to the empty garage. Me along with them. Coward. She needs you. The boy needs you. Oh, God, the ache of memory. He looks down at the box on the bench. In it, the story of his life, a heap of lost and broken time. Nellie passes the city limits, heedless of the speed zone, a knocking in the little truck's innards, one windshield wiper loose and flapping. Certainty growing in her mind that whatever is happening now, and she is too late. Dad? Max stammers. Wade speaks out of the shadows, words that chill Max's heart. And not only because it sounds like Dad's talking around a handful of rocks, gummed up and sticky, but also because these words usually mean the fly swatter, a switch, a belt. You and your Nellie Mom have been bad, Maxie. Nellie Mom? Very, very bad. Max snatches the Craftsman off the ground and traces it up along his father's frame, over the dirty knees of his jeans, the mud that crusts his hands and arms. Dark, heavy veins stand out on his forearms, only they aren't veins at all, are they? They're runners of dark, shining resin that wrap his arms and tear through his soiled "Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?" t-shirt. And that's where the light falters, at Wade's chest, because Max can't bear to go any higher to see what surrounds the twin orbs in his father's head that shine out ocean blue, strange horizontal slits at the center of each. She'll be here soon. Until then, you sit and think about what you did. He backs out of the light into the darkness of the cellar and closes the closet door. Max remembers, in the second before he hears the heavy clang of its turning, that the key is still in the lock. Instantly, he's up and pounding on the door. "Daddy, no! No, Daddy, please!" But no answer comes back. Hank goes to his bedroom. To the bedside drawer. He slides it open, and there, among yellowed letters and pencil nubs and broken rubber bands, is a plastic case. He takes the case out and sets it on the bed. Inside is the Colt .45 he brought away from Redfern Hill and took overseas to Europe after enlisting. He came back from the war in the summer of 1948 when he was still young and trim and handsome in his olive fatigues. The pistol in his duffel as he stepped off the bus in Empire and crossed the street and went into the grill for lunch. There, a woman named Ruth Fountain served him a cheeseburger and a bowl of Brunswick stew. Her smile was kind. She asked him if he was from here. He said he'd just got back. Didn't know yet if he was going to stay. "Got any family here?" Ruth asked, pouring him coffee. "No." "Well, that's the nice thing about coming home from over there. You boys get to start over." Maybe he'd married her because of that. He certainly loved her for it. And the years went by, and he fell into an ocean of liquor and sank deep, deep down where the seabed was all black glass, and the only lights were those fires burning in trenches that opened on mysterious worlds that could not have been his. No, not his own. Also in the drawer, a box of ammunition, 200 rounds. He puts a handful in his pocket. Hank goes through the house, switching off lights, until he finds himself standing in the doorway to the room where she died. He sees the torn, spilled boxes. Nellie's things. She'd needed shoes, most likely. Hadn't hesitated, not just to tear open the past, to discard the things that weren't useful to her and seek out the things that were, but also to go. She had not hesitated to go. Hank Redfern reaches into his pocket, takes out a bullet. He pushes the first of 7 rounds into the pistol's clip. Daylight darkens into twilight as the ranger fishtails around the last curve of Redfern Road. The whole of the property plunged into shadow. The pickup skids to a halt in front of the porch steps. Jug of turpentine in hand, Nellie rounds the hood and leaps to the front door, yanks the screen so hard the bottom hinge tears free. The door is unlocked. She throws it wide, gasping and soaked as inside the foyer she calls for Max. But for the rain on the roof, the house is quiet. She calls again, listens. Faintly, from below her feet, "Mom! Mom! Down here!" She makes for the cellar door, rounding the stairs, and walks straight into a huge, wild thing. It fills the door of August Redfern's map room. T-shirt and jeans clinging to it in rags and ribbons, hands that are hard and rough, not flesh at all, seize her above the elbows, its voice a harsh scrape as it dips a massive, malformed head and speaks out of a face Nellie knows. Oh God, it's "Babe." A fat brown tongue comes lolling out as Wade. No,
Not Wade. It can't be. Lifts her off the floor. She drops the jug of turpentine. The thing, Wade thing, yanks her against its chest, fingers squeezing her bare arms. Fingers that aren't fingers but tendrils, vines. Little mouths, little teeth, nipping at her flesh. She kicks at the Wade thing's knees, and scaly pieces snap away. That horrid tongue in her ear, a fetid, cloying reek of earth and pine. Shh! She bucks, writhes. Her fingers brush the tip of something cold, metal, a knife in a scabbard on its hip. "Missed you, Nellie?" She gets a grip on the handle, tightens her fingers, kicks out once more, and it slumps beneath the blow, only for a second, but long enough for Nellie to jerk the blade free and angle it into the thing's side, drag it down through the kidney, push it back toward the spine. But there is no cry, no shriek of pain. The thing only laughs and drops her to claw the knife out of its body, which is just long enough for Nellie Gardner to believe she's free. She snags the jug of turpentine and lunges for the open cellar door. The Wade thing shoves her so hard that her head slams into the low ceiling of the stairway door just above the ridge of her right eye. The turpentine jug goes clattering down into the dark, and Nellie drops in the stairway door, unconscious. Slumped against the soot-black brick, Max sits ramrod straight when he hears his mother call his name. The hand of fear clutching his heart loosens, and he cries out, "Mom! Mom! Down here!" Then he's up, banging on the metal door. He listens, pounds the door, waits, pounds again until a scuffle, a clatter, the heavy thud of something striking the cellar stairs. After that, silence. A long, forever silence. Until through the door he hears the eerie, unmistakable sound of footsteps on the stairs, heavy and monster movie plodding, but also another sound, that dry scrabbling, like a bird picking through autumn leaves, that seemed to precede or follow in appearance by some awful thing here in Redfern Hill. Max backs away from the door, stumbles over the axe on the ground. He picks it up, tries to imagine hacking at Dad with it, and can't. He swings his flashlight beam to the coal chute. He's thought it over already, the short, narrow shaft set into the foundation wall, covered in webs. Just the memory of that spider tumbling out of that keyhole earlier makes him shudder. Besides, even if he could crawl up the steep, narrow chute, the little hobbit-size iron door set into the brickwork up there at ground level is almost certainly latched from the outside. Beyond the door, in the cellar dark, Dad begins to whistle. A bright, happy tune Wade used to sing when Max was little. "You are my sunshine." Soon the door will open, and when it does, Max is sure there won't be a happy family reunion. He has to get out. No two ways about it. Get out and get help. The phone in the hallway. "Mr. Hank, he'll come. He has to." Max clambers over the coal pile. It shifts and slides beneath him, and uses the axe to clear away the caul of webbing from the upper boards of the chute's mouth. He bends beneath the boards and cranes up the stone shaft and sees it's steep and dirty black. A playground slide for chimney sweeps. At the top, hinged in a frame of damp old wood, is a small door, shrouded in gobs of coal-black webbing. The webs hang like bunting from the floor joists overhead. Outside the closet, the whistling stops. Max slips the axe into his belt loop and scrambles into the chute. Nellie wakes on the cool earth of the cellar floor. She wakes to the sound of whistling as the Wade thing circles the dark room, looking for the jug of turpentine. She smells him, hears him, shambling back and forth, filling the room with his stench of damp wood and tree rot. Its stench. Sapphire eyes drifting in the dark. The whistling stops. "Aha!" the Wade thing says. She hears the jug of turpentine slosh as it picks it up. Blue eyes drift above her in the dark.
circle her, silent and fuming, and it seems to Nellie that something of the old Wade is still in this thing, some part of him still present, still radiating fury, hot as a gas flame. "We told you," it says, bending over her, the reek of it filling her world. "If you ever took him, we would cut your throat." A hand, or something like a hand, seizes her hair. "Best part is, the boy gets to watch." She cries out, seizes the arms that hold her. He spins her round and drags her toward the coal closet door. The chute is a tighter fit than Max thought. For one thing, given the angle, it's impossible to do anything but crawl up over the coal until he's at the top of the pile, and then he has to somehow work his way up the steep grade to the door. It's like climbing a tunneled slide. Plus, the chute roars with the rain outside, inky black runners of water trickling down from some unseen crack between door and frame. Max lies flat on his belly. The water's cold, and shines his flashlight up there, but the door is a good 3-4 feet beyond his reach. He draws the axe from his belt loop, reaches with it. He can just brush the tip of a web ensconcing the doorframe. He rolls over and lies flat on his back, shoves the flashlight into the waist of his jeans, and lifts both legs and stamps them against the boards that cover the chute's mouth. He pushes off the boards, which scoots him farther up the chute, so he gains a foot, maybe 2, and there, almost horizontal now, he slips the axe from his belt with his left hand and reaches up to the door. He runs it along the edge until the blade snags in some metal lip, nook, or cranny, and this gives him leverage to roll over and pull himself up the shaft, so that his back is wedged against the left wall, and his feet are wedged against the right. Holding on to the axe, he takes out his flashlight with his right hand and clicks it on and shines it on the door. His face, the door, a swirl of dust, all that's visible in the dark shaft. With the flashlight, he pushes at the door. It does not budge. Below, the sound of dry hinges screaming as the closet door opens. He's coming. Axe arm beginning to quiver, Max plays his light over the wooden frame that holds the chute door in place. It's old and rotten. If the door won't push out, maybe he can pull it in, tear the whole thing away from the wall. He thinks he can stay wedged here without gripping the axe. He holds the flashlight against his shoulder with his cheek and slowly lets go of the axe. He doesn't fall. He's stuck, so he grips the axe with both hands and yanks it. Something seizes his ankle, jerks him prone. He cries out, and the flashlight drops away, goes tumbling to the coal below. There, in the slanting beam of the light, he sees a face, inhuman, scaly with bark and lichen, and oozing resin from open slashes up and down its cheeks, eyes that flash cerulean. His father's eyes. "You're being a real pain in the keister, Maxie." Max jerks his foot out of the Wade thing's grip and cries, "Mom, help! Mom, please!" "She can't talk now, pardner." Rough hands seize his feet and pull. Max yelps, but his double-handed grip on the axe holds. And the axe holds on the frame, but the frame and the metal door don't hold. They rip free and go thumping down the chute. Cuffing Max on the ear, Max slides after them as the Wade thing dodges the heavy door and the axe, and Max brings his legs up and stops his fall on the boards at the mouth of the chute, pushes himself back up the wet, inky chute. The flashlight flickers below as the Wade thing picks it up. On his back again, Max can see only the joists above, the dark webbing there. The beam plays slowly among them. "Ooh, what's that? Look up there!" In the coal-dusted webscape, 6 inches above Max's head, 8 space-black bodies glisten in the flashlight's beam. Below, the Wade thing
in its broken, inhuman voice, warbles out, "The itsy-bitsy spider climbed up the closet chute." The spiders are so still. Max holds his breath, doesn't move, tastes blood in the back of his throat, feels it begin to trickle out of his nose, as a rumble begins deep beneath the house. "Oh, Maxie, do you hear it?" The walls tremble, dust whirls. "We've been waiting for this." Overhead a spider skitters. Max jerks in fear, blood flowing over his lips. "We're coming to eat you, Maxie." Another tremor, bigger this time, the distant roar of something massive, churning, digging, like a train barreling up from below. More movement among the spiders, a few dislodging from the dark, descending toward him on thin, invisible strands. Their bellies fill his world. Those red hourglass abdomens, the first of them mere inches now from his gushing nose. He wants to scream, but his throat is full of blood. Night has all but fallen, the world silvered with rain, when Hank's pickup eases to a stop at the bend in Redfern Road. Wipers sheet the water away and reveal, up the hill near the house, something huge lumbering back and forth in the yard. It looks like a black bear, but its fur is matted and knotted, its muzzle deformed, shredded into long, fleshy flaps. Hank feels a momentary loosening of reality's strings as he watches the creature pace back and forth in front of the house, shaking its big shaggy head as if to rid itself of a pest in its ears. Everything comes back. The horrors of that night. He's wrestled with it in dreams and terrors and night sweats all his life, tried to drown it with booze, but you can't drown a thing as all-encompassing and vast as the sea itself, that shimmering blue light that rose up from the cellar, the tentacles that plunged into his sister's body when he opened that door. His hands are shaking. His bladder wants to let go, the old Hank, a coward and a failure. He shifts into reverse and rolls backward, silently, into the woods, grass whispering beneath the Dodge's chassis. He could shift into drive and roll left, get the hell out of here, never come back as he did once before. Or he can do something. He can try. He looks down at the pistol in the holster on the seat beside him. He should have put it into his mouth long before he ever took up a pillow with thoughts of mercy. Mercy for whom? Ruth, maybe? Himself, for sure. Goddamn fucking coward. He puts the truck in neutral and cuts the engine in the brambles outside the cemetery plot. He sets the parking brake. He gets out into the rain, which instantly soaks through his denim shirt and jeans. He wraps the pistol around his waist and snags a boxy Ever-Ready from behind his seat and closes the door, squealing hinges lost to the downpour. A glance down the long, lonely drive to the house, where the bear thing still marches in a crazy zigzag like a busted automaton. And then he sets out, making his way north through the woods, stopping every so often to catch his breath. The rain slackens, becomes a drizzle. Once, beneath its patter, he hears a rustling in the underbrush. He waits, and when the sound doesn't come again, he moves on. Soon enough, he comes out behind the barn just beyond its circle of blue magnesium lamplight. He edges along the back of the barn to scout the house from its corner. The bear is gone. Hank judges the distance between the barn and the front porch, so much shorter than he remembers it. The difference between a child's eyes and an old man's. He can make it. He has to, only where's that goddamn bear? Something nudges his shoe, and when he looks down, he finds himself staring into the face of his long-dead sister's long-dead dog. It sits back on its haunches and looks up at him and pants happily in the wet grass. "Dog?" Hank says, unbelieving. "My God, is it really?"
A low, soft woof, nub of a tail switching. Hank takes a step back. Dog whines at a peal of thunder. Hank puts his hand on the butt of his pistol, puts his back against the barn wall. Dog coughs. A harsh canine hack, all tongue and teeth and eyes. A wad of something thick and white drips in a long lashing onto the ground. Hank finds himself staring at the mutt's rear leg, the one that used to hang limp against its body. It's not a leg at all now. It's a wet, knotted appendage, all twisted together, raw-skinned, and ending in a shredded mouth. Hank draws his pistol. He takes aim, hand shaking. Dog darts away into the trees. A tremor passes through the earth, sudden and low, which gives way to a rumble, a growl, and Hank turns, and there, in the long grass, at the end of the shed, is the bear thing, its wide, flat head dropped low, its lower jaw a beard of tentacles, its eyes wide black sockets, leaking the same white sludge as Dog. When it takes a step toward Hank, the bear's paws actually tear free from the earth. Hank swings his pistol round, but the bear thing closes the gap between them in 2 bounds and swats him. The paw hits him like a tree trunk, sends him rolling on the slick grass. He struggles up on hands and knees, and the bear thing butts him with its head, pitches him flat on his back. It roars, a pitiful, anguished sound, part bear, part dog, then drops to all fours, whimpering and whining, and begins to circle Hank slowly as Hank struggles to move, the pain in his back so intense. Hank! The bear thing spits wretchedly. The sound of his name in this creature's mouth freezes Hank's blood. Hank, Hank, Hank. Despite the harsh, terrible, alien sound of it, another voice is beneath it, familiar, a girl's voice, weak, heartbroken, the way she spoke his name that awful night. Aggie, Hank says. Hank, Hank, oh, Hank. It's mocking you. A thought that cancels out all fear, balances everything with rage. You bastard, he growls. The bear thing shoves itself against the side of the barn, leaves hair and skin and white, sticky slime behind. It shakes its head and snorts, almost human laughter, then sneezes a great gout of white. Hank pushes up on hands and knees and gets his feet under him and runs. Old man or not, he runs like a 15-year-old boy for the back door of the house. The bear thunders after him. Above Max's nose, the spider dances at the end of its thread. Below him in the cellar, a train roars up from somewhere deep in the earth, and suddenly the Wade thing's knotty, spongy hands whip like lariats into the chute as Max, drenched in sweat, gulps back a mouthful of blood. The fingers lash Max's ankles, yank him down, and bite into his flesh with their razor-sharp teeth, reel him, kicking and thrashing like a hooked fish, and then the first of the spiders drops into his hair. Max screams. The earth is shaking when Nellie comes to in the dark, and Max is screaming inside a cave. No, not a cave. The coal chute. She sits up on her elbows and sees the Wade thing, bent low, arched into the chute, a flashlight beam flickering. There, in a fleeting glint of light beside his ropey, awful leg, the axe amid the coal. She gets up and staggers over the coal, and seizes the axe, shores up her grip, and brings the blade down into the center of the Wade thing's spine. It shrieks, and she screams, and she strikes, again and again and again, tearing away flesh and bone and wet, writhing things that scrabble away in the dark. She strikes until there's nothing left in her, until the entire lower half of the thing that was her husband has been severed, a knob of white spinal cord trailing out and twitching. Then she drops to her knees and picks up the flashlight that clatters out, angles it onto the chute, and shines the light on her son's face,
Their eyes lock, but before she can say anything, the Wade thing's blue eyes open beside her, and it smiles, and the smile is full of leaves and needles and white sap, and the Wade thing seizes her by the throat, and she smashes the light into its face, but the Wade thing's hideous mouth only smiles as its body reknits itself, and it drags her out into the dark closet as Max above her watches, frozen in terror. Hank never makes it to the back door. A thing steps out of the shadows at the northwestern corner of the house. Part of it is a broad-shouldered man wearing a crumbling bowler hat. Hank aims his light and sees with horror that the side of his face is blasted away. In its place, a flowering of mushrooms and odd appendages that wriggle and flap. In one hand, the thing carries a moldering blackjack. His other hand is missing 2 fingers. From the nubs grow 2 red-stemmed sprigs of Virginia creeper. Below the waist, the thing doesn't even resemble a man. It shifts and dances, holy weeping Christ, on 8 legs of devil's walking stick, each studded in spiny black thorns. The spider thing steps toward him, rears up, and raises its sap in a sluggish, half-remembered posture. The pistol bucks in Hank's hand. 3-4 shots scatter chunks of its undercarriage into the grass. It shrinks away, circles around, and Hank dances with it, moving for the back door, which will take him into the kitchen. But the spider thing dashes sideways to cut him off, and now the bear thing, too, is at the corner of the porch, growling, and Hank realizes they've got him flanked. Behind him, the magnolia tree. Beside it, the fire tower. He whirls and leaps for the ladder and climbs. The bear thing and the spider thing lunge at once. They strike each other, and some ragged piece of one snags Hank's right calf. The pain is white-hot as it rips his flesh. He feels a piece of himself tear away. Warm blood begin to flow, and still he hauls himself up, rung after rung. Once he glances down through the crook of his elbow, sees the spider thing and the bear thing tangled up in knots and merging into one massive nightmare creature. Atop the platform, pistols still gripped in his trembling hand, Hank rolls over onto his back and lies, gasping. He draws his torn jeans up over his calf, inspects the jagged slashes in his pale, vein-shot skin. The tower begins to shake. Hank cries out, grabs the railing. The bear spider thing slams into the pylons below. Out of its bloated body, 8 spiny legs flail furiously. The tentacles at the end of its face grasp at the rain-wet steel, finding no purchase. It gives out a shriek of frustration, and suddenly the creature's whole bulk unseams itself with a sickening rip, tail and legs and spine and ribs and claws and skull. And out of that cracked skull, a single horrible eye burns bright and blue as a summer sky. The eye bounces at the end of a long, wavering stalk. The essence of the monster now unraveled like a length of apple peel, becoming a mass of thorny vines, all climbing, stretching, reaching for Hank Redfern in grotesque tandem. In the grass below, a trampled bowler hat and moldy blackjack. Shards of a bear's broken skull. Hank takes aim through the trap door at that blue, wobbling eye. He fires. The bullet pocks into the eye, is absorbed like a pebble in a pond. The vines, the eye, all of it keeps climbing, and now Hank realizes he's made a terrible mistake. He's trapped atop the tower, nowhere to go. He remembers the rope bridge he once made when he was a boy. A flimsy thing, but oh, how he wishes it were. A postman's bridge spans the gap between the tower and the magnolia tree. Well, I'll be dipped in shit. He steps to the rail, checks the knots, hopes to God it will hold a grown man's weight. He throws his good leg over first, then drags the other, which is little more than dead weight. He turns, and something pops in his back.
He grimaces, keeps moving, stands outside the rail, hanging on with both hands, 50 feet of air beneath him as he grasps the upper rope. Both hands tight around it, he puts his left leg out and steps onto the bridge, begins to inch left. The tower lurches, the eye at the end of that huge stalk burning like a blue flame. Hank inches and inches, holding his blood-soaked leg as steady as he can. Then, from somewhere beneath the house, the earth begins to shake, and the tower and the rope begin to sway. And just as Hank steps off onto the wide bow of the Magnolia, the lower rope drops away, and the tower bends as the ground sinks beneath it. And then the world goes still, just before the tower falls. Metal screams, wood splits, glass shatters as it crashes into the western wall of the house, caving in the back door, the breakfast nook, the butler's pantry, the old map room. The wooden platform at the top breaks apart when it strikes the sloping yard just below the coal chute door and the twin crepe myrtles. Hank clings to the tree until the earthquake passes, until all is silent. Out of the dark, his mother screams, "Get out, Max! Go!" And his paralysis breaks. He channels all his strength into his legs and pushes against the joist above the chute. He grabs the top edge of the brick opening, and suddenly his head is through, and he heaves himself up and out, just as 2, 3 spiders drop onto his jeans. He pushes into the fresh night air, falls on his side, and rolls around in the grass like a boy on fire, crushing the black widows. He lies on his back, staring up at the purple sky. And then, the rumble that began deep below the house shakes everything. Suddenly a scream of metal. When Max sits up, he sees the whole of the fire tower wrapped in some terrible writhing vine and plunging earthward. The ground beneath it falling away. He scrabbles to his feet, slips in the damp grass. The tower hits the roof of the house. Windows explode, shower Max with glass. He runs for the porch, as behind him the map room's outer wall collapses in a cataclysmic roar. Hank edges along the branch, and from there to the bough that reaches like a friendly arm to the slope of the porch roof, and up the roof to the open bedroom window, dragging his wounded leg in after him. And once he's inside and the window is shut, he collapses, holding his chest, thinking he might just have himself a heart attack or two. But the tightness soon lets go, at which point he looks around his old room and thinks, "I'm home." Coal cascades to the center of the closet, where the earthen floor is sinking, swirling, spiraling out greater and greater, until the walls, too, are avalanching into the hole, the same hole that's opening up beneath the tower, a brilliant blue ocean of light blazing out of it as the Wade thing holds Nellie over it. Not just light, but energy, a hum and crackle in the air that's living, conscious, a source of power, a fearsome strength, a blinding, terrible... The Wade thing drops her into the light. Max yanks open the screen door and runs for the phone. He fumbles the receiver from its cradle, but it's dead. He looks up and sees the collapsed wall, the ruins of the fire tower lodged in the house like a fallen ship's mast, August Redfern's maps fluttering like scraps of sail. High up in the corner near the old master bedroom, he can see purple starlight shining down. Water sprays from a pipe in the bathroom. The stairwell itself is canted sideways, precarious. For an instant, Max feels a jubilant sense of victory. They cannot live here now, not now. The floor begins to vibrate. The bell in the phone gives out a false jingle. Slats fall from the exposed wall as the whole house trembles once more, as if it hangs yet over some chasm. Below his feet in the cellar, a massive rumble. Max edges around the stairs to the top of the cellar steps, up from which shines a stroboscopic blue light. The Wade thing appears in silhouette at the bottom. They lock eyes briefly,
before the monster lunges at the boy, and Max hooks left, around the stairs, headed up for his bedroom. Stairwell rocking and creaking beneath him, he's made the second-floor landing. What's left of it, anyway, when the vines snag his leg, and he falls face first onto the floor. He rolls onto his back and kicks at the scrabbling tendrils with their razor-sharp teeth, aware that the Wade thing is still ascending the stairs, arms outthrust like some horrible wizard firing snakes from its fingertips. In the flickering light of the hallway pendant, Max can see clearly for the first time that his father, Wade Gardner, is gone. In his place, some hybrid zombie born of man and tree and something else, something alien, and Max feels briefly a sharp twist of grief. But then he remembers the pitch of his mother's scream. "She can't talk now, partner," and shoves those feelings down and kicks until the vines nipping at his flesh tear free. He scrabbles into his bedroom and slams the door, jams a chair beneath the knob. A weak voice behind him says, "Hey!" Max whirls, heart in his throat. His grandfather sits on the floor against the wardrobe, legs stretched out before him, right calf bleeding. He wears an army belt in a holster on his hip. The pistol that belongs in the holster is in his lap. "Just taking a rest." A flood of relief as Max drops to his knees and throws his arms around the old man. Hank laughs, puts one arm around the boy, but the arm slides away. Weakly, the old man says, "Got a belt I can borrow?" Max rummages in the trunk at the foot of his bed. He tosses out Legos, books, the shards of rosin brought back from the distillery, until he finds a red and blue Spider-Man belt and drops to his knees beside his grandfather and tears the old man's pant leg free of his wound. "Where do I put it?" "Above," Hank says. "Here." Max wraps the belt around the old man's thigh. "Tight as you can make it." Max draws the belt tight. "What's this now?" Hank picks up the rosin. He hands it to Max. "It came from the distillery." Max turns it in his hands. Something heavy hits the door. "It's my dad," Max says. Strangely, Hank Redfern laughs. The Wade thing shambles up the stairs. Its shirt and jeans hang in tatters. Its body ripples with new growth coursing beneath the skin, green stalks bursting, flowers blooming, dying. Its heart pumps sap. Its feet splay into 10, 12, 20 runners, each sprouting teeth that chew the hardwood floors at every step. The last of Wade Gardner's flesh falls away in glops, and out of its skull breaks a crown of twigs and thorns, and when it strikes the door, it becomes a part of the door, and its body melds with the wall, and inside the room where the boy is hiding, it begins to grow, finding the sap that runs in the heartwood pine frame of the wall, and oozing into it and out of it, and eating through the insulation and into the clapboard wood, and buzz-sawing its way out of a single hairline of grain. Then 100 hairlines, stripping through frame boards until it's nothing but a singular column of tentacles and mouths ready to devour, there in the center of the room. But the room is empty, and so it draws knowledge of its surroundings as a taproot draws nutrients, letting its tendrils be messengers and the wood itself tell the story. And oh, the stories this wood could tell, stories of sadness and pain and human suffering so ripe. Stories of loneliness, of twin siblings playing, of a baby crying in the nursery as its soul-sick mother tends it. Stories of a woman who had come here and won its heart with her sadness. Stories of an old man whose blood it had this very day tasted for the first time, having already tasted his sisters, his brothers, his fathers, a man whose presence here was unexpected but sweet. An old man who is, right now, limping into the hallway from the room next door, hand upon the balustrade to support his weight as he and the boy try to slip past. The wade thing coalesces, draws itself into a creature 6, 7, 8 feet tall, with a single cyclopic blue eye, then swings its pine branch arms and bursts out of the bedroom door and snatches at the boy, plucks him up, and the balustrade becomes vines, and the vines have teeth, and now the old man's pistol is in his hand, raised. But he cannot fire, for the boy dangles in the monster's grip, and the creature is laughing at Hank Redfern through rosin-hard teeth, its blue eye sparking madness. Hank's pistol wavers, dips. Tentacles tighten around the boy. No clear shot. He takes aim at the blue pool in the center of the monster's face. He knows it won't do a thing, but there's no other target, no other shot. A sound behind him. Out of the twisting, creaking groaning of the house and the monster, a scraping. Hank turns. A girl. Miss Franny. That was her name. Franny Sullivan approaches slowly along the foyer. She wears a plain homespun dress with a lace collar. But the lace is not really lace. It's fungus, spongy and white. Her skull is caved in, and her jaw hangs crookedly. With her left hand, she drags a shovel. In her right, she holds the hand of Agatha Redfern, who walks beside her, clad in the blue dress she died in, a bib of old blood spreading out from a hole in her tiny chest, the blood dried in long beads of resin. Clutched in her arm her little rag doll. Aggie's jaw opens, hardened amber where her teeth should be, and a voice comes out of her, nothing like the voice of the child Hank remembers, the sister he loved. Hank. It's like the long, slow sound of that scraping shovel. He raises his pistol. Miss Franny's head bursts in a spray of dirt and skull. Agatha's hand jolts free and she hugs her doll to her chest, blue eyes wide with terror. I'm sorry, Hank whispers, and fires again. His sister's face shatters like yellow glass. Shards fly along the hall as Agatha collapses into a roiling knot of black worms. They break over the floor, burrow between the boards, and cracks and disappear. Meanwhile, all around, the house erupts with vines and roots and runners of long, fibrous arms. Out of the walls, the long, slow-moving, scratching bursts forth and reaches up and around and over floor and ceiling. Hank's grandson cries out. The boy hangs over the broken stairs, feet scissoring air. The long, twisting tentacle that wraps him tracks back to the wade thing's arm. Above the shoulder, an inhuman visage, a wound where a face should be, framed by a head of thick, hard bark. At the center of that cat face, with its sap-oozing hacks, a single shimmering blue sea eye. Hank lifts the colt. The floor in front of him bursts open and the knot of black worms wells up and wraps his wounded leg. 1,000 tiny needles pierce his flesh at once, and he screams and tries to dance away, but all he can do is stumble backward and fall. Nellie opens her eyes to the blue. A light, like no other light she has ever known. Warm and nourishing, a rich, forever sea. It fills her vision, becomes another world. She hears a gentle tearing, feels something like the kiss of cobwebs across her face. And it's as if she's passing through some translucent membrane, her spirit being drawn from her body, out of a chasm in the void of space, straight into the heart of a brilliant, flaming star. Not a star, an eye. Our own beautiful blue eye opening upon a spheroid of unfathomable size, unending, its curvature unseen. In us, the warm liquid bath of the universe, pockets and holes and tunnels sunk in space and time. And you, Nellie, floating and seeing in the blue forever. And we, cast down from eternity upon some plot of sand to delve into the hidden channels of the earth, where old things slumber among woods and winds and lesser gods, dwell deep, deep down, where sacrifices are made, and the blood runs like roots to knit all things together, from the lowest boatman in a faraway swamp to the wreckage of this house, this home, this shimmering vortex of wood and metal and wiring and old maps blown like leaves in this blue realm, your blue realm, where bleed the bodies of men and women and children. Max, for you are greatest among those we've loved. The sadness, the pain you've long carried. We want you, need you, love you. Stay, and make us your home, and we will make you ours. Offer us what we crave, and you will never want again. No, God, no. Your son upon the knife's edge, a breath away from dying. Max's throat in the weighed thing's grip, eyes opening as she reaches out into the vast blue sea to find his hand, and he reaches back for her. And oh, the panic in her breast to think that she could lose her boy to this thing, this monster, this ocean of hunger with its ceaseless tides. Mom! Swimming, she's swimming for her son's reaching hand. Open your eyes to the glory of our love. Max, I see you. I see you. And give us what we want. The boy's hand slides into hers, and hers into his, and the eye blazes all around them, and whole galaxies erupt, collapse, are lost forever, and born anew, as mother and son pitch apart, and the dweller screams in fury. The floor is consumed, as are the walls, the stairs, the fallen fire tower, and here on the second floor the weighed thing, the dweller, too, inasmuch as the bear, the dog, Barlow, August Redfern, Agatha Redfern, little Charlie, all have been it, are it, will be it forever, draws Max back from the air and blinks at the boy from behind its single mad eye, and the boy sees, deep in the shimmer, the faint shape of his mother, struggling against horrible currents. The dweller draws the boy close to smell his fear before plunging a shoot into the child's neck. But the boy opens his fist, and in his hand is the shard of rosin taken from the ground where Charlie Redfern died, where Euphemia Redfern burned, where August Redfern sent Hank away. Max closes his fist around the shard and puts it straight through the luminescent jelly of his father's eye. Nellie comes back to her body in the curving gullet of the red clay tunnel beneath the wreckage of Redfern Hill, smells of coal and blood and the dank, womb-like earth. A single tentacle piercing her side, boring into her with tiny teeth, like fingers in wounds, and it hurts. Oh, Jesus, it hurts. She cries out the name of her son, knows she will die, at least having stood, having fought in the place where all is love and all is fear. In the piled earth at her feet, a plastic gallon jug. She sits up, a simple act made excruciating as the teeth chew. They chew, but her hands are on the jug, and her thumb is on the cap, and as soon as the bright pine scent of it floods the small, close space, the long, wet arm ceases burrowing, and when she splashes it, it shrieks away into the wall, tearing free of her flesh like a snipped thread. She takes calm, weary stock. The tunnel, a kind of oubliette, has not collapsed, has not suffocated her. In fact, she can stand almost upright, which she does, grimed and bruised, jug in hand, hole in her side, but not so deep, her Ziggy t-shirt plastered to her skin with blood. Behind her, the tunnel rises and dwindles to a hot, rain-steamed July night, framed by the jagged wreckage of Redfern Hill. Ahead it curves away into darkness. The ground and walls begin to tremble softly at first, then louder like doom gathering, the slow rumble of some inevitable final act. Now is but the breath between the lightning and the thunder. She wants to turn, to crawl away toward the sky, but already the slick red earth around her is glowing with that harsh blue light. Red dirt showers down as Nellie sets the jug of turpentine on the ground.
She takes off her t-shirt and rips Ziggy right down the middle. She drops to her haunches and stuffs a strip of t-shirt into the jug, sloshes it, soaks the fabric. Ahead, out of the tunnel's blue throat, something roars, a sound at once like the cry of a bird or a bat or a bear, but big as the world. A dank wind blasts over her, wallops her to the tunnel floor with the stink of wet, raw gum, and some horrible gaseous reek. And when Nellie turns and pushes up on trembling arms to stand, jug in hand, to face the end, she sees it. She sees it, and her brain simply slams a series of doors and hatches, sealing her mind away lest she go insane. It rounds the bend like an express train, massive blue eye burning bright with cosmic rage. Some dark, gradient center that might be a pupil, or it might be the unending void of space-time. Beneath the eye is a fat, segmented body framed by a sheath of grub-pale skin. Setae the size of anchor ropes claw the tunnel walls with teeth the size of shot glasses, spinning 100 strong. Bathed in the blinding electric light, Nellie tightens her grip on the jug. Her hand slips into the pocket of her sleep pants. Her fist closes around the object there. She takes a deep breath, shuts her eyes to let it out, to hear the sound of her own breath drown the onrushing end, so the rest is silence. Nellie opens her eyes. The dweller idles some 20-30 yards away, a massive, breathing engine, eye like a giant headlamp, eager to barrel down. Wriggling, writhing limbs below it jitter with anticipation. But caution, too. Afraid? Is it afraid of me? Nellie glances at the jug of turpentine, the tongue of t-shirt over the lip. The darkness at the center of the eye shifts down, locks onto what she holds. "You're afraid of this," she says. The creature shudders. Nellie takes her mother's Zippo out of her pocket. "It's okay." She ignites the lighter. "We're all afraid of something." Possessed of no mouth, Nellie can see. The dweller gives out a raw, high-pitched shriek of rage and leaps forward like a bull out of a chute. Nellie thinks of Max, the day he was born, warm and soft and wrapped in swaddling. She held him close and felt a stirring deep inside, abject terror, not for her but for him. To be born to a mother such as she? How could she ever protect him when she couldn't even protect herself? On it comes, 1,000 mouths eating its way through dirt and clay. Nellie touches the Zippo's flame to the turpentine-soaked rag of shirt. "I love you, Max," she breathes, and charges forward into the blue. Heat blistering her hand, even as the plastic jug ignites and begins to melt. At the last second, the dweller's eye flares bright with terror, but it slows too late. And there comes a tremendous pop as the creature's momentum carries it forward into Nellie, and Nellie's into it, and the eye bursts like the yolk of an alien egg, and Nellie is plunged into and through the world's foulest pool of viscous white jelly. Pressure all around her, eyes shut, mouth closed, breath held. She grips the flaming jug for all she's worth until sheer opposing force tears it from her hand, and the fire, it makes him scream, blazes like a comet's tail behind her, through the creature's innards, licking at the pine sap the dweller has, for over a century ingested, absorbed, assimilated into its own vascular system. The fragile engine of its long life, its regeneration, its transformation. And so, from the inside out, the god of Redfern Hill erupts. As Nellie flies ahead of the fire that blooms in beautiful, slow waves, like oxygen blazing through a rocket ship, and the soft, grub-like body lights up like a detonating glowworm.
She explodes through the tail in a spray of fire and foul, sticky white goo, and goes rolling in the churned earth, covered in a milky, flaming caul that the dirt snuffs out as she rolls and screams, the tunnel behind her littered in slabs of worm, dirt showering down as the whole long burrow rocks and shudders. Nellie staggers up, stunned and numb. Her left shoulder, which took the full brunt of the creature's momentum, is broken. Her arm hangs limp at her side. Her skin is blistered, her hair crisped to the scalp. Charred and oozing, she wades through the leftovers. And when she reaches the bend in the tunnel, the coal that skitters down makes a treacherous slide she doesn't have the strength to climb, so she collapses. Overhead, stars shimmer in the void of night, water from a burst pipe arcing across them. Pain from the burns just beginning to reach her nerves as the coal settles beneath her. She lies on her back, staring up at the distant ruin of Redfern Hill, washed up at last on the wide and waiting shores of a place she's never been, where there are no maps to guide her. After a while, her father's grizzled face appears above. At his side, her boy. Together they lower a rope. It's a simple bowline knot. Nellie reaches up. They clamber to the top of what's left of the cellar stairs. The boy's clothes and face are black with coal dust, Nellie sticky with the creature's blood and pink with her own seared skin. Still, Max hurls himself against her and she holds him close. Hank limps ahead down the hallway, legs swollen, stairs, walls, ceilings, all of it clattering and shimmying as the earth beneath the foundation fails. The walls of the house are laced with vines and roots that are not vines or roots, but the many tendrils of the dead beast that has long worked its way up through earth and brick and board. Gravity and suction from the sinkhole in the cellar tugging at them now, and they in turn like chains are helping to pull down the house around them. The air is clogged with a dense, pine-scented dust. A section of wall drops free near the dining room. We never used that room, Nellie thinks oddly, exposing studs built from heart pine 70 years prior, weeping, like the wood in the cellar, pine resin, little amber beads. The Art Deco pendant lamp in the hallway smashes to the floor as boards above begin to crack and buckle. Nellie and Max and Hank shove out onto the porch just as the ceiling caves in behind them, a heavy, terrible rumble as the earth draws breath. Hank pulls open the Ranger's passenger door and scoots Max in across the bench seat. The old man has to lift his shredded leg into the cab before he can shut the door. Nellie scrambles into the driver's seat and cranks the ignition. She works the shifter, lets Max steer one-handed from the middle as they pull away. Behind them, a calamitous eruption, like the apocalyptic crack of a whole forest felled at once. Out near the Winnebago, Nellie brakes, and they all turn and watch Redfern Hill sink like a harpooned leviathan. It's a good end to every story they've ever called their own, and a fitting prologue to the next. Somewhere with water, bright and green, Max hopes.